Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was rescued early and trained to hunt Voldemort. Here is short summary. When Harry unlocks the Dark Heart, one of the most dangerous forces in existence, he gains power beyond imagination. As enemies fall and allies grow fearful, Harry walks a razor's edge between control and corruption. Now unstoppable, he must decide, will he protect the world, or reshape it in his own image? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry didn't react as he laid Ginny gently down on the ground, before rising. He knew what was behind him, knew since he entered the chamber that he and Ginny weren't alone. Slowly, he turned around, looking at the tall, black-haired boy leaning against the nearest pillar. Or at least, what looked like a boy. Even to normal eyes, he would have looked slightly blurred around the edges. But to Harry, it was obvious what he was. And, more importantly, who he was. Tom Riddle, Harry said. Or do you prefer I call you Lord Voldemort? Riddle's eyes widened in surprise. Harry allowed himself a crooked half-smile. What? You didn't think I know. I knew what you were the moment I stepped within a few meters of you. But I'll indulge you. Let's pretend I have no idea who or what you are. How would you introduce yourself to me? What are you? A memory, Riddle said quietly, not taking his eyes off Harry. His gaze pierced as he tried to see inside the Potter boy. Preserved in a diary for 50 years. Harry glanced briefly at the little black diary near the giant statue's toes. Just a memory, so modest. You're not going to admit you're a piece of soul. This time Riddle wasn't able to stop his jaw from dropping. How? Harry's half-smile grew a tad bigger. That's for me to know and for you to find out. Harry began to pace back and forth between Riddle and Ginny. Let me see if I understand everything. Ginny somehow came into the possession of your diary at some point this year. Probably before me. She was the one who stole it from our dorm. She's been writing into it all year, and you were responding. You were sympathetic, you were kind. Harry looked at Riddle, and the look in his eyes should have fried the memory on the spot. You seduced her. You fed on her secrets, her soul, and started feeding yourself into her. You had her open the Chamber of Secrets, had her strangle the school roosters and write those threatening messages on the wall. Harry turned away from the even more open-mouthed younger incarnation of Voldemort, and started pacing again. She didn't know, of course. I suspect her memories of those times you possessed her are blanked out. Eventually, she stopped trusting her diary. Women's intuition probably. A ghost of a smile twitched on Harry's lips. But when she tried to dispose of it, I found it. And she became afraid that whatever she told you, you'd tell me. So she took it back. That must have made you mad, finding her the next person writing when so wanted to talk to me. So you used Ginny as bait. Made her write a little farewell and carted her off down here. You drained, are still draining, the life out of her. That's the only way you could get out of the book. All to meet me. Harry stopped pacing and looked at Riddle again, an amused glint in his eyes. I'm almost flattered you went to so much trouble. So tell me, what does the mighty heir of Slytherin want with little, ol' me? Riddle's mouth flapped open and shut repeatedly before he managed to say anything. How do you know all this? He said, voice shaking. Harry smiled, an enigmatic smile so close to the one Dumbledore wore it was frightening. You're not the only one good at getting into other people's minds. I take it you have questions for me. Ah, yes, there they are. How did a little baby like myself manage to defeat the, how are you phrasing it, greatest wizard of all time? My, you certainly think a lot of yourself. Harry looked at Riddle directly and his smile became more reminiscent of one of the Weasley twins. Wouldn't you and the rest of the world like to know? All I'll tell you is that the reason you couldn't kill me is because of a factor you didn't expect. What factor? Riddle demanded. Again the enigmatic smile. Love. My mother sacrificed her life to protect me. That's the factor. Love, and the power of the heart. Riddle opened his mouth, but whatever he intended to say was lost as music began to drift down from somewhere. Riddle whirled around to stare at the empty chamber as Harry closed his eyes, swaying slightly to the music, which was growing louder. It was eerie, spine-tingling, unearthly. Harry felt it filling his heart, till he thought it would burst. When the music reached its peak, flames erupted on top of the nearest pillar, and a crimson bird the size of a swan appeared, with a glittering golden tail, gleaming talons, and a ragged bundle in its grip. "Phoenix song is so wonderful, don't you think so?" Harry asked pleasantly as the bird flew straight at Harry, dropping the bundle at his feet before perching on his shoulder. "That's a phoenix," Riddle said, staring at it. "Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. I understand how you got such good grades in school," Harry said with just the faintest mocking tone as he stroked Fox's head. "And that's the old school sorting hat," Riddle continued, missing the tone as he gazed at the bundle with no little disgust. "Show some respect," Harry said. "That thing's older than you are." Riddle smiled, a twisted smile, and he started to laugh. It echoed through the chamber, sounding as if 10 of him were laughing at one. "Nice acoustics," Harry said unconcernedly. "That is what Dumbledore sends his defender. A songbird and an old hat." Riddle laughed harder. "He didn't send them," Harry said. "I called for them, right, Fox?" He looked at the bird on his shoulder, who bobbed his head as if nodding. Riddle didn't seem to hear, however, and Harry waited patiently for him to stop laughing. "All right, on to business," Harry said, clapping his hands and rubbing them together. "In case you don't know how this works, I'll explain it to you. You try to kill me again, and I beat the stuffing and humiliate you, just like last year and 11 years ago. Just to make things even, I'll let you use my wand. You already have there," Harry pointed at his hand, "so I don't have to give it to you. Now why don't you call your little pet basilisk, just to liven things up?" Riddle looked at him like he was insane. A little while later, Harry grimaced as he pulled the basilisk fang from his arm, trying to ignore the pain emanating just above his elbow. He'd gotten overconfident, believed he'd be all right after Fox had blinded the basilisk, that he'd played with it, until a lucky strike had allowed it to pierce him just above the elbow even as his flames incinerated it inside and out. Man, this hurt. Ignoring what was left of the basilisk as it sank into the pool at Slytherin's feet, Harry turned towards Riddle. Or, at least, tried to. His eyes weren't working so well, and the room was becoming a dull blur. Slowly, to be sure, but his version of the gift, or should it be curse, of Shinjing wasn't really meant to deal with this level of poisoning. A patch of scarlet swam past and Harry heard a weight settle on his shoulder. Fox. Without hesitation, he moved his elbow closer to the phoenix's head. "You're dead, Harry Potter," Riddle said as he came closer. "Dead. Even Dumbledore's bird knows." Riddle trailed off as Fox tears fell on the wound on Harry's arm. Harry flexed said arm. "You were saying." It was completely healed. When Harry raised his hand and the wand flew straight to it, Riddle finally realized he was in trouble. Harry waited for the shard of soul in the diary Horcrux to be completely destroyed before he pulled the basilisk fang out of it. He knew Ginny would be all right. The drain on her life force had stopped when he had completely destroyed the soul. Drawing on the power of the dark heart, he encased her in a bubble, keeping her unconscious. He wasn't really sure how he did up it. Oh, on some level he knew, he just couldn't be bothered to think about it. He was grateful that the dark heart, like its counterpart, knew what to do when he asked it to do something. Only when he was completely sure Ginny wouldn't wake up and that he was alone except for Fox, of course did he allow himself the luxury of collapsing. He curled up in a ball, knees drawn to his, and started to shake. "What have I done, Fox?" he said, eyes clenched shut. It was a rhetorical question. He knew exactly what he had done. He had killed again. The first time, it had been Quirrell. Now, it was the basilisk and Tom Riddle. Granted, he had destroyed the soul in the Horcrux, but it pretty much amounted to the same thing. The phoenix rubbed his head on Harry's shoulder. "What you had to do, young one. What you had to do." Harry said nothing. Instead, he sat in the silence, seeing the history of the Chamber of Secrets. The Oracle's eyes opened from his meditations as he felt something at the extreme edge of detection. Finally, he had what he sought. He had been searching for it for nearly 3 Earth years, even before the Guardians were activated. Something that threatened the very existence of Kandrakar itself. Granted, anything that needed the Guardians to fix tended to be like that, but what the hey? The thing was very good at hiding itself, but in this instance, the Oracle had been lucky, very much so. He doubted he would be able to find the thing himself if needed, but he didn't need to. Now that he had proof it really did exist, action could be taken. Rising from his seated position, he left the chamber he had been meditating in. "What's all this about, Grandma?" Heylin asked as she and the other guardians followed the old woman through the halls of Kandrakar. "The Oracle has called a meeting of the hall regarding a threat to Kandrakar," Yanlin explained, her lined face looking uncharacteristically serious. "So what else is new?" Irma said, her arms crossed and looking bored. And she had a point. This wasn't something unusual. Have a mess, call the Guardians. Downright predictable, actually. "Quit it, Irma. Let's see what the deal is before we make up our minds," Terani said. "Why bother?" the Guardian of Water said. "We know how it's going to happen. There's a problem, we fix it. That's the drill. Meridian taught us that." Cornelia, for once, didn't answer back with a barb. She was too excited at the prospect of seeing Caleb again. Entering the council chambers, they saw the Oracle already seated in his usual place. The Guardians were about to stand at their usual places in front of him, but a gesture from Yanlin had them sitting next to her in the benches. They had barely settled when the Oracle spoke. "Fellow beings, I stand before you to announce a great danger to Kandrakar," the Oracle said, promptly setting of a wave of murmuring. "So what else is new?" Irma mutters before the other Guardians shush her. If the Oracle heard what she said, he gave no sign of it. "The ancient enemy of Kandrakar has returned. The dark heart walks abroad once more." Yanlin gasped, fear in her ancient eyes, fear and pain. Around her, the council dissolves into frightened whispers. With the Guardians, however, there was only a collective, "Huh. Wah." The Oracle gestured. "Guardians, come forward." The 5 girls looked at each other, shrugging, as they carefully made their way out of the benches and down to stand at their usual spot in front of the Oracle. His usually serene eyes were serious. "You 5 must know about this danger if you are to confront it, and all of Kandrakar's knowledge of the Dark Heart is at your disposal. Ask, and I shall answer." The Guardian's eyebrows all threatened to pass their hairlines. That was new. Usually, he said something enigmatic that drove them nuts. It was Will who spoke first. "No disrespect, sir, but why the change? You're not usually this forthcoming about what you know." "We do not have time for such things now, Keeper of the Heart," the Oracle said gravely. "Now, your only weapon against this enemy is knowledge of it." "But what's so dangerous about this, Dark Heart?" Will persisted. "It is Kandrakar's most ancient enemy," the Oracle answered. "Its power is opposed to the heart of Kandrakar, and is as powerful as the heart itself. The Keeper of the Dark Heart is as powerful as you Guardians, and as your nemesis." "What?" Irma said, and the others were no less shocked. "You've got to be kidding." The Oracle shook his head sadly. "I kid you not, Guardian. The Keeper of the Dark Heart is as powerful as you 5, and the Dark Heart itself possesses the power to destroy Kandrakar." Harry Potter looked up at the sky. Although it wasn't the least bit overcast, a feeling of gloom came over him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to the pendant that hung from around his neck from a simple leather-looking cord. It was a dark spherical crystal, seemingly filled with black mist, and framed by an asymmetrical assembly of dark metal. It seemed to pulse with a strange inner light, beating like a heart. Harry sat on the sill of his open window, in the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive. He was half in and half out, leaning back on the frame as he contemplated. Uncle Vernon hadn't bothered to reattach the bars the Weasleys had ripped out when they had busted him loose last summer, so there was plenty of room. There was the danger of falling, but he wasn't worried. He had bigger things to think about. Bigger things, that, ironically, managed to fit in the palm of his hand. He held the cord in front of him. The Dark Heart was level with his eyes, a small, seemingly insignificant thing. It looked like some blown glass trinket, the kind that girls buy because it's cute. A small smile played on his lips. That had been Haylin's first thought upon seeing the heart of Kandrakar all those months ago, after Halloween. It was followed by a ton of others, though, that only she had been able to sort through. Seriously, what traveled through that girl's brain? Tachyons. Warp drive capable ships. He thought back to the time when he'd first seen the Dark Heart. 3 years. 3 years ago, back when he had only been 10. Where had all the time gone? After such a short time, why did he somehow feel so old? Did Daniel feel like this? He knew all the answers to these questions, however. He knew, if not everything, then a lot. Heavy weighs the crown, and his was one he couldn't remove or give away. Only death could remove it. But such was the price the keepers of the Dark Heart paid. Such was the price. Harry sighed, a sad, exhausted, tired sigh. He wasn't bitter, just worn out. Being keeper of the Dark Heart had been nearly all blessing and little curse until now. It had made school easier, since it was the nigh ultimate multi-tool. The Green Lantern's power rings were mere ghosts, unable to even approximate the true power of the heart. Everything would be easy. At least, it could be. Therein lay a danger. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The Dark Heart possessed ultimate, nigh infinite, unlimited power. Imagine the corruption it could bring. So Harry had used the Dark Heart sparingly, often deliberately not using it so he'd get in trouble, at least if his friends were too. That was why Filch had caught them after they'd sent Norbert away, why he hadn't cured Hermione's petrification. Some lessons needed to be learned, some weights needed to be carried. After all, if it doesn't kill you, it'll only make you stronger. Harry doubted he'd have to worry about that, though. Thanks to the gift curse of Kinshaw, he really didn't have to worry about things killing him. While it hadn't been able to deal with the basilisk venom right away, given time, it would have put him in a coma until it got out of his system and the damage was regenerated. You'd have to pour pure acid or molten lava in his veins to kill him, along with some rather extreme and a few simple things. Suicide was one of the very few things guaranteed to work. At that, Harry shuddered and thought of Daniel. Now that Kandrakar knew of his existence, it was only a matter of time before they sent the Guardians to kill him. Heck, they'd talked about doing that very thing a few days ago, soon after his little burst in the Chamber of Secrets. It was his fault, really. He knew better than to use so much power, but he'd been so worried about Ginny, he hadn't cared. Now Kandrakar knew he was alive. 2 generations of Dark Heart keepers straight, found. Sometimes, decades, even centuries had passed without Kandrakar knowing the Dark Heart was back, the Dark Keeper dying without so much as catching tights or wings of the Guardians, living normal lives with a little extra, until they die in some extreme, final manner or commit suicide. And he and Daniel managed to get caught within decades of each other. It was embarrassing. He had no intention of killing the Guardians, and he knew for a fact that they weren't capable of killing him. They were not equipped for it psychologically. Elion might be able to do it, but she wasn't a Guardian, and she was only capable of killing when Cedric and Phobos had been messing with her head. Yanlin maybe, but she was no longer a Guardian, and she was pretty traumatized. No, the outcome of their fight was up to him, and he had already decided. Still, he wished it didn't need to be this way. He'd gotten pretty fond of the girls over the past few months, even though he'd never met them face to face. He envied Will having at least one living parent who loved her, envied Irma, Terani and Cornelia the siblings they had, envied Haylin her grandmother. He didn't want to hurt them, but his survival instincts wouldn't let them hurt him either. Sighing, he leaned back on the sill, resting his head against the wooden frame, and closed his eyes, letting his mind drift to the day he learned he was special, when another heart had begun to pulse with his own. When Harry Potter awoke from troubled dreams one morning, he found himself in possession of one of the 2 most powerful sources of magical energy in the multiverse. Of course, no one had told him this. He just knew the minute he woke up. There was nothing to indicate the change. He didn't develop slitted eyes, bulging muscles, wings, a tail, markings on his forehead and cheeks. No shimmering, glowing aura of energy surrounded him, his hair didn't turn yellow and spiky, there were no tattoos on his body, nor did a talking cat or something similar tell him he was a reincarnation of a long-dead prince or the card captor or something or other. He just knew. It helped that there was something around his neck that wasn't there last night. A dark spherical crystal, seemingly filled with black mist, and framed by an asymmetrical assembly of dark metal. It took Harry a few moments to realize that nowhere did the frame touch the stone. Looking like it was suspended inside the setting, the crystal just hung there, defying physical laws of science. Of course, magic could do that. Magic. In the silence of the pre-morning calm, Harry shuddered. It had been a forbidden word in this house since before he or Dudley had been born, even before Albus Dumbledore had left him here to be protected, with only a letter of explanation. Harry paused. He didn't know anyone named Dumbledore. Yet he could see him clearly in his mind's eye, an old man with a beard long enough to be tucked into his belt, wearing robes and tucking a letter into the blanket of a baby with a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. Harry shook his head frantically, trying to make it go away. He thought he was going crazy, but he knew he wasn't. Somehow, he knew that his vision was real. As Harry started to panic, a feeling came over him, emanating from the crystal around his neck. It was a coolness, a chill, like he was standing in front of an open refrigerator. Harry shivered slightly, although it wasn't uncomfortable. Quite the opposite, really. It felt strangely comforting, like being enveloped by a blanket of snow. Hesitantly, his hand reached up and wrapped around the pendant. The chill went into overdrive instantly, and a soft yet numbing cold suddenly enveloped his hand completely, before swiftly creeping up his arm. It spread to into his other arm, and down his legs. Finally, it rushed to his head, and gave new meaning to the phrase, brain freeze, as the chill encompassed him completely, growing more intense, yet somehow still comfortable, still a cool breeze on a hot day. Harry gasped. Long ago, a cruel emperor imprisoned 4 good dragons for doing a good and noble deed, in what he believed was defiance of him. He had them jailed in 4 different mountains, as punishment for their act of kindness. But a good nymph named Xin Jing would not allow this injustice to continue, and so used her power to free their essence from their bondage at the cost of her own life. At the spot which she fell, nothing was left but a glowing pink crystal, framed by an asymmetrical assembly of silver metal. And thus was born the heart of Kandrakar, symbol and ultimate weapon of the fortress in the heart of infinity. At least, that's how the story goes. Yet there is another story, one of a much darker heart, the darkest heart. The Dark Heart. On the day before Xin Jing performed her noble deed, the very one that cost her her life, her cousin and lover Qinsha, a nymph as strong as her, whose darkness of mood was matched only by the depth of her love for Xin Jing and her own devotion, received a vision of what was to come. She begged her dearest cousin not to do it, for it would only result in her death. But Xin Jing's kind heart would not allow her turn a blind eye to this injustice, and refused to let herself be swayed. Finally, after many tears, Qinsha left Xin Jing on the eve of her demise in her darkest of moods. In mockery of her lover, she called herself Haiyan Jing, and on that very night was consumed by her own darkness, after swearing an oath that she and Xin Jing would never more be together, or there would come the death of all. Xin Jing wept that night, and it is said that those who heard her cries were driven to madness by sorrow and despair. When the sun arose, she knew she would die, for she had no more reason to live. There are those who said that Xin Jing might yet have survived, for her lover at her side would have given her reason to. Yet she had none, and so her demise came as the very person who might have saved her said it would. Yet that is not the end, for like Xin Jing, something was left when Haiyan Jing Qinsha died. It was a dark stone that filled those who gazed upon it with cold and dread. And like the one who gave it birth, darkness came its name, a heart but through the mirror darkly. And though the heart of Xin Jing came to be with Kandrakar, the darkness fled far from the light. And through a mirror darkly. Harry blinked as the cold went away, leaving behind a shadow of its comforting chill. All this and more had become known to him, yet this above all. Knowledge swirled in his mind, confused and stray, yet Harry instinctively knew they were more knowledge than any man could ever hope to accumulate in one life, wisdom that had been earned over the course of millennia. He didn't have time to ruminate over this, however. His aunt chose that moment to bang on his door and yell at him to make breakfast. Instinctively, he concentrated slightly, and the dark heart flared briefly, before being absorbed into him, leaving no outward evidence of its existence. Harry grinned slightly. This was going to be fun. Throughout that year, Harry experimented with his amulet, his dark heart. Messing with earth, water, Fire and air came easily to him, although he learned he could also talk to animals and inanimate objects when he felt like it, turn invisible, change his appearance, and read people's minds, among other things. It wasn't all chocolates, though. There were some rather memorable screw-ups, such as the time he blew up the Dursleys' house. It took him the better part of the afternoon to reconstruct it, not to mention wipe out all his neighbors' memories of the event and the time he turned himself into a girl. He had to wipe a lot of memories those first few months, as he kept getting spotted, but once he worked on his magical sense, and was able to identify when people were close by, close enough to be a problem, it got easier. All his experimentations, however, led to a lot of self-isolation, which really didn't help his already non-existent social life. It did help him avoid Dudley's gang, however, and that was the only thing that kept them from getting turned into the toads, pigs and rats they deserved to be. If they'd actually found him while he was experimenting, the results would have been terrible for them. When the letters from no one started coming in, he'd gotten familiar enough with his powers to get a passing understanding of why the Dursleys were so freaked out. By the time he came to Hogwarts, he already knew how to put his understanding of his practice with the dark heart to use on this system of magic. He was very good at charms and transfiguration, mainly because that was most of the things he experimented with, besides the pure elemental energy manipulation of the dark heart itself. At Hogwarts, he never told anyone about the dark heart. He knew that he was the first keeper that was a wizard, and even if he wasn't, the very nature of the dark heart demanded absolute secrecy. In all its collected history, the revelation of the existence of the dark heart had, always and only, led to trouble and suffering for its keeper. Always and only trouble and suffering. Which, Harry mused, came right back to his present predicament. His existence had been revealed to Kandrakar, who would like nothing better than to wipe him out of creation. The cycle of destruction perpetuates itself. If the Guardians slew him, another would come to take his place, eventually. If he slew them, Kandrakar would just keep coming for his head. This was why the Keepers of the Dark Heart chose to stay in the shadows, hiding their power. To participate in this aggression would only lead to trouble, and many of the former Keepers only wanted simple lives. Many got it, some didn't. And, since some greater power seemed to have it in for him, Harry was one of those oh-so-fortunate ones who didn't. It wasn't his fault things kept happening to him at Hogwarts. The times he had used the dark heart were during the times his life had been threatened. And he couldn't just let Ginny die, could he? Somehow, he doubted Kandrakar would see it like that. To them, he was the keeper of the dark heart, pure and simple, and must be destroyed. Heck, they were sending their champions, the Guardians, to do it now. Sighing, Harry rose from his position on the sill. Best he get ready now. He really didn't want to have to wipe the neighbors' minds again. Or rebuild the house. Wrapping his hand around the dark heart, relishing in the sensation of cold, he closed his eyes and concentrated his power. The heart of Kinshaw pulsed, and a fine but thick black mist surrounded him, a dark duplicate of cold, frosty air. It surrounded him in its power, seemingly in the very light of the room, and when it fell away, he was transformed. Emerald eyes stared out from a narrow, Bishonen face, framed by strands of raven hair. But gone was the body of old. Instead, Harry stood in the form of a 16-year-old. His body was lithe, and looked more suitable to be that of a girl's. His limbs were thin, although not painfully so. He wore knee-high black boots, into which were tucked the legs of his black pants. A black shirt covered his, and over that he wore a long-sleeved black trench coat with a high collar, that was vaguely Seto Kaiba-esque, but without the sharp angels and wrinkles. His overall appearance was vaguely goth, a wraith. A hot, handsome wraith. Harry grinned as he looked at himself in the mirror. If he was going to make a first impression on the WITCH girls, this was a good way as any of making it. If nothing else, it ought to mess with their heads enough so he would have a split-second opening to make a move. If there was one thing he knew about those girls, it was that all of them, even the ones with crushes and boyfriends, were all boy crazy. Concentrating again, he left a little something behind to make sure that the Dursleys didn't find him missing and teleported over to where he thought was a suitable place to have this fight. Cold, black mist surrounded him as he disappeared, and the world shifted around him, moving himself around the spot where he stood so that instead of being in his room at the Dursley house, he was suddenly at an empty field in some island in the Pacific. Not a breeze stirred, as if nature itself held its breath, waiting the arrival of the Guardians, or perhaps, the end of the encounter. No breeze blew, yet his coat fluttered and billowed around him. He was always for the classics. Harry smiled as he felt the magic coming together. He'd never felt this magic before, yet he knew exactly what it was. The power of the heart. The heart of Kandrakar. It was time. But would this end the cycle, or perpetuate it? Either way, he wasn't going down. When they appeared, all they saw was a guy their apparent age, wearing a black trench coat that fluttered in a non-existent breeze. "Hello, Witch," Harry said. "I've been waiting for you." On its cord, the dark heart pulsed. When the oracle had told them they could ask for anything the fortress knew about the dark heart, they had asked for everything. The reason why the oracle was being so free immediately became obvious. Kandrakar knew very little about the keepers of the dark heart. What they did know promptly made the Guardians ask for a few days to prepare themselves before they tackle the newest one. The oracle gave them 3. The minute they got back home, they all threw up. Kandrakar's means of imparting information had basically been showing magical home movies while the oracle kept a running commentary. As the home movies progressed, the members of the council had all started leaving their seats, faces green, or blue or orange, or whatever color their species turned to when they had an upset stomach. Finally, only the Guardians, Yanlin and the oracle had been left. The information could be summed up to this: the keepers of the dark heart were cruel, bloodthirsty animals who needed to be put out of their misery. Their evil would have become legendary on Earth if the Guardians of old hadn't systematically wiped out all trace of the dark heart keepers' existence after defeating them. Still, so great had been their hold that they managed to be remembered as legend and myth, so great had the fear they had caused been. The last dark heart keeper encountered had tried to destroy the Guardians themselves by manipulating one of their own. Fortunately, her teammates had managed to wrest her from his grasp and managed to kill the dark heart keeper, but not without lasting consequences. For Wool, the information had been frightening. She remembered clearly what the oracle had said about the dark heart being as powerful as the heart of Kandrakar. Would its power also twist her into those kinds of monsters? Irma, Terani, and Cornelia had been scared shitless. All they could see were the images of dark heart keepers massacring guardians that had been sent against them. Some had dispatched them with frightening ease, others had destroyed themselves resisting. A rare few had been defeated and killed by the guardians sent against them. However, those guardians had suffered fatal losses, or were whether permanently disfigured, traumatized, or abused before they won. For Lin, only anger flowed. At first, she had been scared by what she had seen the other dark heart keepers do. That is, until she had come to the very last known keeper. Rage had taken her heart as she saw who the keeper had manipulated, and she had sworn that this keeper would never do anything like that again. It was a very messed up group of girls who came together in Kandrakar days later. All were nervous beyond belief, and even Lin's fury had been banked. None of the council said anything, although many were crying, Yanlin among them. The oracle had already given them his blessing. Finally, not being able to hold it off much longer, Will raised the heart of Kandrakar and said, "Heart of Kandrakar, take us to where we least wish to be." It had to be like that. One of the nuggets of knowledge they had managed to obtain was that the heart of Kandrakar couldn't take them directly to the keeper of the dark heart. It had to be roundabout. It didn't help that the dark heart could apparently block the heart of Kandrakar from finding it. Still, they hoped this would work. They also hoped it didn't work, but hey, who could tell? When the guardians disappeared from Kandrakar, silence filled the air, broken only by the sounds of crying. The guardians reappeared in a field. The first thing they noticed that the temperature was hotter than it was in Heatherfield. The second thing they noticed was the boy apparently waiting for them. "Hello, Witch," he said. "I've been waiting for you." For a moment, they were floored by his good looks. Cornelia found herself forgetting about Caleb. The others found themselves following similar lines of thought. Even Lin momentarily forgot her anger. Irma summed it up for them. Why are all the really good-looking ones evil? She wailed telepathically. It's just not fair. Then what he said hit them. How do you, Will began. No, you call yourselves WITCH. He said, smiling enigmatically. Sor wa himitsu dezu, Will. If I told you things like that, it might make it easier for guardians to kill keepers of the dark heart. That changed the mood instantly, and Heilin went back to grinding her teeth and imagining creative ways to end this boy's life. Will, the boy said, as if sampling the word. Irma, Terene, Cornelia, Heilin, such cute names you have. Irma, true to her nature, couldn't keep her mouth shut. Hey, that's not fair. You know our names but we don't know yours. The boy tilted his head. Would it really matter? It's just a name. But all right, I'll humor you. Call me, Morpheus. Even as he spoke, his eyes changed. Blackness covered them, and what were once normal eye sockets became voids of starry darkness. The girl shivered. Now, he said, crossing his arms, to what do I owe the pleasure of the company of the guardians of Kandrakar? His voice said he knew very well why, but Will decided to play along. She knew they were procrastinating, but she really didn't know what else to do. Their orders from Kandrakar, she wasn't sure any of them could fulfill it. Correction, she thought as she set eyes on Heilin, who was seething with barely suppressed anger and sending Morpheus looks that should have killed him on the spot. She wasn't sure if most of them could carry out the orders. Her voice cracked and she had to start again. We've been asked to escort you to Kandrakar to answer certain questions regarding something in your possession, she lied. Morpheus gave her a withering look. Liar, he said. You're all here to kill me for things that I never even did. Nearly all of the girls winced. It doesn't matter that you didn't do them. We know that one day you will. This was uncharacteristically yelled by Heilin, who was shaking. Her fists were clenched, and it looked like it was all she could do to hold herself back. Morpheus turned towards her, and Will sagged in relief to no longer be the target of his eyes. Hey, tell me, how's your grandmother doing these days? With a growl, Heilin shot towards him like a bullet, fingers curled into claws and aiming for his throat. Harry knew he'd gone too far when Heilin lunged for him. Okay, note to self, never mention her grandmother. Harry dodged to the right, trying to keep all 5 girls in sight. One advantage of the glamour illusion genjutsu whatever he had placed over his eyes was that they had no idea where he was looking, giving him a slight edge if they thought he couldn't see them. And outnumbered as he was, he needed that edge. The simple thing to do was to wipe them out in a straightforward, high-energy explosion if he wanted to kill them. Since he didn't, things got difficult for him, since he had to A. deal with multiple targets working together, B. had to put up a fight that looked serious but only C. incapacitating and not killing them. Not to mention he couldn't use his telepathy to get into their heads. Terene would detect that, so he would have to rely on their rudimentary link, which wasn't all that good. The fact that Heilin managed to try to attack him without him getting any warning was proof of that. He thought the act he'd put up went rather well. It had been disturbing, trying to act like a mix of Dumbledore and Malfoy, but even more disturbing how easy it was. He wasn't really like that. Was he? At least this way, they had no or at least, little idea of what he was really like, which cut down on the things they knew about him. Back to the fight. Waving his left hand high, he knocked Heilin off course with a gale force blast of wind, knocking her right into Terene and causing the 2 of them to crash to the ground. 2 down for the moment, 3 to go. Heilin, he heard Will cry. Harry had to dodge again as the 3 guardians still on their feet sent blasts of magic his way. Dodging, he noted that the 3 had only sent blasts of pure magic. Another point in his favor. They obviously didn't know how to be more creative with their powers. Raising his left hand again, he conjured a ball of flame and pointed it at Cornelia. The guardian made to dodge, falling for his feint, and he triggered an earthquake at her feet that sent her crashing to the ground. Thick vines suddenly erupted, wrapping around the blonde guardian as she tried to counter with her own powers. 3 down. Lesson number 1, he said as tossed the ball of fire from hand to hand, casually sidestepping Will's blast as Irma tried to free Cornelia, who was ing frantically. You can't undo something I made with your powers as long as I'm maintaining it. That means the blonde stays, pruny. He tapped his foot, and the ground beneath Irma exploded in a spray of vines, taking the two of them as she screamed. Harry caught something about hentacle monsters and nearly choked. That had been too much information. Don't even try burning through those unless you want your friends to die, Tyranny, Harry said, turning his attention to Haylin and Tyranny, who had gotten back on their feet. Haylin was shaking her head dizzily, but Tyranny was obviously ready to rumble if her glare was any indicator. Harry could almost see a flame dancing in her eyes. An aura of flame certainly covered her clenched fist. Making himself smirk, Harry caught the ball of fire he was messing with and pointed it at her, launching a steady stream of flame. Especially since you ought to be more worried about yourself. Tyranny raised her hands, and twin streams of fire erupted from her palms, meeting his with equal force. You're awfully cocky for someone outnumbered 5-1. Harry just smiled widely. Did you know that dirt is as effective as water when it comes to snuffing out fires? He said, tapping his foot again. The ground under Tyranny's feet opened, in slowly as her expression turned to one of horror. What are you going to do? You need your hands to pull you out of that trap. She doesn't need her hands. She has friends. EEW, EEW, EU. Hentacles, hentacles, hentacles. Harry turned in time to get knocked off his feet as Cornelia used his own trick against him and sent an earthquake his way. Will had somehow managed to blast through his vines and get her and Irma out. Terminating his flame, Harry dodged out of the way, rolling under the inferno Tyranny directed. Focusing on an image in his mind, he used a bit of the Dark Heart's magic and thin metal armor appeared on his body. Bracers and shin guards appeared on his forelimbs, a simple breastplate materialized on his and back, and a silk mask and dark goggles covered his face. He turned just in time to dodge several multiple blasts of magic, along with a blast of flame. Tyranny's magic blast was hidden in her flames, he noticed. He supposed it was an instinctual thing, that she placed her flames before her magic. The blast she had used before had been pure fire. Nice outfit, Irma said as she sent another blast his way, which he dodged, barely. Her power was water, her blasts contained a lot of kinetic force, more so than the others. A tsunami-made magic, not something he wanted to be hit with. At least it's better than those tights you chicks wear, he answered back as he deflected a blast from Haylin. Seriously, what's with all the purple? You girls gay or something? Hey, they all chorused, and Harry chuckled. He'd struck a nerve, it seemed. I'll have you know I have a boyfriend. Cornelia yelled as she sent a blast his way, her anger causing the ground beneath her to shake. He dodged that, too. Her powers were based on Earth. Getting hit would be like having a mountain dropped on him. Of the Guardians, she and Irma had the strongest blasts, her from sheer mass, Irma from sheer force. Both translated into kinetic energy that would squash his head like a melon. The guy who used to be a whisperer. They're less, right? He taunted as he dodged behind a rock to keep from being deep fried. How do you know he's really a guy? I mean, she could have picked to be a girl and is just cross-dressing to confuse you. Shut up, Cornelia yelled, and the other Guardians eyed her nervously, discreetly backing away. Cornelia in a temper was not something you wanted to be next to. He's more of a guy than you are. 5 girls are beating you. And a blonde drag queen in a dress beat him. He retorted. I, however, am still standing. What does that say about your girlfriend? Caleb is a guy, Cornelia yelled, using both hands to blast him with magic. He tried to dodge again, but her anger put a lot of power behind this. An earthquake started where her blast struck, knocking him off his feet. It was the chance the girls were waiting for. Tyranny, when I say so, give me a fire. Haylin said. Raising her hands, Harry could feel her focusing her power. His eyes widened. Oh no, he whispered. While the rudimentary link wasn't all that good, it was good enough to tell him what Haylin had in mind. He was right. Will grinned as she watched Haylin trap Morpheus in a tornado. The wind was whirling so fast she couldn't see him anymore. Ha, take that. That's what he deserved. Accusing them of being gay, grumble, grumble. As she pooled her power with Haylin, she wondered what the other girl had in mind. Why had she asked Tyranny to be ready to give her a fire? Will's eyes widened. Tyranny, now, Haylin yelled. In a flash, the tornado became an inferno, and a pain scream erupted from its center. "Hey Lin," Will said. "He has to be stopped, Will." Hey Lin yelled, not taking her eyes off her flaming twister. "He has to be stopped." "Not like this," Will said. "How do you propose we kill him, then?" Hey Lin shot back. "Creative. But this won't work." Will froze as the voice echoed in her head. "Morpheus, voice." With a violent explosion, the tornado collapsed, flames and all, knocking the Guardians off their feet. Morpheus hovered in the air above them, coat singed slightly but unscathed. Fire and wind swirled around him as he levitated down. "Lesson number 2, he said as flames spun lazily around him. "I'm stronger than any 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of you. So nothing you try is going to work. Anything I try, however." Wind began to blow around Will, swirling in a familiar pattern. She and the other Guardians barely had time to scream before they were each trapped in their own personal tornado. "Is going to be devastatingly effective." Will didn't know how long she was in the tornado, but the next thing she knew, she had company. Morpheus had apparently combined their tornadoes into one super twister. "Will," yelled Hey Lin as she flew by. "What do we do?" Will reached for her, but missed. Trying again, she managed to grab Cornelia's hand. "Get together. We have to pool our power to break this thing." "Is that such a good idea?" Terani said as she grabbed hold of Irma. "You heard what he said." Will grabbed at Hey Lin again, and managed to catch her. "He's more powerful than any 4 of us. But I bet he's not as strong as the 5 of us together." "Actually, I am. Get out of our heads, you fashion reject." Irma and Cornelia chorused. They all heard a sniff. "You're one to talk. But seriously, I feel it only common courtesy to warn you that what you're planning won't work." "Shut up, you monster." Hey Lin yelled. There was a sigh. "Fine. Be that way. But don't say I didn't warn you." None of the girls were sure what happened. All they knew was that 1 minute, they were combining their powers into the heart of Kandrakar, the next, they were all back in their normal forms, lying stunned on the ground with their ears ringing and looking at the collapsing remnants of their whirling prison. A foot fell down next to Will's head, right in front of her face. "I told you that wouldn't work," Morpheus' voice said. "But did you girls listen?" "No." Growling, Hey Lin struggled to her feet, lunging at him, but the ground beneath her exploded in a fountain of dirt that held her immobile. Morpheus turned to look at her lazily. "That didn't work when you were at full power. What chance do you have in that pathetic body? Let me go and find out." Hey Lin yelled, struggling against her bonds. Morpheus shook his head, before waving his hand in her general direction. "Sleep." Hey Lin's head suddenly drooped to the side, her face slack, a snot bubble on her nose, and snoring like she'd been asleep for hours. "Lesson number 3, Morpheus said, turning his back on Will as she and the others struggled back to their feet. She felt like someone had used her head for a drum at a rock concert. "For several days. Using a mace for sticks. None of you have what it takes to beat me." "That's not true," Will said as she stood up. "Guardians have beaten your kind before. We can too." Morpheus shook his head as he turned to face them. "You obviously weren't paying attention to what the Oracle was showing you, Will. Most of the groups that killed my kind did so by committing group suicide and taking him out with them. The few Guardians who killed one by themselves were keepers of the heart on a suicide attack. None of you are strong enough to beat me, and has nothing to do with power. Although that does play a large part." He turned to face them, standing protectively around the sleeping Hey Lin, whom Terani and Irma were trying to wake. "None of you are strong enough to beat me because none of you are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. None of you are willing to die to kill me. None of you have the strength of your convictions. Not even the heart of Kandrakar has the power to overcome that weakness." "We're not weak," Cornelia said. As if to prove her point, she sent a blast of magic at Morpheus. Morpheus caught it on his bracer. It pushed him back a couple of inches before he managed to deflect it, knocking Cornelia back with the recoil. Cornelia collapsed against the column that imprisoned Hey Lin. "I beg to differ," Morpheus said coolly. "Although your devotion to each other is certainly strong and admirable, at this," he nodded at Irma and Terani, "I am far stronger. I hold both the power of the dark heart and the strength of my convictions." You come here not even having the strength to speak your true mission when asked. That is why, even though I stand alone, I am more powerful. Nothing is more powerful than our friendship, Will said. Her headache was dying down, but she still didn't dare summon the heart of Kandrakar. If the others felt as weak as she did, they really wouldn't stand a chance. Yes, there is, Will, Morpheus said. The fact I'm still standing proves it. And at this stage, you have no hope of beating me when it comes to sheer power. Friendship only has strength when you are all united. Tell me honestly, besides Heilin, which of you were out to kill me? Silence was the only answer. Will thought back to what Heilin had said. Morpheus smiled. You see, you weren't ready to sacrifice your innocence like your friend there, he pointed at Heilin. You weren't really united. That's why you lost. Will clenched her fist. Then again, maybe they could take him down while he was lecturing and, then what? Kill him. Morpheus tilted his head. He sounded amused. You're thinking of attacking, aren't you? Don't you realize how futile that is, against my power? No. Then I'll prove it to you. He snapped his fingers. Will, keeper of the heart of Kandrakar. Cornelia. Will felt her mind going blank as a foreign coldness invaded her mind. It surrounded her, filling her with a sense of well-being as all thought and emotion was wiped from her mind, giving way to a strange lucidity, where she was completely aware of everything around her, yet completely detached. Without any say-so from her, she turned around, her hands lifting on their own accord to rest on Cornelia's shoulders. She had only a split second to see the surprise on the Guardian of Earth's face before she closed her eyes and eyed Cornelia, who froze. She eyed her deeply, one hand moving behind Cornelia's head to pull her closer as the other moved down to the small of the blonde's back. The blonde tasted like strawberries to Will, who eyed in appreciation. Their bodies pressed against each other as Will deepened her tongue grazing Cornelia's lips, before pushing between them and stop. The whole world came crashing down on Will as she realized what she was doing. Still mouth to mouth with Cornelia, her eyes shot open, taking in the wide-eyed look of the heavily blushing non-bride. Almost biting her own tongue, she pulled back as if scalded. Turning around, red as her hair, Will tried to spit out the taste of Cornelia from her mouth. Behind her, she could hear her fiend doing the same, as well as the gagging and disgusted noises that she realized Irma and Terani had been making ever since Morpheus had forced her to. With a choked-off shriek, she kept on gagging. Morpheus was seemingly unaffected by what happened. Even the mighty keeper of the heart of Kandrakar cannot beat my power. And you think you can defeat me? Morpheus turned around, his back to the Guardians, two of whom were still retching. You're not worth my time. Thick, fine black mist surrounded him, and he was gone. After a couple more dry retches, a crimson-faced Will turned towards an equally hued Cornelia. This never happened, she managed to hiss. Ditto, the blonde said. Irma and Terani looked like their faces had been fused into their, weirded out, expressions. Taking out the heart of Kandrakar, the four of them, plus the sleeping Heilin, disappeared. Huh, Heilin said blearily. What happened? We failed, Heilin, Will said, looking downcast. What? Heilin yelled, losing the last vestiges of sleep as she quickly stood up by herself. She realized they were back in Kandrakar. The council surrounded them, facing a large circle made of green mist that was showing the field where they had fought. We can't have lost. We're still alive. That means we beat him, right? As the others shook their heads, Heilin trembled. No. Irma, however, was looking disapprovingly at the council, and at the misty viewer in particular. You were all watching. At this, Cornelia and Will went scarlet again as the council members blushed, looked away, cleaned their fingernails, and generally did anything but look at the Guardians. Heilin frowned as she registered. The mood. What'd I miss? Nothing. Will and Cornelia yelled practically in her face. The Oracle coughed. His was the only face that didn't wear an interesting expression. Well, not too interesting. He looked amused, for some reason. Guardians, we are thankful for your safe return. Not many who have faced the Keeper of the Dark Heart have done so. Although you did not manage to defeat him, it is heartening to see that none of you fell. It wasn't anything we did, Oracle, Terani said, wrapping her arms around her and shivering slightly. He was toying with us. He could have killed us but he didn't. Will nodded. He had us completely at his mercy when our transformations failed. Why did that happen, anyway? Irma said, asking the obvious question. The oracle looked troubled. We do not know, young guardian. At the moment it happened, the connection was lost. Our next view was the 5 of you on the ground. Great, Irma muttered. So in addition to being super powerful and evil, he can also take our powers away, is that it? Before the oracle could answer, Heylin pointed at the mist, still showing where they had fought. Look, fading in like a camera effect was Morpheus. He didn't leave, Cornelia said. Why didn't you sense him, Tyranny? Will asked the telepath. She shook her head. I don't know, Will. I could have sworn he wasn't there. The oracle raised his hand, and they fell silent. They watched as Morpheus walked slowly around the site of the battle, letting his armor plating dissolve. Waving his hand, they saw the fires Tyranny had caused snuff out, the rents, tears and folds on the ground evening out as new grass grew to replace what had been destroyed. In seconds, the site was exactly as they had found it. Morpheus turned, seemingly looking right at them. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Apparently not. Rest up for round 2, ladies, he said, his starry eyes sending shivers down their spines, not to mention to quite a lot of the council. Only Yan Lin and the oracle were unaffected. We'll meet again. The same fine black mist covered him, and the connection dissolved, causing the viewer to become nothing more than green mist. Harry sighed as he returned to Privet Drive. He doubted the girls realized the danger they had put themselves in. And him too, of course. Having the heart of Kandrakar out that close to the dark heart was lethal. He had the headache to prove it. He was lucky he'd been able to pull off what he had done. The timing had been the tricky part. Keeping his power active long enough for the amount of power they were gathering to cause all their transformations to collapse before deactivating his had been tantamount to playing Russian roulette with the switch of a nuke. If he'd done it wrong, they could have ended up insane. As it was, he'd managed to keep it together after the collapse to transform right away and fool them into thinking he had caused their collapse. He was paying the price now. His head felt like Dudley and Hagrid were sitting on it while trying to crack it open with several blunt ice picks. Still, he thought he'd done what he'd sought out to do. After that little defeat, they would probably be picking up their self-esteem for the next few weeks, giving him time to plan out his moves. He would not be killed for the fear of others. Closing his eyes, he listened to what the Guardians were doing now. They were at Kandrakar, which fuzzed the connection a little, but it was still clear enough to be understood. The oracle was excusing their not being able to kill them, while Heylin was seething at their failure. She wasn't blaming the other Guardians, she had no right since he'd made her go to sleep, a deliberate part of his plan, but she was cursing his name, which he could take. He sighed. It looked like the girls would have a little something to chew on tonight, and so would he, but at least they were still friends. Will and Cornelia were very embarrassed, but he figured their relationship could live with that particular skeleton. Although he was surprised to learn that Cornelia had apparently enjoyed it, even if she wasn't admitting it, even to herself. Breaking his concentration so that things wouldn't be so clear, the link faded, settling into its usual packets of intense thoughts and emotions that had for the last 2 years done much to enlighten him on the workings of the female mind. Although it was still a bit creepy having the heads of 5 girls directly hooked up to his, he'd gotten used to it. Stopping time with a casual thought, he headed downstairs to replace his drone. Harry tried to keep his mind on the lesson as the teacher droned on. Sadly, it was not to be. History of magic was just not worth remembering. Especially since, as the Dark Heart had taught him, history immortalized only one view of what happened, regardless of the actual truth behind events. Trying to ignore those dark thoughts, he thought of the current situation against Kandrakar. The girls hadn't tried to have a rematch with him yet, although it wasn't from lack of trying on Heylin's part. It had more to do with the arrival of the rogue ex-guardian, Nerissa. These days, the mental packets he got from the girls contained bits about her. Surprisingly, this was one of the things where the girls knew more than he did. For all the Dark Heart's information, it only contained the knowledge of the past keepers of the Dark Heart, and even then, there were limitations. The Dark Heart contained its whole history from its creation to now. However, given the length of time it's been around, to have one person know it all would have driven him mad. So it usually just sits there, waiting to be sorted through. There were other limits. Although each Dark Heart Keeper had a link with the generation of guardians he was to balance, what he learned from that link was generally not included in the Dark Heart's store. So there was no information in the Dark Heart about the previous guardians themselves except when the Dark Keepers actually encountered them. If Daniel had encountered Nerissa, it was too hidden in the huge repository for Harry to find easily. Made harder was the fact that if a Dark Keeper repressed a memory, it wouldn't be found in the databanks. And Daniel was repressing big time. The way Harry figured it, there was only one thing to do. He had to ask Daniel directly. Despite their trying to kill him a few months ago, he really cared about the girls. He doubted their parents knew more of the girl's personality than he did. Everything from Will's frog obsession to Cornelia's budding bi curiosity and the fact flowers seemed to turn her on, she'd practically wet herself if she caught sight of a flower shop. As a gentleman and a Gryffindor, there was no way he was letting some half-dead mummy hurt them. Harry looked up at the imposing building in front of him before going in. He'd never been here before, yet he'd known about this place for what felt like all his life. Still, he shivered as he passed through its front doors. If the people inside had any inkling about what was going through his head, he'd be staying here permanently. It was with that happy thought that Harry entered the asylum. Making his way in without being noticed, he navigated the maze of hallways, stairs and doors, occasionally asking questions of vacuum cleaners, security cameras, and whatnot. It was sometimes useful to be able to talk with inanimate objects, although he thanked his lucky stars he wasn't like Will. Anything that had a single current of electricity passing through it would become sentient around her, and even if she wasn't around, unlike him, where things only came to life if he wanted them to. He didn't think he could stand the way her computer and her printer nagged at each other. Arriving at a certain door, he politely asked the lock to open up. The lock told him no. Sighing, and remembering who it was he was dealing with, Harry knocked on the door tentatively. "Come in," a clear, young voice said from inside. Now the lock undid itself. Harry carefully opened the door and went inside. He was in the proverbial padded room. The only light came from an incandescent fixture located high up in the ceiling behind a thick sheet of safety glass. A video camera hummed in the corner. The rest of the room was completely clear. A man was huddled in one corner of the room. He was old, very old, and looked like a neglected Gandalf. Long, straggly hair flowed from his head, and a thick, unkempt beard grew down to his. His skin was pale, more than lack of sunlight could account for, and he trembled constantly, muttering the most pitiful things under his breath. His eyes were downcast and hooded, and he kept on banging his head against the wall behind him. His arms were secured by a straitjacket that looked a little too big for him, and drool trickled down his mouth. For a moment, neither said anything. Harry eyed the security camera in a corner of the ceiling warily. "It's all right," the old man said in a surprisingly clear and lucid voice with a mild Australian accent, the same voice that had ushered Harry in. "He's not recording anything right now, are you, Bob?" The camera moved from side to side as if shaking its head. "No, Daniel," it said, sounding a bit like Johnny Five from the Short Circuit movies. Taking a deep breath, Harry decided to plunge ahead. "Daniel Hall. We've never been formally introduced. My name is Harry Potter." The old man smiled sagely, nodding his head. "Of course you are, of course you are. Take off that thing you're wearing and have a seat, get comfortable. I'd offer you something to drink, but I'm afraid I don't have much at the moment." Harry let his transformation drop. Unlike the Guardians, he didn't really need to transform to utilize the Dark Heart's true power. In fact, his transformation was more for theatricality than anything else. The only reason it collapsed during his fight against the girls was from the magical backlash. Plopping down before Daniel, he smiled a lopsided smile at the old man. "Your turn." The old man smiled wryly, no longer looking so insane, and suddenly the old man was gone. Seated in his face was a person who looked like he was in his late teens, or at least his early 20s. Baby blue eyes looked out of a too pale face, framed by dead white hair. Skin suddenly smooth, the albino easily took off the straitjacket as if it were nothing, and tossed it idly into one corner of the cell. Smiling broadly, Daniel held out his hand, and after a moment, Harry took it, noting how soft and smooth the skin was. "Harry Potter," Daniel said, leaning back against the wall. "So you're the new keeper of the Dark Heart. I've known about you since you were born, you know, but I honestly never thought we'd meet until yesterday. You know, even for Dark Heart keepers, you're weird. All that power, and a wizard to boot. Astonishing." "Daniel," Harry began, but Daniel cut him off. "Oh, I know you're impatient, but I haven't been able to talk to anyone who wasn't wearing a white coat and thought I was crazy for years. Humor an old man and let me go on a bit," Daniel said. "Just think of me as a Dumbledore. That ought to help. Just another barmy old coot. Granted, better looking than others, but hey, what are you going to do, huh?" Harry sighed. Daniel just laughed. "Oh, all right. What do ya need from an old man such as myself?" "Help," Harry said, glad to be able to get to the point of his visit. "I need your experience. I need to know what you know about being a keeper of the Dark Heart." "Impatient, are ye?" the older man said. "Yes and no," Harry replied, trying to dance around the subject. "I just need to hear from someone else all the things that the Dark Heart's telling me about." "What things?" Daniel said, playing with one of the cords around his neck. "Well," Harry thought, "the link, for one. I need to hear what it is with the link I have with the Guardians. You know, from someone that knows." Daniel chuckled, leaning on his side. "Well, it kind of goes something like this. You've got a link with your group of Guardians. Generally, if you're not concentrating, all you get's are little snippets, usually the most intense thing they're feeling or thinking. If they're really worked up, it's almost as good as you concentrating. When you are concentrating, you can sort of see what they see, and hear what they hear, and all that, as if you're them. Which gets confusing since there are 5 of them. Are there any side effects?" Harry asked, even as he thought over what he thought could be it. Daniel grinned. "Well, there's this thing that happens once a month that tends to get women really worked up. I suppose you know what I'm talking about." Harry shuddered. "I have a rough idea." "Well, then I don't need to explain what it feels like. But you see, the thing about women is, if they stay together long enough, they have it all at the same time," Daniel trailed off suggestively. Harry's eyes widened in horror. "Oh no," he breathed. Daniel nodded sagely. "Yup, all 5 going straight to your head. Really messes up a guy. You can keep expecting that, till they're 50 or so. Longer, depending on how much power they have left." Harry felt slightly sick. "Why doesn't the Dark Heart have info on this?" he asked a bit shrilly. Daniel grinned. "The heart doesn't pick up stuff like that. Must be because it was made by a woman." Harry rolled his eyes. "Oh, joy. Not only do they want me dead, but I also have to share that special woman feeling with them," Harry said sarcastically as Daniel laughed. "All right," the albino said as he wiped a tear from his eye. "Next." Harry paused a moment. "How does our link work?" Harry asked hesitantly, as if not sure he should really be asking this. Daniel frowned as he considered. "Well, it's pretty different from the link we share with the Guardians. Take me, for example. I've been linked to you since you were born. I have a general idea of what your life's been like, but unlike with the Guardians, there aren't any side effects. The link is supposed to be that you know who your predecessor and, when he's born, who your successor is." Harry tilted his head. "Well, you and the girls are the only ones in my head, so I guess my successor hasn't been born yet." Harry suddenly frowned. "Wait, that means that you know who your predecessor was too." Even as Harry's mind was making Irma-esque leaps, Daniel was already shaking his head. "It won't do any good. He's dead." That made Harry pause. "But how? Kinshaw practically makes us immortal. I could stop eating right now, and I'd still be alive in a year." For a moment, Daniel's eyes darkened. "Kinshaw," he said bleakly. "If the Guardians have a gift, does it make ours a curse? At least they can age. They can die from being too old. What about us?" For a moment, Harry's hand rose to where he wore the Dark Heart under his shirt. "What about them?" The curse of Kinshaw was an even more Effective regenerative agent than the Guardian's gift of Xin-Jing, but was there such a thing as too much life? Look at Daniel. Harry knew the man must be at least 60, but he certainly didn't look like it. How? Harry began, then stopped, tried again. How did he? His name was Giles, Daniel said quietly. It's probably in the heart somewhere, but this is how it happened. About 3 hours after he felt me being born, he jumped headfirst off a building and died on impact. He was about 110. Harry's throat constricted. Images from the dark heart showed him who Giles was, a hook-nosed, sandy-haired individual who had the look of a scholar. Why did he wait for you to be born before he killed himself? Daniel finished, looking at him, and for a second, Harry was reminded of the pictures of Sirius Black. Those blue eyes held the same kind of haunted look. Duty, I suppose. Maybe he felt that he needed to be sure there was going to be another keeper of the dark heart before he could kill himself. Someone to keep the old legacy going. Who knows? I never got to ask him. All I know about him is from the heart. You see, Harry, Daniel said, looking very solemn, there's only 2 ways a dark keeper is going to go to that big clubhouse in the sky. You either get offed by guardians, or you off yourself. In your case, maybe you can get offed by a dark wizard or something. Thing is, when you've got the dark heart, there's no easy way to go. Harry stared at the man in front of him. You're going to do it, aren't you? When? The minute you leave, Daniel said simply. Harry's eyes widened in horror. But, Harry, mate, shut up and listen, Daniel said quietly. I've lived a long life. That's more than some folks get. Hasn't been the happiest, or the best, but it was mine, and that's all I need. True, there are a few things I would have done differently, a few things I still need to do, but I don't really care anymore. I just want to close my eyes and not have to wake up tomorrow. Someday, you'll understand. If you live that long. And seeing all the things you've done, you will. Harry compressed his lips, and decided he might as well get things over with. What can you tell me about Nerissa? Daniel froze. She's one of yours, wasn't she? The keeper of the heart during your turn. Harry pressed. Where did you get that name? Daniel said hoarsely. She's back, Daniel, Harry said grimly. She's back, and she plans to destroy Kandrakar. Now what can you tell me? For a moment, Daniel said nothing. His hand tightened convulsively around something under his white shirt. The one of the cords around his neck was taut. Harry suddenly became aware of the power building up in the room. He let out a startled gasp, backing away from Daniel instinctively as the power built up. Why hadn't he noticed before? How could he miss this much magic? Harry's hand rose to the dark heart, and a comforting coolness suffused his hand as it phased through his shirt. Suddenly, he knew. He stared at Daniel's hand. It was gripping something that was fastened to a cord around his neck, something that was slowly oozing a thick, fine black mist that lowered the temperature of the room. Harry's eyes widened. Daniel was holding the dark heart. For a moment, neither spoke, though Harry readied a couple of blasts and a teleport in case he needed them. What was Daniel planning to do with so much power? Would he attack him? There had been times, if they were close enough, when keepers of the dark heart had fought. The information when those happened was chaotic, so there was nothing concrete to base results on, but Harry could be fairly certain that big craters and wiped-out civilizations could be one logical result. He thought there was something about how 2 of the moons, seas, had been caused by 2 dark keepers fighting. Relax, Daniel said hoarsely, startling Harry. I'm not going to hurt you. Harry relaxed about half a hair. Why do you want to know? Daniel asked, looking him in the eye. The boy got the feeling not all his predecessors' insanity was feigned. I want to stop her, Harry said simply. Despite their trying to kill me, I happen to like my guardians. You want to save them? Daniel said incredulously. Yes. Daniel threw back his head and laughed like a crazy person. Harry sighed. Look, he said, talking over the other man's laughter, are you going to help me or not? Finally, Daniel calmed down. They won't appreciate it, you know, he said. Whatever you do, they'll still want to kill you. That's because they don't know the truth, Harry said intently. Daniel just sniffed contemptuously. Sigh. Look, I need to know about Nerissa, okay? Please, tell me. Sigh. Here, Daniel said. Breaking the cord of the dark heart around his neck, he held it out to Harry. Harry shook his head. No, I want to hear it from you. Daniel's jaw clenched. And what if I don't want to talk about it? Then Nerissa kills again, Harry said, looking into his eyes intently. For a moment, they weren't keepers of the dark heart. They were just two people trying to impose their stand. Daniel looked away first, and gave a world-weary sigh. Fine. What do you think you know? Harry's brow furrowed. I know that Nerissa killed Cassidy after the Oracle gave the heart of Kandrakar to her. And I know the Lins seem to have a grudge against us. Since Hei Lin saw that home video about the last keeper of the dark heart, I'll assume you know what that's about. Harry tilted his head as he looked at the pale figure before him. What really happened? Weren't you paying attention to the home movie? Daniel said bitterly. Not really, Harry said. Besides, we both know there's a difference between what people think happened, and what really happened. Daniel sighed again, closing his eyes. When he opened them, looking at Harry, Harry thought he looked every one of his years, although his young face never changed. All right. Might as well get it out. At least someone should know the truth. A long time ago, before the guardians of today were even a gleam in their grandparents' eyes, there were 5 girls who were special. Their names were Halinor, Kadma, Yanlin, Cassidy, and Nerissa. They were all good friends, until the fateful day when Nerissa, corrupted by the power of the heart, slew Cassidy in an attempt to regain its power. She led her mercilessly into a trap and did away with her in one horrific blast. And for her crime, she was sentenced to an eternity in Mount Thanos, where she was to think on her crime for all time. That is what history records. But what history does not record are the events preceding this tragedy, as well as the truth behind history. For every generation, there is a keeper of the dark heart. And he must stand before the strength of Kandrakar, and maintain the balance of power, so that the worlds do not fall into oblivion. This generation, the keeper of the dark heart was Daniel Hall. Daniel was born special. That was obvious the minute he came out. It had something to do with the fact that he looked like a bloody ghost. Literally. Thankfully, there were no superstitious hicks present at Daniel's birth. Dr. Loki and Dr. Huck, who were present at the birth, said that, despite appearances, he was a very healthy boy. His parents, Hector and Lita, couldn't be prouder. It is not necessary to know how Daniel grew up. Suffice to say, one day his parent had the very ill luck to have to move to the last place their son wanted to be, in the same town as the guardians of Kandrakar. At first, Daniel tried to ignore the girls. And for most of the part, it was easy. Kadma was segregated from the others because of her skin color, Nerissa was a high society princess, and Halinor was the local beauty. Very easy to avoid. It was another stroke of ill luck that destroyed this blissful situation. Daniel had been walking down a lane, reading his book, when he collided rather abruptly with someone. When he looked, he was face to face with the purple-haired then guardian of air, Yan Lin. For Daniel, it was a portent of doom. For Yan Lin, it was love at first sight. Since it was the old days, Daniel, rather than obeying his instinct to turn around and run, helped Yan Lin to her feet and offered to take her to his house so his mother could get her cleaned up. It all spiraled down from there, an inevitable corkscrew into oblivion. Daniel, despite himself, started liking spending time with Yan Lin, who was not one to keep her affections hidden. One thing led to another, and soon, Daniel had met Nerissa, with whom Yan Lin had a special bond, followed by the rest of the guardians. For a moment, everything held. Then, like a house of cards in the wind, it all collapsed. Nerissa, who was concerned about the young man with whom her friend had been spending her time, decided to follow him. Daniel did not know when his secret was revealed. In those hard times, he had to use his power often, if weakly, to secretly do what he could to help relieve the burden of others. It must have been at those times that Nerissa saw him. More important, she saw the power of the dark heart. And she realized that he held this power on his own, without needing to share with others. The seed had been planted, the darkness sown. Why did Daniel never realize, never sense Nerissa's presence? None can say. Perhaps it is because of love, which can blind any eye, and shield the heart from things one does not want to know. It was never recorded in the dark heart. Finally, Nerissa reported her revelations to the Council of Kandrakar, who were thrown into turmoil. The nature of the dark heart was made known to the then guardians, watering the dark seed inside Nerissa and causing it to grow roots. Her fate was set. The guardians were divided. Nerissa and Kadma believed that Daniel was deliberately manipulating Yan Lin in a bid to destroy the guardians. Cassidy and Halinor, who had met the young man often, believed he genuinely cared about Yan Lin and did not know about her being a guardian. Yan Lin, naturally, was torn. Nonetheless, the oracle gave the order to kill Daniel. Yan Lin refused to participate, steadfastly declaring Daniel's innocence. A trap was set. Daniel was falsely told that Yan Lin wanted to go and see a movie with him. When he got there, however, she didn't come. He waited and waited. Finally, the 4 guardians stepped out of the shadows. Nerissa, Daniel said, seeing the brunette seemingly step out of the darkness. What are you doing here? Where's Yan Lin? I thought you said she'd meet me here. Nerissa smiled grimly. I lied. Hearing a sound behind him, Daniel turned. Stepping out of the other cardinal points were Cassidy, Kadma, and Halinor. Daniel looked at Nerissa in confusion. Nerissa, what's going on? Why'd you lie to me? Nerissa took a deep breath and suddenly, there was a burst of light and the 4 guardians stood before him in their transformed states. Nerissa held the heart of Kandrakar briefly before absorbing it back to herself. Daniel Hall, we, the guardians of Kandrakar, charge you of being the keeper of the dark heart and are ordered to execute. That was as far as she got. With a growl, Daniel summoned the dark heart, and changed his appearance as well. He stood before them in loose white clothes, and his eyes became completely robin's egg blue. They saw all this for a split second before all hell broke loose. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, Yan Lin, suspicious of why none of her friends were home, paid a call to Daniel's mother. She was told that he had gone to their date, increasing Yan Lin's worry. Fearing the worst, she changed to her other form and flew to where Daniel's mother said he would be. What she saw was burned into her mind forever. Daniel panted. Around him, it looked like a tornado hit. Many buildings had been leveled to the ground, and some spots were lower. Fires had broken out in some places, casting a flickering light. There were only 4 bodies strewn around the battlefield. Daniel had had the foresight to send all bystanders away to somewhere, leaving the 5 of them to do as they would. The guardians never had a chance. Standing over an unconscious Nerissa, Daniel got ready to heal her and wipe her memory. It had to be in that order. Nerissa was very bloody and bruised. She'd taken the brunt of his anger. It had taken little telepathy to see that this had been her idea, that it had been her that was the cause of this. The others were a little roughed up, but relatively all right. Kneeling over Nerissa, he was just finishing up the healing when he heard a sound behind him. Whirling, a ball of fire in his hand, Daniel turned towards its source. Yan Lin stood there, a horrified look on her face. Startled, Daniel let the flame dissipate, dropping his transformation in shock. The dark heart pulsed coolly against his. Yan, this isn't what it looks like, I can explain. Since when have those words ever worked? Yan Lin's fist shook, and she bowed her head, her eyes becoming shadowed. All she saw were her battered friends, and Nerissa covered with blood and laid down on the ground. You, she hissed shakily. You monster. With a cry of rage, a twister struck Daniel, bearing him up into the sky. It ate up the flames below, and for a moment, it was a whirlwind of fire. But when it stopped, however, Daniel was gone. Yan Lin noted this absently as she rushed towards Nerissa. Even though Daniel had healed everything, she still looked a mess, covered with blood. Gently, Yan Lin wiped the blood of Nerissa's face. Tears sprung into her eyes as she realized she was the cause of this, that maybe if she hadn't ignored her friend's suspicions, they wouldn't have been mauled like this. Clenching her fist around Nerissa's blood, she swore she wouldn't rest until Daniel had paid for what he'd done. Yan Lin's heart jumped as she felt Nerissa stir. Nerissa, are you all right? Nerissa opened her eyes slightly. So much power. Fate was sealed. It was a subdued group of guardians who made their report to the oracle. At the end of her report, the oracle surprised everyone, having Nerissa give Cassidy the heart of Kandrakar. Only he knew what he was thinking when he did that. Perhaps if he had let Nerissa keep the heart, nothing would have happened. Perhaps. As it was, jealousy burned in the former keeper's heart as the power of water was given to her instead. The corruption of power inside of her became locked in its irreversible and inevitable course. Jealousy burned as the guardians, now with a very enthusiastic Yan Lin, try to plot a way to deal with the keeper of the dark heart. Surprisingly, help comes from Daniel himself. For love is blind, and lovers cannot see the petty follies that they themselves commit. Believing he could still explain to Yan Lin what happened, he sent her a message, asking her to meet him. It was the chance the guardians needed. When they appeared, Daniel was waiting with a small bouquet of flowers. They didn't wait. Yan Lin made the first move, using a twister once more. The fight became confused. Only its tragic end would be immortalized, if not correctly. It was Cassidy who finally trapped Daniel as he lay against a wall, tears flowing from his eyes. Even as Cassidy prepared to do it, Daniel begged her to kill him, and do it quickly. Cassidy, in a moment of weakness, asked him why. Looking significantly at Yan Lin, Daniel only said, "I cannot bear to live." Tears came to Cassidy's eyes as she realized they had been wrong all along. But the damage had been done. As she prepared to perform an act of evil that would also be an act of mercy, Nerissa, driven mad by the power she had lost, slew Cassidy just as she tried to kill Daniel, at the moment when she was weakest. Daniel, seeing this intent, instinctively shielded himself from Cassidy's attack by stopping time. It was too late for Cassidy, however, for Nerissa had struck first. In the eye blinks between moments, in the infinity between times that did not move, Daniel caught Cassidy, who was already dying. Showing mercy to the one who would have shown him mercy a moment before, Daniel tried to save Cassidy's life, but Cassidy would have none of it. With her dying breath, Cassidy asked him to live and perhaps heal the hole they had unwittingly made in his heart. Unable to refuse, Daniel could only swear, for as long as Yan Lin lived. But even as Cassidy took her dying breaths in the eternity between seconds, Daniel would not allow himself to let Nerissa have this victory. Gathering the essence of what was Cassidy, he created a fitting memorial for the person whose kindness had shone through even in the last moments of her life, when most would have let darkness hold sway. And thus was born the Star of Cassidy. Systematically, he erased the memories she had left with others on earth, from all except her friends, so they may honor her memory, and Nerissa, so she may know her crime, and gave them to her, so that she may have something to keep in memoriam. In that instance, Cassidy, for all intents and purposes, ceased to exist. Returning to the moment, Daniel faked his death, leaving behind a body to be found. He removed his memory of existing from his parents and all who may remember him as well, save the guardians, so they may believe they were victorious. And then he set off to fulfill his promise to Cassidy. Daniel finished his story, and there was silence. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. Daniel smiled, a small, serene smile. "Don't be." With a veil of black mist and a burst of cold, the dark heart around Daniel's neck dissolved and joined the one Harry wore. "Stop Nerissa, Harry," Daniel said quietly. "Stop her, the way I should have. Promise me." Harry nodded. "I promise. And tell Yan Lin," Daniel trailed off. "Tell Yan Lin." Harry patted his hand. "I promise." Wearily, Harry stood up. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Daniel smiled in the same way as he got to his feet, his disguise as an old man returning even as Harry did the same. "Yan Lin is gone, Harry. And I deserve my peace." Tears came to Harry's eyes as he held out his hand to Daniel. "It was an honor to know you, Daniel." Daniel smiled, taking it in his own. It was old, leathery and wrinkled. "Kandrakar will always hate us, Harry. At least, that's what we've always believed. Prove that what we've always believed can be wrong too. Goodbye." Turning around, Harry left the House of Madness. Harry stood on a hill overlooking the building, waiting for what he knew would eventually come. It had been going on for hours, and Daniel had had to live through every excruciating moment of it. Finally, Harry was alone in his own mind, alone with only the minds of 5 girls for company. Wiping the tears that had long stopped flowing from his eyes and offering up a prayer for Daniel's soul, Harry left, knowing that, like Nerissa, his course was set as well. There would be no turning back. To be continued. Not sure if asylums look like that these days, but I'm basing this off Batman episodes where they show the inside of Arkham Asylum. Cadma is kept young looking by a small remnant of the gift of Xinjing. How is the Dark Heart able to exist in multiple places with multiple people at the same time? Magic. Another Sandman reference. Can you spot it? Why doesn't anyone remember the big mess Daniel caused? Well, can you say, mind wipe? I knew you could. For those who read WITCH, that was my take on why Nerissa went corrupt. Obviously, the Oracle knew somehow about Nerissa's corruption, and gave Cassidy the heart as a preventive measure. However, in the comics, I never found the reason to be really sufficient, since they still allowed her to be a guardian. By having her give up the heart right after her defeat from Daniel, I add a bigger blow to her pride, as she is getting the silent message she's too weak to be the keeper of the heart. That was what pushes her to murder. She became corrupted by power when she saw Daniel had the use of something with equal the heart's strength, but didn't need to share it with anyone else. Also, it was never really clear why and how the Star of Cassidy, the star itself, not the Heart of Kandrakar clone, was created. They also said that Cassidy was erased from existence. This is just me filling in some plot holes. To Ran Hoshino, how's that for a side effect? To Exari-kun, check my little omake. To Ju-Miku, yeah, points of view is a concept I'm trying to explore in this FIC. To Sarah R. Potter, someday, probably. To Wizardmon92, that's alright, as long as you liked it. To Blue Werewolf Boy, coming up. To Demented Chook, thanks for the word. To Deadly Anger, eventually, although Harry's probably going to have bigger SS to worry about, secretive smile. To Dumbledore, you're welcome. To King Yu of Doragons, yeah. To the Red Dragon's Order, actually, it's from the Sandman. Not really thinking of putting Voldy in this story yet, although other SS will pop up. Secretive smile. How's your HP Naruto FIC coming along? Really looking forward to the next chap. Please review, C&C welcome. Flames will, be used to burn CDs. Yeah, that's right. WITCH. Special 1, Closure. Will deliberately didn't look at Cornelia as they left their class. The Keeper of the Heart was a mess. Her hair was straggly, she had obviously not been getting enough sleep, her clothes were wrinkled and looked like she'd forgotten to take a bath that morning. Of course, if you were as stressed out as she was, you would too. More than Nerissa, more than Matt, more than Caleb's condition, what really plagued her mind was what had happened between her and Cornelia during their fight with Morpheus. In her mind, she had somehow constructed it to be her fault. If she'd been stronger, if she'd resisted, she wouldn't have done that to Cornelia. To Cornelia, of all people. Slipping into the crowd, she tried to stay low, hoping her friend wouldn't see her. Someone above obviously didn't like her. Will, Cornelia yelled behind her. Wait. Will ran for it. She thought she was about to lose her in the park when Will suddenly tripped, loosing her hold on her bag and falling face down on the dirt, which was surprisingly softer than she thought. She wasn't hurt at all. Looking down at her feet, Will saw the reason for her fall from grace. Vines were wrapped around her legs, courtesy of Cornelia's power. Said guardian was panting up to her even as she tried to pry the vines off. Will you quit avoiding me? Cornelia panted. We need to talk. Surrendering to the inevitable, Will waited patiently as Cornelia undid the vines and led her off towards a secluded spot. Will avoided her eyes. How do you apologize to someone for doing that to them? Were apologies even allowed? Will, would you at least look at me? Cornelia said, sounding exasperated. Hesitantly, Will looks up, meeting Cornelia's eyes, before flinching away. Cornelia lets out an annoyed sigh. Will, is this about you-ing me? She asked, sounding mildly annoyed. Will flinched. There. It was out in the open. Before she could stop herself, her mouth was going a mile a minute without her in the driver's seat. Cornelia, I'm sorry for what I did to you, I feel horrible about it, I'm really sorry, I don't know if you could ever forgive me, not that you would after what I did, but I want you to know I'm really sorry, and, Will blabbered. Cornelia cut her off. Will, you don't have to apologize. Will blinked. That had been the last thing she had been expecting. I don't. Cornelia rolled her eyes. Do I look mad? No. Have I been treating you in a way that said you needed to apologize to me? And no. Did I complain about being Ed? Will blushed. Cornelia wore a rather smug look, but she was slightly pink herself. Answer the question, Vandam. No. Then why do you think you need to apologize? Because I Ed you, Cornelia. Will exploded, wondering why her friend didn't get it. It was perfectly clear to her. So, why would I be mad about that? Besides, you're a pretty good Cornelia said, pinking again. That threw Will for a loop. Huh. Now it was Cornelia who avoided looking at her. Seriously, you're a pretty good Matt's lucky to have you. Sighing at the look on Will's face, Cornelia laid a hand on her shoulder, and Will tried not to pull back. Look, Will, it wasn't your fault. It was Morpheus who forced you to do that, and we should just count ourselves lucky he didn't have you do worse. So get over it, okay? The team needs you, okay? Will still looked troubled, however. But, Cornelia. Sighing again, Cornelia had a sudden idea. She smiled, and Will completely missed the look in her eyes. Look, if you really want to apologize, do me a favor, okay? Oh okay, Will said hesitantly. Close your eyes and whatever happens, put your back into it, Cornelia said, her smile threatening to turn into something else. Will wondered what she meant by that, closing her eyes and doing as instructed. The next thing she knew, a pair of soft lips were on hers, lips she recognized even though she'd only felt them once before, in a moment where she hadn't really been herself. She tried to pull back as her eyes shot open, but Cornelia's hand had moved to the back of her head, and her other hand was wrapped securely against the small of her back. Vaguely, she remembered that had been the same way she had held Cornelia when. Suddenly, Will remembered what Cornelia had said, and her mind boggled, even as she felt her face along with the rest of her go redder than her hair. At that moment, Cornelia broke the momentarily, and Will heard her mutter, "You're not putting your back into it," before the blonde took a breath and ed her again. Hesitantly, Will closed her eyes and started ing back, and immediately, a of pleasure erupted from the back of Cornelia's throat as Will slowly raised her hands to the same positions she'd had them all those weeks ago. Will closed her eyes, not knowing what else to do, and they nearly shot open again when she felt Cornelia's tongue lick her lips before pushing their way in. A couple of eternities later, the two girls pulled back, breathing hard and very flushed. Wow, Cornelia said. Matt is a very lucky guy. Will said nothing, leaning against the taller girl for support as she felt her knees threatening to give way. Chuckling slightly, Cornelia stroked the shorter girl's hair. Okay, we're even. We are. Will breathed raggedly. Yup, Cornelia said. So if you think I'm ever mad at you, just me and we'll forget about it. Will blushed redder than she already was, which shouldn't have been humanly possible. This doesn't mean I like you that way, okay? Cornelia suddenly said. I still love Caleb. Will finally looked at her. Then why? Cornelia smiled. Because you're really good, and I needed a couple of pointers from the best. Thanks, Will managed to choke out. Really, what could she say? Cornelia got a speculative look in their eye as Will picked up her stuff. So, wanna do this again sometime? Will dropped her bag as the blonde started to laugh at the look on her face. Harry stood by calmly as he assessed the situation. Nerissa had the heart of Kandrakar, one of the two most powerful sources of magical energy in the multiverse. The Witch girls had the Star of Cassidy, which was a pale remnant of the heart, but still effective, in its way. He figured that they'd probably find a way out of this situation, but the Gryffindor in him just wouldn't let them go through this alone. Besides, he'd made a promise to Daniel. Staying out of sight of all those in their ethereal shields, Harry strode towards what had once been the fortress of Kandrakar. The evil and darkness Nerissa had released from the heart of Kandrakar had coated the once shining walls with a thick layer of sludge-like material. Gripping the dark heart in one hand, letting its cold suffuse him, Harry closed his eyes and began. Sweat beaded Will's eyes as she and Nerissa struggled for the heart of Kandrakar. Now that the Star of Cassidy had fused with the heart, Will now had a chance to take it back. She struggled, yet the heart remained suspended between her and Nerissa. Something caught her eyes, which widened as the thing came into focus. Around her, the darkness Nerissa had released was slowly disappearing, leaving behind the pristine, white walls of Kandrakar. In front of her, she saw Nerissa had gone slack-jawed with surprise, but Will was too out of it to take advantage of the moment. "Way to go, Will," Irma yelled out. "It's not me," Will said, her focus returning to the heart in time to keep it from flying to Nerissa's hand. A nasty smile was on the former guardian's face. Well, nastier than usual. So, it seems that the council managed to pull something other than a stick from their asses. It won't matter. Once I deal with you, I'll be able to make sure they don't pull something like that again. Will was about to reply to that with something Usagi Sakino-esque loved that show, can't get enough of it when a flash of black caught her eye, jarring against the now almost pure white of Kandrakar's walls. Her eyes went wide at what she saw, and her precious focus and concentration slipped for 1 second. With a victorious cry, Nerissa drew the heart of Kandrakar into her hand. On contact with her skin, the crystal darkened, turning back into its darker incarnation, and the girls screamed as their transformations collapsed. Will plummeted to the ground, no longer held aloft by the heart's power. Caleb barely managed to catch her as she fell. "Will, what happened?" Caleb asked. Will shook. "Morpheus," she muttered, barely getting the words out. "What?" Caleb said as the other girls came to crowd around. Shakily, Will tried again. "Morpheus, he's here." Haylin grit her teeth, her eyes narrowing, even as the other girls forgot where they were, and the danger they were in. "How nice of you to get together and make one big target," Nerissa said as she drifted gently down, her knights of revenge forming behind her. She raised a glowing staff as the other gripped the heart of Kandrakar. "Very thoughtful. Makes it easier to send you all to oblivion. Oh, where are my manners? Thank you." A blast of dark energy hit from the side, sending her tumbling head over heels and slamming her into one of Kandrakar's walls. Morpheus stepped out of some shadows that Will swore hadn't been there a moment before. "You're welcome." Will's blood froze in her veins as Caleb tried to help her up, but she was gripping his arm too hard. Just when they thought things couldn't get any worse, Harry stepped forward, trying to keep Nerissa, her knights, and the guardians in sight at the same time. He barely kept his cheeks from flushing brightly as he laid eyes on Will and Cornelia. He'd blushed himself crazy for hours after he'd made them. It had just been his dumb luck that he'd tried to look in on them just as Cornelia had tricked Will into giving her another one. Afterwards, Hermione kept worrying he was coming down with something, since he was red the whole day and most of the next. Seeing it in person had been one thing, but being in the minds of both participants. Harry gave himself a mental headshake as he advanced on Nerissa. Two girls making out was not what he should be thinking about, no. Harry gave himself another mental headshake. Back to business. "Nerissa, I presume," Harry said, struggling to keep his voice casual, trying to stick to the image and persona he'd built for the guise he was in. The ex-guardian was struggling to her feet. Shagan made to help her up, but she brushed his hands away. "Who dares?" "I do," Harry said. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Morpheus." Nerissa's eyes narrowed as she looked at him, obviously unsure of what to make of his behavior. "Not a very good day for Kandrakar, is it?" Harry said idly, turning away from Nerissa and making a show of looking around. "It's not every day a fallen keeper of the heart shows up." "What do you want, you monster?" Haylin yelled. As Nerissa turned towards her in anger, Harry said, "Don't mind her, she means me." Nerissa paused, then turned towards Harry. "The brat has a point. What do you want?" Harry clasped his hands behind his back. "Oh, just on a little errand. I made a few promises to a friend about how I'd take care of a few loose ends he left behind, give messages to people, that sort of stuff. In fact, one of the messages is for you." Nerissa's eyes narrowed. "Really? And what was the point of blasting me, if you had a message to deliver?" "Oh, that was just to get your attention," Harry said, sounding offhand. Nerissa smirked. "What's the message?" Nerissa said, even as Harry felt a buildup of energy in the hand behind her back. "The message is from Daniel Hall," Harry said, trying to keep his teeth from gritting. As Nerissa's eyes widened in astonishment in recognition of the name, Harry raised his hand and pointed it right at her. "His message is, die, Nerissa." A blast of cold, dark energy lanced towards her, but Shagan jumped in front of it, getting knocked back a little but growing slightly as well. Harry frowned. He'd meant not to be hateful as he blasted, but apparently his feelings towards Nerissa weren't that neutral. From what he'd heard from Daniel, he couldn't help but hate her guts. Growling, Harry charged both his hands with energy. The Guardians watched as Morpheus charged towards Nerissa's knights. "Okay, I'm confused," Irma said. "Isn't this guy supposed to be evil?" "He Seville," Lynn said. "Never forget that. But the guy just kept Nerissa from toasting us," Irma said. Excuse me, but what's going on?" Caleb asked. The girls look at each other, before the four look at Cornelia. "You tell him. He's your boyfriend," they chorused. As Cornelia started filling him in, Will watched Morpheus stand his ground as Ember and Tridart attacked. Waiting until the last second, Morpheus sent a whirlwind at Ember, blasting her away even as he shot a dark beam at Tridart while jumping to one side to avoid the behemoth's charge. Tridart stumbled, trying to get up, but a thick layer of dark-hued ice slowly rose to engulf him, rendering him immobile. Kor growled as he jumped at Morpheus' exposed back, bearing him to the ground, but the Dark Heart Keeper was quicker, knocking the beast man off with a blast of air, before hitting him with a spin kick from a darkly glowing foot. The blow knocked the purple being into the nearby wall, rendering him unconscious. Morpheus dodged just in time to avoid a blast from Nerissa's staff, which ripped apart the ground where he was standing. Her next blast was caught on a darkly glowing shield he conjured, redirecting the blast at a tottering Ember, who was blown back again. "Morpheus versus Nerissa," Terani said. "I'm not sure who I want to win. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll finish each other off," Lynn said darkly. "Are we ever that lucky?" Irma said. "No." Harry breathed a quick sigh of relief as he finally managed to bind Shagan. It wasn't easy, but he finally managed it with a liberal mixture of wind, ice and lightning. Ember and Kor were similarly incarcerated, the former femme form being encased in rock while the latter was encased in ice. The breath was knocked out of him as Nerissa struck him from behind, sending him tumbling. Turning his tumble into a roll, he managed to get back on his feet as he conjured another shield to block Nerissa, thankful for the armor plating he'd put on himself midway through the fight. Somehow, they'd managed to end up in the middle of the council chambers, where the council members were trying their darnest to keep as far away from them as possible. The Guardians were crowded around Yan Lin, who looked like she didn't know who to keep looking at. "I'd surrender if I were you, Nerissa," Harry said, as he blocked yet another blast from her and countered with his own ice. Somehow, after using the Dark Heart so long, using ice seemed strangely appropriate. "You won't win. Never," Nerissa screamed. "I will defeat you. Nothing is more powerful than the heart of Kandrakar." "Yes, there is, Nerissa," Harry said, blocking her random, angry blasts as he summoned the Dark Heart to his hand. It pulsed, feeling colder than ice, beating in counterpoint with the crystal Nerissa held. Taking advantage of the split-second calm, he pointed the Dark Heart straight at her, praying that he'd thought this through properly. If he was right, it was safe to bring out the Dark Heart in the heart of Kandrakar's presence. Nerissa's corruption of the heart's power made it less of a direct opposite to the Dark Heart, so the two's energies wouldn't fatally interact. If he was wrong, Harry thought back to all the Guardians and Dark Keepers who'd been annihilated together. "Feel the power of the Dark Heart," he said as a Stygian blast of pure power from the Dark Heart struck her full on in the. Nerissa cried out as she was struck, the force knocking her back. For a moment, she barely managed to stay on her feet, clinging to her staff for support. "Ironic, isn't it?" Harry said, as her eyes locked onto the crystal in his hands. "The very thing that set you on your path is going to end it." Behind him, he heard Lynn muttering something, and used his telepathy to pick it up. "There's a difference between the two of us, Lynn," he responded to her barely audible question. "I control the Dark Heart's power. Its power doesn't control me." There was a pause. "Well, okay, maybe a little. There's nothing different about you two," Lynn yelled, despite the attempts of those around her to get her to shut up. "You're both evil and want to kill us all. If that's your opinion, young one, then I'll oblige you," Nerissa said. Before anyone could react, she aimed her staff at Lynn and fired. Haylin felt herself freeze on the spot as Nerissa sent the energy blast hurtling towards her. Around her, council members scrambled to get out of the way, even as her friends tried to pull her out of the line of fire. She was stuck to her spot, however, seemingly glued. Idly, she thought that, despite it usually Irma who had a big mouth, she was the one about to get them all killed because she'd shot hers off. A black blur suddenly appeared in front of her, and the blast struck the shield Morpheus created. Its force was such that it managed to punch through the hastily erected barrier, striking Morpheus in the and causing him to fall to his knees, wheezing. "I don't think so," Morpheus managed to breath out as he got shakily back to his feet. "Despite what this girl keeps saying about me, I'm not letting you kill her." "Besides," he said, turning and flashing a smile in Haylin's direction, "she's cute." Nerissa sniffed. "Then die together," she said, launching a beam of pure energy from the heart of Kandrakar. Raising the dark heart, Morpheus countered with his own beam. "Stay behind me," he said as the two beams met in midair. A sound like bombs going off emanated from where the beams met, and wind began to pick up, swirling around the chamber. Haylin stared at the person standing in front of her in shock. To Harry, the dark heart felt so cold, colder than any time he'd held it before. He wasn't sure for how long he could keep this battle of wills up. Already, he felt the energy in the air reaching dangerous levels as minute quantities of the heart of Kandrakar's power escaped from the heart, free of the corruption. "Why?" he heard Nerissa yell, felt the question being repeated in the minds of the guardians behind him. "Why do you protect them? You are a keeper of the dark heart. An enemy of Kandrakar. Why would you protect guardians? Just because you got your head handed to you by a dark keeper once doesn't mean you know everything there is to know about us." Harry retorted. "And in my opinion, Daniel didn't give you half of what you deserved." Harry grit his teeth in anger. "You lured him into a trap. You used his feelings as a way to kill him. You tried to kill him even though he hadn't done anything against you, or the Guardians, or Kandrakar. Daniel Hall was a good man, but you couldn't see that, could you? All you saw was that he could use the dark heart without needing to share its power with anyone. The worst crime he could be accused of was creating you." The beam under Harry's hands grew stronger as he ranted, oblivious to the Guardians looking at him from behind. "Now you're back, and you haven't changed a bit. Still the spoiled little princess with her precious flute. Still trying to have what isn't good for you. The Oracle was trying to do you a favor when he took the heart from you, Nerissa. He was hoping you could avoid this fate. But you just couldn't let things lie, could you? You had to have the heart." Harry looked at the Guardians behind him. "You know how Cassidy died, right? But do you know how the Star of Cassidy was born? I'll tell you. Daniel made it. Daniel, the last Dark Keeper before me, rest his soul, made it, to preserve Cassidy's essence, so that Nerissa here wouldn't be able to have the last laugh. He's the reason why there's a Star of Cassidy in the first place. He's the one you have to thank for the star that brought you here." Ignoring their shocked looks and sputters of protest, he turned back to Nerissa. "Never mind if you don't believe me. Ask Cassidy later. You see, Nerissa, just because someone is the keeper of the dark heart doesn't automatically mean they're evil, just as being keeper of the heart of Kandrakar automatically means you're good. Just look at us." Harry's beam pushed Nerissa's back a little, and the ex-guardian looked alarmed. "I made some promises to Daniel before he died, Nerissa. One of them was about you. He made you, even though he didn't know it. He could have stopped you from killing Cassidy, stopped you and kept all this from happening. But he didn't. He was too wallowing in the pool of self-pity you managed to put him in. But I promised him I'd make things right. I promised him I'd fix his mistake. And I always keep my promises." Harry's smile became snarl-like, and it wasn't an act. "Feel the power of the dark heart, Nerissa. Feel it all." Multiple beams of darkness broke off from Harry's main blast, arcing over and around Nerissa's and hitting her from all angles. Nerissa screamed, losing her concentration and control over her beam, and Harry's main beam hit her dead on, knocking into and through a wall in one easy motion. Harry shot forward instantly, flying through the air at speeds that the human body wasn't made for, his hand reaching out. He grabbed the heart of Kandrakar from Nerissa's open hand, and instantly backflipped, arcing high above his original course as Nerissa's scream of, "No!" echoed behind him. Harry felt power leaving Nerissa's body and she began to age before their very eyes. Her skin browned and wrinkled as her hair became gray and thin, her bony hands clutching her staff for support. She screamed again as Harry thrust his hand into her heart. Light shone through as Harry tried to grab onto what he was looking for, even as his hand burned from holding the heart of Kandrakar. He grit his teeth to keep from crying out in pain, aware he could be annihilated at any moment. Inside him, the dark heart gripped him in cold, colder than anything the Dementors could bring, pulsing counter to the beating of the heart he held in his hand. Grasping what he sought, he ripped it out of Nerissa, who screamed once more. The air positively rippled with energy as Nerissa tried to save herself by drawing as much of her power as she could to herself. Harry released the bonds he'd made to hold the Knights of Revenge, knowing that as Nerissa took the power she'd put into them, they would become harmless. In his hand, the heart of Kandrakar pulsed once, and suddenly, it wasn't hot like before. Instead, it was warm, comforting. It felt like being enfolded by a nice blanket during a chilly day. A second pulse, and Harry's eyebrow rose at the message that came to his mind, before smirking. "Cassidy would like to say something before you go," Harry said, opening his hand palm up and pointing the heart of Kandrakar at Nerissa. "She says she never really liked you." A violent pink blast emerged from the heart of Kandrakar and Nerissa's mouth opened for one last soundless scream as she was vaporized, her body consumed by pure energy. A small cheer rose among the council of Kandrakar as Nerissa was consumed, but it was short-lived. All fell silent as the Dark Keeper known as Morpheus approached, his hands empty. Silently, he strode towards one of the council members, who stood her ground. The Guardians and Caleb made to stand in front of her, but she waved them aside, eyes not wavering from the Dark Keeper before her. "Former Guardian Yan Lin," Morpheus said as he came to a stop in front of her, ignoring the current Guardians giving him frightened or dirty looks. She inclined her head slightly, face neutral. "Yes, I have a message to deliver to you," Morpheus said, pausing. "From Daniel Hall." Yan Lin's heart clenched as she heard those words. "What is the message?" Morpheus raised his hand, and a simple bouquet of 3 white flowers appeared. He handed them to her. "The message is, I'm sorry we couldn't have our date. I really wanted to see a movie with you." Yan Lin's aged hands tightened slightly at those words. "Is that all?" she asked, her voice slightly shaky. Morpheus nodded. "Yes," he said, searching his eyes with his own starry ones. She did not shiver. He made to turn away, then paused. "He really did love you, you know. What you saw that night was a grave misunderstanding. No matter what anyone says, he loved you with all his heart. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. It's the truth." Smiling slightly for the first time since darkness arrived in Kandrakar, Yan Lin nodded. And a decades-old wound in her heart finally started to heal. Harry allowed himself a smile as he felt Yan Lin's mind finally rest easy. Around her, everyone else was confused, but that was all right. The message wasn't for them anyway. Moving away from Yan Lin and the Guardians, who were giving him weird looks, he was very surprised Irma hadn't blurted out anything yet. He made his way towards the Oracle, ignoring the bearded council member who placed himself protectively between them. Tiber, he gathered the man's name was. Moving as close as he dared, he bowed respectfully to the Oracle, saying, "I offer my respects to the Lord of Kandrakar," sounding as reverent as he claimed to be. Harry couldn't help his lip from twitching as he heard the storm of mutters as well as the, "What the heck?" from Irma his little speech caused. "You were brave to venture here, Dark Keeper," the Oracle said in his usual serene voice, and Harry had to admire his self-control. Even though he wasn't using his telepathy, he could tell the guy was scared. "What would you say if I were to tell you that I could destroy you now as you stand before me?" Harry allowed himself to smile. "I'd say you were lying. You didn't have the means to slay Nerissa, who was more of a direct threat to this fortress than I am, so how can you slay me?" "Besides," Harry said, raising his hand and opening it in front of him, "I have the heart of Kandrakar. What weapon do you possess that can hope to defeat it?" Cries broke out at this announcement, and even the Oracle paled slightly. Well, paler than he usually was, anyway. "Impossible," Tiber said, staring at Harry with pure horror in his eyes. "How is it you have the heart?" Nerissa was mad, but not mad enough to just hand it over to you. True, true, Harry said, nodding along as his hand closed once more upon the magical artifact. Had I been anybody else, I would not have been able to lay my hands on the heart without Nerissa voluntarily giving it to me. But I am not anybody else. Harry grinned. Being a Dark Keeper has its perks. Few and far between, sure, but they're there. Other people have to have the heart of Kandrakar handed to them voluntarily. We, however, have to take it. It's the only way for us. Behind him, he heard the Guardians inching closer, felt their powers building up as they prepared to do something rash. He sighed. You girls realize I know you're back there and what you're putting together wouldn't so much as give me a bruise, right? He said without turning around. He felt their thoughts pause as they tried frantically to think of something else. Surprisingly, it was Yan Lin who spoke next. Now, girls, don't pester the nice man while he's talking to the oracle, she said in an old lady voice, and Harry got the weird feeling she was on his side, a feeling that was confirmed when he chanced to look over his shoulder and saw her wink at him. Grandma, Lin said, obviously wondering whether her grandmother had lost her mind. Now, Yan Lin said. Let's hear what he has to say. Nodding gratefully in her direction, Harry turned back to address the oracle. When my predecessor died, I made certain promises regarding Kandrakar. I promised him that I would do my best to ensure that you and your people no longer harass myself or my successors. I am here to keep that promise. Harry saw the oracle grit his teeth ever so slightly before he spoke next. You mean to destroy Kandrakar? The way he said it made it sound like it wasn't really a question. Harry shook his head no, startling everyone. No, I am here to negotiate a peace. I am here to seek an alliance between Kandrakar and the Keepers of the Dark Heart. Ellipsis. Dead silence followed this announcement as everyone tried to understand, tried to wrap their brains around this concept. Irma, predictably, spoke first. You want to ally yourself with Kandrakar, she said shrilly. Morpheus nodded, causing various cries of outrage, indignation, and outright fear to spread through the council, which was hushed almost immediately when Morpheus started to speak again. For as long as Kandrakar views the Dark Heart and its keepers as enemies, the disaster that befell my predecessor will continue to perpetuate itself. I don't want that to happen. I don't want any more hearts to be broken just because one is a guardian and the other is the keeper of the Dark Heart. And, on a personal note, I really don't want to have to keep looking over my shoulder and waiting for Will and her friends to end my already difficult existence. Why should we trust you? Will said, and tried not to flinch as Morpheus turned to look at her. A good question, he said, striding towards the Guardians, only to stop as Caleb stood in his way. I offer this as a token of goodwill. Morpheus opened his other hand and a shimmering, multicolored sphere of light appeared in front of Caleb. Yan Lin's eyes widened. As that, Tiber said, only to be shushed by the oracle. Morpheus nodded as he held out the object to Cornelia, who was looking at it in fear. Will thought he heard a sigh before Morpheus spoke again. Caleb's Oromare, containing his copy of the 5 powers. I took it from Nerissa just before she had to leave. Not waiting for a response, Morpheus dropped it in front of Cornelia, whose hands rose quickly to catch it. It rested in her palms, glowing radiantly with a soft light. Your girlfriend can hold on to it for now. He turned back to the oracle. It didn't seem right not kill Nerissa without taking this out to return to its proper owner. Before the oracle could respond, one of the council members in the very back yelled, that isn't enough to redeem you and your kind. All of you are monsters, murderers and conquerors. And you ask Kandrakar to ally itself with you. Morpheus turned towards the council member, who wept and tried to hide behind his neighbor. Will disapprovingly thought, coward, and was surprised to hear Morpheus repeat the same thing under his breath, albeit with a tone suggesting amusement. You only say that because you don't know the truth, Morpheus said, crossing his arms. Judging me by the actions of those people would be like judging the guardians here, he nodded in their direction, by the actions of Nerissa. Tell me, besides myself, how many keepers of the Dark Heart do you think have ever existed? The oracle paused, then recited a figure that sent Morpheus laughing his head off. When he finally calmed down, knuckling a tear from his eye, he said, and how many groups of guardians since Xinjing has there been? The oracle smiled serenely, seemingly not insulted by Morpheus' sudden outburst. Will herself didn't see what was so funny. There have been many guardians since Xinjing, so many that we have lost count of their number. The guardians have been more numerous than the stars in the skies of all the worlds under Kandrikar's protection. Morpheus smiled. And what if I told you that for every group of guardians, there has been a keeper of the dark heart? Dead silence. Harry was able to see the near-complete history of Kandrikar during the 15 seconds that no one said a word. Say that again, Will said. There's been a keeper of the dark heart for every group of guardians ever to exist, Harry repeated patiently. Yeah, that's what it thought you said, Will said, nodding. That's not possible, the oracle said. On the contrary, it's very possible, Harry said. In fact, it's necessary. Opening his hand, Harry summoned the heart of Kandrikar back into existence. Heart of Kandrikar is pure energy, and one of the most powerful sources of magic in the multiverse. Enough for Kandrikar to build itself around it. Its power is based on magic that was ancient when Xinjing was young, on the power of truth, of justice, of self-sacrifice. But the heart's power is incomplete. Harry had no idea how he was keeping the two hearts from annihilating everything around him, him included. Having the dark heart inside him helped, yet just touching the heart of Kandrikar should be causing energy to build up, at least a little. And it was. It was just going so slowly. Another pulse from the heart of Kandrikar, and he suddenly understood. And he smiled as an idea came to him. He filed it for later, getting on with his lecture. As powerful as the heart of Kandrikar is, in its creation, it lacked the most powerful, most ancient magic of all, Harry said, knowing he had their attention. It was a power Xinjing could not use, since it had been lost to her only the night before. With it, I am sure the heart would have become even more powerful. And dangerously so. Harry paused, knowing he had their attention. Who can tell me the story of Haiyan Jing Qin Sha? A murmur arose from those assembled at these words. Anyone, Harry repeated. Hesitantly, Yan Lin stepped forward. Haiyan Jing Qin Sha was said to be a powerful demon, who regularly fell into dark moods. One day, a beautiful nymph captured his heart, and he kidnapped her and took her to his lair. On their wedding night, the nymph poisoned him to end his evil, but with his dying breath, he laid a curse upon the nymph, and she died the next day with her heart torn out. All the guardians winced. Ew, they chorused. Harry felt himself wincing at every detail. It's unbelievable how much the truth's been covered in lies. But it's a testament to the power of the truth that the real story is still in there. He turned to the rest of the council. That story is very close, and yet very far from the truth. And if I am to make my case, you have to know the truth. First of all, Haiyan Jing Qin Sha was a nymph, one of most beautiful and powerful of them all, and was the equal of Xinjing. Harry ignored the outcry that arose at his words, and pressed on. The truth will finally out, and their view will be known as well. After all, he'd promised Daniel. In the end, the council fell silent as Morpheus finished his story, about Qin Sha and her vision, and Xinjing and her sacrifice. But why? Terani said as Morpheus ended his story. Why did Qin Sha do that to herself? If she'd been with her cousin, Xinjing might have lived. Morpheus shook his head. No, Terani, she wouldn't. Had Qin Sha stayed by her side, Xinjing would still have died and her essence become the heart of Kandrikar. But a heart of Kandrikar supported by Qin Sha's love, and thus, far, far more powerful. And that's a bad thing because, Irma said, even in those days, the universe needed balance. In fact, it was for that very reason that Kandrikar was built, to maintain balance. Had the heart of Kandrikar been that powerful, it would have ripped the worlds apart, since there would be nothing strong enough to counter it, Morpheus explained. But the heart of Kandrikar is already pretty powerful, and it doesn't need to be balanced by anything, Will pointed out. At this, Morpheus laughed. Will, haven't you understood a word I said? Of course it's being balanced by something. The whole point of me spouting out all this cosmic mumbo-jumbo was to get that point across. At the blank looks of everyone, even the oracle, Morpheus shook his head. Think about it. The heart of Kandrikar. The dark heart. Do I need to draw it for you? Things finally clicked. You're telling us that the dark heart balances the heart of Kandrakar so that the universe doesn't get ripped apart. Irma said. Bingo, Morpheus said, pointing right at Irma. Give the lady a boyfriend. Seriously, she needs one. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Kinshaw didn't see Xin Jing's death, Will said out loud as the pieces finally clicked into place. At least, not just. She saw the creation of the heart of Kandrakar, and knew that it needed a balance. That's right, Morpheus said. Kinshaw provided that balance by creating the dark heart, the heart of Kandrakar's opposite number. But wouldn't that mean that the dark heart had to be evil? Cornelia said. Morpheus shook his head. No, the heart of Kandrakar is a force for good only because that's how it's traditionally used. But it doesn't mean it can't be used for anything else, Nerissa being a recent prime example. The two hearts are opposite because Kinshaw and Xin Jing were opposites. Xin Jing was always bright and cheerful, Kinshaw was usually dark and moody. Xin Jing sacrificed herself for the good of many, Kinshaw sacrificed herself for one person. Xin Jing made her heart without love. Kinshaw made her heart with nothing but. Yet they were the same as well, Morpheus mused. Both did what they thought was right, even if they had to do it alone, without the one they loved. Both left a lasting legacy. And both were women and lovers. Not a few blushes arose from that comment, and people studiously tried not to look at Will and Cornelia. That's why, for each generation of guardians, there has been a keeper of the dark heart. Oh, some have gone bad like Nerissa did, corrupted by all the power they wielded, but many have just led simple lives. Why do you think that, out of so many, you only heard from the insane relative few? Morpheus asked. The murmurs that arose were considering, and no longer hostile. Why hasn't anyone come to Kandrakar with this until now? Hei Lin challenged. Will could tell the other girl wasn't as angry as before, however. Besides the way Kandrakars tried to kill everyone it's met. Morpheus asked, eyebrow raised, and Hei Lin had the courtesy to blush. In the beginning, it was probably because Kinshaw didn't want the information to get around. She was a very private person. And her little curse probably had something to do with it. Having the heart of Kandrakar and the dark heart in close quarters can be deadly. The way they are now, Tarani said. A hush fell over the room at those words. Morpheus laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah, forgot about that. But we're perfectly safe, honest. For now, anyway. What do you mean, for now? Caleb said. I mean, for now, the two hearts are not going to blow up and destroy us all because of their close proximity. Like I said before, they're opposites. Do you girls know what happens when matter and antimatter get together? Big explosion. This would be the magical equivalent, Morpheus said, looking flustered. It was the first time Will saw him lose his cool. Why isn't it blowing up? Will asked. Morpheus looked about to answer, then paused. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the Morpheus Will knew was back. Because they don't want to. You have to remember, these are the essences of Kinshaw and Xin Jing. At their blank looks, Morpheus shook his head, and Will was fairly sure he rolled his eyes. The two haven't seen each other in who knows how long. If you haven't seen your lover in that period of time, you'd want to hang around with them without interruptions too. Pausing, Morpheus continued. Let me rephrase that. Kinshaw still loves Xin Jing. So for the moment, they're ignoring that never be together thing by chalking it up as a result of a bad hangover. At the looks, Morpheus said, hey, Kinshaw used to be moody, remember? That means she was a moody drunk, and how do you think she managed to get moody enough to make the dark heart in just a few hours? Yan Lin shrugged. Works for me. Others didn't look so convinced, however. Sighing, Morpheus made the heart of Kandrakar to appear in his hand. Here, he said, handing it to Will. That'll lower the chance of annihilation, at least. Will froze as the heart was dropped almost carelessly into her hands. You're just giving this to me. Of course, Morpheus said. I trust you. Trust me, Will repeated. You know nothing about me. Morpheus smiled, and seemed to think. Will Vandam, 14, attends Sheffield School in Heatherfield, classroom 3A. Has a frog fetish, works part-time at the Olsen Pet Shop, and has a thing for the lead of Cobalt Blue. Supposedly a very good smirk. Should I go on? Will felt herself blushing. How? In the same way we are bound to the hearts we possess, those hearts bind us together, Morpheus explained. You don't know it, but there exists a link between the Dark Keepers and the Guardians. I know more about you five than I'd care to think. I knew you'd be Guardians before even you did, a year before you even saw the heart. What? The Guardians chorused. Isn't that invasion of privacy? Terani said. Morpheus shrugged. Blame Shin Jing and Qin Sha. Finally, the Oracle spoke. Keeper of the Dark Heart. At this, Harry turned. Before I make my decision, do you have anything else to say? The Oracle said. Harry thought it over. I only want peace. It's not my fault I was chosen by the Dark Heart, the same way these girls couldn't help being chosen as the Guardians. Don't condemn me and those who will come after me for something over which we had no control. The Oracle nodded, accepting this. Very well. Wait with the Guardians while I reach my decision. Taking the obvious dismissal, Harry bowed before he turned around and headed out the doors, followed by Caleb and the Guardians, who were being herded by Yan Lin. Nice speech, Yan Lin said when they'd put some distance between themselves and the council chambers. Thank you, Harry said. I see the Oracle took care of Kor and Shagan while we were chatting. That was nice of him, although I would have done it myself. It was my mess. Kandrakar feels it is responsible for Nerissa, Yan Lin said. Don't take all the credit, Harry responded. We had our part in making her, too. Harry paused in his steps as he felt the burst of power behind him. Turning, he saw the Guardians back in their transformed states. We're not going to fight again, are we? 'Cause I really don't want to hurt you girls. Harry saw Will smirk as she absorbed the heart of Kandrakar back into herself. Just slipping into something more comfortable, she said. Harry said. Listen, when we first met, I'm sorry about that gay crack. It was the heat of the moment. They all blinked, obviously not expecting that. That's okay, Will said. Caleb scratched his head in confusion. Gay crack. We'll explain later, Cornelia said. Something tickled Harry's memory. Which reminds me, would you give me that Oromare I gave you, Cornelia? Cornelia glanced at Will, who nodded after a moment. Thanks, Harry said as he took the glowing magical construct. Without further ado, he pressed it against Caleb's. Light burst at the contact, and Caleb let out a startled gasp, but Harry knew he was all right. When it was done, Harry dusted off his hands, saying, Congratulations. You were once more the one-man guardian. Caleb blinked as Cornelia supported him, raising a hand to his. Whoa, he breathed. Cornelia glared at Harry. You could have warned us. And the point of all that was. Harry shrugged. Just putting things back where they belong. And speaking of where things belong, Caleb, may I speak with you for a moment? In private. The ex-whisperer looked wary, but followed him when he led him to a secluded corner still in sight of the girls. No need to test how much they trusted him. With a small gesture, a shimmering black field, visible only to him, engulfed the two of them, securing their privacy. What is it you want? Caleb said, looking like he was afraid he'd eviscerate him. Harry wondered just what Cornelia had told her Metamorian boyfriend. It's about Cornelia, Harry said. Don't do it. Caleb blinked. What are you talking about? Don't break up with her. What are they saying? Irma whispered to Terani. The fire guardian shook her head. I can't tell. There's some kind of telepathic shielding around the two of them. Great, Cornelia said. Just great. Abruptly, she sneezed. Bless you, Yan Lin said. They had no idea what the two talked about. The girls stewed in silence while the boys talked. Initially, Caleb had seemed upset about something, but whatever Morpheus was saying was calming him down, even though a perplexed look crossed his face several times. At one point, Morpheus held Caleb's hand for a few moments. Finally, the two walked back towards the Guardians. Morpheus merely waved casually at them, before heading towards a balcony to look at the cloud patterns outside. What was that about? Cornelia whispered to Caleb. The boy looked thoughtful, but the look was chased off his face when he looked at her. He gave me a little advice, was the only thing he said. Before they could ask any more, a chime rang through the air. Come, Yan Lin said. The Oracle has made his decision. Caleb kept shooting glances at Morpheus on the way back, which really got Cornelia wondering what they'd talked about. Whenever she asked, however, all he said was, "It's nothing." Before she could bug him some more, the oracle spoke. "Morpheus of the dark heart, come forward," he said. Morpheus did so. "After careful consideration of what you have told us regarding the nature of the dark heart, I have decided to agree to your proposition of an alliance." A murmur spread through the council at those words. "What are your terms?" Morpheus tilted his head. "Kandrakar no longer hunts dark keepers unless it had been satisfactorily proven that they have committed a crime. We are to be left alone. Beyond that, each dark keeper will negotiate his standing for himself. At the death of the dark keeper, his personal arrangement with Kandrakar shall be rendered null and void and shall not be imposed on his successor." There was another wave of muttering at those words. The oracle seemed to ignore them. "And your personal arrangement is?" Morpheus straightened. "I offer my services, within reason and on a case-by-case basis, to Kandrakar. Think of me as a backup, one-man guardian. I am allowed to choose which of your missions I'll go in, and I get to say no to the ones I don't want. I am also given carte blanche and you do not question my methods or decisions. If you need my help, just tell Caleb and he'll inform me." "What?" Cornelia hissed, looking at her boyfriend. "I'll explain later," he said. "You'd better," she growled, making him gulp. The oracle seemed to be waiting for more. "That is it. You do not wish some form of payment?" Morpheus jerked a thumb at the guardians. "Keep those girls alive, and maybe get Irma a boyfriend in this lifetime, and we'll call it even." "What?" the girls said. Morpheus turned to look at them, grinning. "What? I like you girls. You're funny. And cute. Don't forget cute." Even after everything, Terani started to say, but Morpheus waved her off. "Consider it a misunderstanding. Why don't we start with a clean slate? Hi, I'm Morpheus, or at least that's the name I'm going by for now." "Nice to meet you," he said, extending his hand towards them. For a moment, none of them moved, looking at his hand indecisively, not wanting to be first. Finally, Heylin took a deep breath and shook his hand. "Hi, I'm Heylin. Sorry about." Morpheus shook his head. "Clean slate, remember. So just forget about it." "Okay." Heylin grinned. "Okay." One by one, the other guardians shook hands with Morpheus. Gingerly and nervously, to be sure, but willingly as well. Finally, Morpheus turned back to the oracle, who had observed the little ceremony with a considering look. "Well, I have to go now. School and all," Morpheus said. Grinning at the guardians, he added, "Just one of the things we have in common, the need to go to a purgatory on Earth called school." The girls laughed a little at that, and the tension between them lightened some more. "So, see you around," Heylin said. "Don't worry, we'll meet again," Morpheus said, smiling. "And next time, no unnecessary mind control." With those words and a mist of black, Morpheus was gone. Later, as the oracle meditated, Tiber approached him. "Well, do you trust him?" There was no need to say, "Who?" The oracle sighed. "Only time will tell, old friend. Many in the fortress still view him with suspicion, if not distrust. The Dark Heart's legend cannot be so easily forgotten so easily by a few words." "But do you trust him?" the other man pressed. The oracle sighed. "I do not know, Tiber. I just do not know." Known as one of the best schools in the wizarding world, Hogwarts has a long, illustrious history of providing quality education to the magical youth of Scotland, Ireland, and the Britain. It's had good eggs and bad ones. Heroes and Dark Lords alike have walked its halls, learning the skills they would use in their path. Its students have produced many wonderful and terrible achievements. Unfortunately, none of those has been to eradicate boredom. History of Magic was when Harry felt most pressed for the self-control needed not to go nuts with the Dark Heart. Many a time since first year has he been tempted to send Bins on into the afterlife, or perhaps seal him in a wind-up clapping monkey. That and other thoughts as usual flitted through Harry's mind as he sat with a glazed expression on his face. The rest of the class around him was pretty much the same, with the sole exception of Hermione, who was taking down notes with her usual fervor. Sighing, Harry decided to stop that line of thought before something actually happened. Ignoring Hermione's pointed looks as usual, he concentrated on his link with the Guardians. No good. They were going through Infernus Scholasticus too. Letting the link dissolve, Harry pondered. Ever since the minor excitement a few days ago regarding the astral drop, things have been boring for him and the WITCH girls. And not the good kind of boring, where everything is wound down and you can relax when you feel like it. This is the kind of boring that comes from your brain going numb and you don't want to think anymore. Usually, the only things that worked to dispel such boredom was either waiting for your brain to reboot, a painful process that sometimes took days, or to have an exciting incident automatically restart your brain quickly and painlessly. Unfortunately, nothing seemed about to happen to any of them. The proverbial light bulb went off in Harry's head. Unless he caused it. And there was no time like the present. The girls would be getting out in a few minutes. That would be the perfect time for a little surprise. With a thought, Harry stopped time. Well, actually, he put it in super slow motion. Actually stopping time was such a headache, and not really worth the trouble. This got the job done in less effort. Harry wasn't as all-powerful as he made himself out to be. He'd mainly done it so that the girls would overestimate him, which was as good as them underestimating him. It was true he was slightly more powerful than all the girls put together. It was true that him using the dark heart was slightly more powerful than Will using the heart of Kandrakar. Then the limits kicked in. There were basically 3 ways Harry could do things. 1. He could use the magic he had as a Dark Keeper. 2. He could wish upon the dark heart, basically asking it to do something and it doing it by itself. 3. He combined the dark heart's power with his own, sending it through the roof, the clouds, the atmosphere and clear through space, letting him draw on the dark heart's near infinite power and allowing him to use it with more finesse and control than wishing. The WITCH girls could do 1 and 2, but not 3. They used an alternate method where all of them combined their powers and intent with the heart of Kandrakar, making a kind of super wish. It was the 3rd method Harry used to stop time. Using the first was impossible, and the second was dangerous, uncertain, uncontrolled, and insane and sort of overkill. As soon as Harry felt the effect taking place, he stood up, taking care not to bump into anything or anyone. He knew it was silly, but it was a reflexive action. As soon as he was clear, Harry concentrated his own personal store of non-wand, Dark Keeper magic, and a picture-perfect duplicate of Harry was sitting where he had been. Harry's astral drone was the complete opposite of the Guardian's astral drops. It was completely mindless, and was basically a puppet controlled by Harry's will. Harry was aware of its every movement, action and deed, so it was like he was really there. In a swirl of black mist, Harry disappeared. Time started moving again as the Dark Keeper left the building, with no one the wiser that what was sitting in his desk was a remote-operated magical energy clone. "I hate school," Irma said in a zombie-like voice as she shuffled along, her eyes half-lidded. She and the others were walking through the park from said place. Usually, Cornelia would roll her eyes and say something barbed and sarcastic, but this time, she just sighed and plodded on. All the girls were feeling down. Even the normally perky Hay-Lin wasn't her usual ball of energy self. Will sighed. "What did Morpheus call it?" she said. "Purgatory on Earth," a voice said suddenly. All the girls blinked, looking around. "Up here," the unfamiliar voice said. The girls all looked up. Standing on a nearby tree branch and leaning against the main trunk was a girl about their age. She looked disturbingly like Will, with the same hairstyle, but that's where the similarities end. Her hair was midnight black, her eyes emerald green. She was wearing tight black pants, black boots, a black spaghetti strap, a leather jacket with a smiley face button on the lapel, and, to add to the already weird picture, a silver ankh pendant and a top hat. She was grinning down at the girls from her perch. Who are you?" Terani said. The girl's grin widened slightly, and then she blinked. When her eyes opened again, they were starry black voids. Another blink, and they were green again. The jaws of all the girls dropped. "Morpheus," they chorused. "Bingo," the girl said, hopping off her branch and floating down in front of them. "Although, Morpheus, doesn't really go with the hat. And the rest of me, how about calling me," she paused, seeming to consider, "Dee Dee?" "Yup, Didi's, a good name. Didi, Irma repeated, staring at the person in front of her. You got it. Didi, said perkily. That's my new name, don't wear it out. Why are you here? Will said. Didi smiled widely. I was bored, and my little friend Kin Sha heard from her girlfriend Xin Jing that you were bored, so I thought I'd head over here and we could all be bored together. Blink. Why? Cornelia said suspiciously. Didi shrugged. Well, I thought that since you're not being sent to kill me anymore, we could get to know each other in something outside our heart-related capacities, maybe do dinner or something. Again, Didi shrugged. The girls all looked at each other, then the first four initials of WITCH turned to stare at Heilin, who was staring at Didi's top hat with a speculative look in her eyes. The other girls could practically see the wheels turning in her head as the Wind Guardian kept looking at the headgear. Heilin blinked as she felt the other girls' gazes on her. What? She said. Don't you have some kind of objection? Tarani said. Heilin blinked again in confusion before it clicked, and a wide smile spread across her face. Clean slate, remember. Right, Didi, right, hey, Didi said, smiling as widely. Hey, that's what I call her. Irma said. Will, Tarani and Cornelia looked at each other questioningly. Cornelia shrugged. Why not? She said. This should be interesting, Tarani added. Thank you, Will repeated over and over again, her eyes happy glazed as they walked out of the store. In her hands, she carried a Gamabunta plushie, and a box containing a Sailor Saturn figurine. On her head was a hidden sound hit A8. You're welcome already, Harry said, exasperated, but smiling as she said it. She herself was wearing a hidden snow forehead protector. He carried a box containing figurines of Sakura, Hinata, Tenten, Ino, Tamari, Tsunade, Enko, Kurenai, and Shizune, and another box containing a figurine of Jill Thompson's manga version of Death. A part of her wondered if anyone would notice the similarity, but she guessed not. Where'd you get the money for all this? Cornelia asked, eyes slightly happy glazed herself. She had a hidden leaf protector tied around one arm, and a hidden rock protector tied around the other. A Sharingan pendant hung around her neck, as well as a Griever pendant, a Cloaky pendant, and Haru Glory and Ellie pendants. Harry, however, was amused by her choice of figurines. Her boxes contained a Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus, a Tenaju Utena, a Himemiya Anthe, a Kinomoto Sakura, a Daidoji Tomoyo, a Setsuna Sakurazaki, and a Kono Kanoka. She wondered if she knew. Not that we're complaining, Irma said. She had a hidden rain on one arm, a hidden mist in the other, and a hidden falls on her head. She was carrying several boxes of bath oils and stuff Harry had bought her earlier. That's my little secret, Harry said, adjusting her top hat with her magic since her hands were occupied. Actually, she'd materialized money from gringotts she'd exchanged a long time ago. It's nothing illegal, is it? Tarani asked dryly, but she was smiling as she said it. She was carrying Shayla, Sailor Mars, Hanabishi Rekka, Faye Fearing, Ifrit, and Shido Hikaru figurines. Nope, Harry said. Nothing illegal. All right then, Heilin said, her hidden sand hit A8 bouncing around her neck. In her arms were boxes containing a Rumina figure from Tokyo Underground, a Fora from El Hazard, a Valafor figurine, the complete cast of Vandred and Tenchi Muyo, and a Lucia figurine from Lunar 2, Eternal Blue. Where to next? Harry grinned. How do you girls feel about getting even with me? The girls all looked at each other and smirked. What did you have in mind? Will said. Harry paused and tried to catch her breath. Leaning against a handy wall, she crouched down as low as she could to minimize the chance of being seen. She checked her ammo, finding it sufficient. Not that she'd used her gun much, anyway. The girls had been brutal. They had been heartless, merciless and probably liable for being outlawed by the Geneva Convention. This was one time where their superior numbers and experience working together as a group was an advantage over Harry. She knew they were out there. She just didn't know where. Will slowly crept forward, backed up by Heilin, both with guns at the ready. The other girl seemed to have a disturbing affinity for weapons, and had become the group's tank. Not only can she take it, she could shrug it off. And as far as dishing it out, well, Didi had been shot to pieces in the 2.589 seconds Heilin had caught sight of her last time. Will paused for a moment, looking over at Cornelia, who was backed up by Terani and Irma. The redhead made a subtle hand signal, which the blonde responded to. The keeper of the heart nodded, waited, till the slow count of 10 they'd arranged beforehand, and attacked, gun blazing, followed by Heilin, who was screaming Klingon war cries as she let loose on their unsuspecting target, while the other three broke cover, capturing their opponent with the pincer action. Will ignored the way her forehead went bloody red as Didi's head shot connected, never letting go of her trigger. I didn't do enough to deserve that kind of a beating, did I? Didi said mournfully, pouting cutely as they walked away from the paintball arena. Probably not, Irma said, sighing in contentment, stretching her arms over her head. But it sure was the UTIC. All those face shots were unfair. Didi continued. I mean, really, the worst thing I did was making Will Cornelia. Heilin stopped dead in her tracks as the two in question turned interesting shades of red. Will Ed Cornelia. Didi's sweat dropped as the two glared at her. She didn't know. She does now, Will growled, and the ground shook slightly as Cornelia's anger flared. Oops, my bad, Didi said, backing away nervously as they continued glaring at her. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Heilin whined, very upset they hadn't let her in on it. Because the fewer who knew, the better. Cornelia said testily. What's the big deal? Terani said, trying to sound placating. It's not like we'd think any less of you. And it was all Didi's fault. Yup, totally my fault. Didi said, managing not to cringe. At their looks. After a couple more glares, Terani finally got them to drop the subject, and Didi started breathing easier. Then, Heilin opened her mouth and ruined it. She looked at Will, then Cornelia, and back again. So, what's it like to a girl? You just had to open your big mouth, didn't you? Will muttered, before sticking her fork of chicken Alfredo into her mouth. I said I was sorry, Didi said, pouting cutely. Cutting at her steak delicately, Didi popped a slice into hers. Come on, Heilin whispered, so that only the ones at their table could hear. What's it like? How does it compare to Inga boy? They all ignored her. After doing it for the past 2 hours, they'd gotten pretty good at it. At least she's being discreet, Cornelia muttered, spearing at her penne savagely. The 6 of them were at the Lodley Day, the hottest restaurant in Heatherfield. And Didi was footing the bill. The girls had taken advantage of the situation by ordering their favorites, which, considering where they were priced about 3 to 5 times what they would be anywhere else. The Lodley Day got its good reputation for a reason, however. People got their money's worth. The servings were at least twice the size anywhere else, and infinitely better tasting. This meant, however, that it was not the place to be talking about girls in girls. Anyone have any idea how to shut her up? Terani asked telepathically. Physically, she didn't stir, just ate her buffalo wings and kept from making eye contact with the guardian of air, who was alternately eating her cordon bleu and pestering Will and Cornelia with whispers. If I did, I would have used it already. Cornelia yelled, giving everyone a momentary headache. Do you mind? Just because Heilin wants to know about a little kink is no reason to take it out on us. Irma said, biting into her bacon and mushroom triple patty burger. I've got an idea, Didi said hesitantly, taking a drink from her soda. What is it? The girls, sans Heilin, all chorused, giving the Dark Keeper a bigger headache that Cornelia had. Spill, Didi told them. Are you out of your mind? I'm not doing it. Fine, Didi said. I will. You're a guy, Terani pointed out. Technically, right now, I'm very much girl, Didi said. I'd show you how much of a girl I am if it wouldn't be rude and inappropriate. Okay, we did not need to hear that, Irma said. Sorry. So, should I shut her up? Better you than me, Will and Cornelia chorused. Irma and Terani mentally snickered. How are you going to do this? Terani asked. For an answer, Didi closed her eyes, and everything but the 6 of them stopped. Hey, what's going on? Heilin said. Didi moved away from her seat and went to stand behind Heilin. Blinking, Heilin turned around to look at her, kneeling on her chair to do so. Solemnly, Didi placed her hands on the other girl's shoulders. Hey Lin, Didi said slowly, all of us would like you to shut up about this subject so we can eat. But since it doesn't look like you're going to until you find out what it's like, maybe this will finally keep you quiet. What do yo hmph? Hey Lin was cut off as Didi leaned forward and at her. The purple-haired girl tried to draw back out of reflex, but Didi's hand rose from her shoulder, holding her head in place. After a moment, Hey Lin closed her eyes, leaning into the ing softly in pleasure at the back of her throat. Will, Irma, Terani and Cornelia watched in morbid fascination, all turning rather embarrassed shades of red, although Cornelia seemed to be watching a little too closely. Did we look like that? Will said, unable to pry her eyes from the scene before her. Irma said distractedly. Finally, the two broke apart, panting and gasping for air. Hey Lin had a wondering looking on her face, while Didi was redder than Will's hair. The dark keeper-turned girl quickly took her hands off Hey Lin, not looking at anyone. Whoa, Hey Lin said, licking her lips thoughtfully, as if trying to capture a flavor. My first. And with a girl to boot. Blushing, Didi made as if to wipe her mouth with the back of her hand. Don't you dare, Hey Lin said. You're not wiping me off until you tell me how I taste. Didi grimaced, then shook her head in bemusement. My first, she repeated, blushing slightly, and as a girl to boot. There, Will said, trying to sound gruff. You know what it's like. Now will you shut up about it and let us eat? Hey Lin tilted her head, tapping her lips as if thinking about it. Okay, the others sighed in relief. Didi returned to her chair and was about to unpause time when Hey Lin added, but I want to try it again later. They all sighed again, this time in exasperation. Does Eric know his girlfriend swings both ways? Irma said dryly. Maybe it's all the purple on her head. Didi said in the same tone. Could be, Terani said, thankful her hair wasn't dark enough to be purple. Cornelia poked her food. Didi, could you please undo whatever it was you did? This food isn't moving. Whoops, Didi said, snapping her fingers. Around them, people started moving again. Sorry about that. Cornelia speared some pasta on her fork. Better, she said, then popped it in her mouth. Oh, that was so good. Irma said, patting her full stomach. Glad you liked it, Harry said, grinning. The food at Hogwarts was good, but so was a little variety. We've got to do this again sometime. Definitely, Hey Lin said. She'd seemed to have forgotten about the ing thing at the moment, much to everyone's relief. I can't believe we ate all that, Cornelia said, shaking her head. As they walked, Harry's brow furrowed. There was something tugging at the back of her mind, something she needed to remember, but she just couldn't place it. Something wrong? Terani asked, noticing his concentration. I'm getting the feeling I'm forgetting something, Harry said, taking off her top hat and running a hand through her hair. Something important. Hey, look, Will said, pointing up. A shooting star. Star, Harry snapped her fingers. Eureka, she said. Now I remember. Remember what? Hey Lin said. Harry didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked around furtively, even looking straight up at one point, before waving her hand. All the girls felt cold for a split second as a black mist enveloped them, obstructing their vision. When the mist disappeared, they found themselves at an isolated corner of the park they'd been in that afternoon. What the girls said, or some variation thereof. Harry could feel their thoughts suddenly become wary and alert, and she tried to get them to calm down. Raising her hands placatingly, she tried to appear disarming. Calm down. I just teleported us to the park. I didn't want anyone seeing us. Didi, Cornelia said, eyes narrowed, you'd better have a good explanation for this. I do, Harry said. I needed Will to take out the heart of Kandrakar, and I didn't think it would be a good idea to do that in the middle of the sidewalk. Why would I do that? Will said. Harry could feel her mind racing, wondering if all this was some trap to kill them all. Cassidy, Harry said. This is about Cassidy. The girls all looked at her strangely. What about her? Irma said. I just remembered. I'd meant to do it at Kandrakar a few days ago, but it slipped my mind, Harry said. Remember how the star of Cassidy fused with the heart? Yes, Will said, warily. And remember what I said about that message from Cassidy? It took Tarani 3 seconds to make the connection. "Oh my gosh," Tarani exclaimed. "You're saying Cassidy is in the heart of Kandrakar?" Harry nodded, causing confused looks all around. "The star Cassidy gave you was actually her essence, the one that Daniel Rest his soul gathered and protected from Nerissa. It was more than the spark of the heart she claimed it was. She's trapped in the heart, and I need to get her out. If I don't, she might not be able to move on, ever." "And you only just remembered this now?" Irma said. Harry shrugged her shoulders. "We were." The girls looked at each other, and Harry knew they were having a telepathic conversation. He kept his mind closed, giving them their privacy. Finally, he felt a burst of power a moment before Will summoned the heart, and the girls all transformed to their older incarnations. Warily, Will held out the heart towards him. "No funny stuff." Harry nodded. "Never crossed my mind," she said, as she extended her hands to either side of the heart, so that it was suspended between her palms. "Wait," Tarani said. "Isn't this dangerous? You said something about it not being safe to have the hearts close together." Harry shook her head. "As long as either one isn't putting out massive amounts of energy, and that one is inside its keeper, it's safe. For a time, anyway." "How long?" Cornelia asked. "Weeks. A year, tops," Harry said. "So unless you girls start pooling your power into the heart like that time I told you it wasn't a good idea, we're safe." Will paled as she realized the danger they'd been in that time. Harry ignored this, however. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, focusing on the heart with her magic. The heart pulsed, and inside her, Harry could feel the dark heart doing the same, beating counter to its eternal doppelganger. Slowly, she wrapped one hand around it. Heat seared her hand, and Harry bit back a reflexive hiss. Inside, cold gripped her, as the two opposed energy sources made contact through Harry. It was still safe, but not very comfortable. Ignoring the discomfort, Harry focused, searching for what she knew was there, hidden inside the energies of the heart. He felt the Guardian's eyes on her, and didn't care. She had a job to do. Will watched, anxious, as Didi took hold of the heart with one hand. She didn't try to take it away, just held it, eyes nearly closed. Will could feel a mild, but familiar sense of vertigo, the same one she felt whenever there was magic around, or sometimes danger. She really wasn't sure what it was about, but she felt for certain this time it was reacting to the power Didi was using. Finally, after a long while, Didi shook, the cord on which the heart hung trembling in Will's grasp. With a pulling gesture, Didi withdrew her hand, her fingers passing through the heart as she held what looked like an oromare in her grasp. No, Will corrected herself, it wasn't an oromare. It was brighter, blazing in the darkness, looking very much like. Will's eyes widened in realization. Like a star. Abruptly, Will realized Didi was breathing hard, as if she'd just ran a marathon, her knees shaking and sweat dripping down her face. "Didi," Lynn said, obviously noticing and concerned. Didi smiled wanly. "Ladies," she said, holding up the hand she was holding the light. "May I introduce, the former guardian and former keeper of the heart, Cassidy." The others stared at what she held in her hand. Wearily, Didi stood up, obviously tired. "Will, could you put the heart back inside you? I need to take out the dark heart, and I can't do that with the heart out." Will nodded, taking the heart back inside herself. "There." Didi nodded in thanks, then closed her eyes again, concentrating. Will suddenly felt cold as, with a mild burst of magic, the dark heart appeared in Didi's other hand. It was the first time Will had had a good look at it. The resemblance to the heart of Kandrakar was uncanny, a literal mirror image, as the loop of metal ran up the opposite side. The frame was gunmetal black, and the crystal was dark, reminding Will of what the heart had looked like when Nerissa had gotten her hands on it. Black mist swirled inside the crystal, which pulsed, and inside her, Will could feel the heart of Kandrakar pulsing alternately, in time with it. Didi sighed as the dark heart materialized, and all the tiredness she had seemed to be feeling abruptly vanished. Straightening, Didi hung the dark heart around her neck as she cupped the essence of Cassidy in her hands. Didi closed her eyes again as she concentrated. Around her neck, the dark heart flared slightly, and Will felt the heart of Kandrakar grow warmer inside her. The star, for it was a star in Didi's hands, quivered, shifted, trembled as Didi concentrated on it. Finally, it started to grow. The guardians watched as the star expanded, arcing up and down, spreading and shifting color until finally, at last, the figure of a young woman in an outfit reminiscent of theirs appeared, a transparent ghostly image. Slowly, the figure opened her eyes. Her gaze met Will's. Will knew those eyes. "Cassidy," she exclaimed. Cassidy smiled. "Hello, Will," she said. "Nice to see you again." Behind Cassidy, Didi collapsed down on her knees. Heylin rushed over to help her up, and she accepted, but she winced when Heylin took her right hand. "Are you all right?" Heylin asked, letting go. "Yeah," Didi said, drawing back her hand hastily. "Just a few magic burns." "Burns?" Didi nodded. "When I touch the heart of Kandrakar, I get burns if it or I am emitting power. I'm sure if we'll touch the dark heart, she'd freeze her hand." Will shuddered at that. "So you're the new Dark Keeper," Cassidy said, turning to face Didi. "Congratulations on Nerissa." Didi smiled. "Thanks. Thanks for the help too, by the way." Cassidy waved the comment aside. "No problem. I never could stand that snob." Harry rested for a moment as the girls and Cassidy talked. Heylin stood close to her, occasionally sending concerned looks her way. She gave the guardian a reassuring smile, trying to ease her mind. Neither saw Cassidy glance their way and grin mischievously. "Guess history is going to repeat itself," Cassidy said slyly. Irma blinked. "What do you mean?" she asked. Cassidy pointed a transparent finger at Harry and Heylin. "Daniel and Yan got pretty close too." Heylin blushed at the insinuation as Harry forced herself to stand up. She wanted to blush too, but fought the urge. "Watch it, Starry," Harry threatened. "Your little Casper act isn't permanent." Speaking of which, Terani began. "It was a promise to Daniel, before he committed suicide," Harry said evenly, causing two girls the gasp at the revelation. "I promised him I'd help Cassidy move on. At the time, we didn't know you were going to do that, give Will a supposed shard of the heart, bit." "Why would she need your help to move on?" Will said in confusion. "Because I wasn't going anywhere in there," Cassidy said, looking at Harry with her head cocked to one side. "How did you know?" Harry smiled lopsidedly. "I knew when you sent me that little note to give to Nerissa. In the moment we made contact, I felt you were too strong. You were trapped by your action, by your giving Will the pseudo-heart." "It wasn't a pseudo-heart," Cassidy said. "I really was my shard. I just happened to go along for the ride." "Don't you Dark Keepers have something like that?" Harry shook her head. "No, we're bound for life." Cassidy blinked. "Then how?" "Trade secret, for now," Harry said, giving the WITCH girls a sideways glance. "Maybe some other time. Right now, I'm here for you." "Me?" Cassidy repeated. Harry nodded. "I'm here to give you a choice," she said. "Either I can release you from this state so you can go to what could be called the other side. Or," Cassidy pressed. Harry smiled. "Or I could try to give you back a body, and you can pick up where you left off." For a moment, there was dead silence. Harry watched as before her eyes, the history of this park appeared. These silence flashbacks were really annoying. "Give her back a body," Cornelia said. "Try to," Harry corrected. "There's a difference. And if you don't succeed?" Cassidy asked. Harry shrugged. "We'll work on what happens after that. That is, if you want to try. You'll have to come with me, since I can't do it here, that I'm fairly sure of." Irma frowned. "Isn't Cassidy supposed to be dead?" She butted in. Terani rolled her eyes. "Real sensitive, Irma," she muttered. "Actually, no," Harry said. "Daniel technically prevented you from dying when he collected your essence to protect you from Nerissa. Your body's gone, true, but you're not dead." "I don't follow," Cassidy said. "You don't have to," Harry said. "So, what'll it be?" There was another silence as Cassidy thought. The girls watched as Didi carefully placed the crystal containing Cassidy's essence in her pocket. After the spirit essence ghost whatever of Cassidy had agreed, Didi had used her magic to draw crystals from the ground, and used it to create a large marble-sized object that looked remarkably like the heart of Kandrakar. She'd fused sealed temporarily housed whatever'd Cassidy into it, with promises of getting her into a proper body at the soonest possible time. Well, that's that, Dee said, adjusting her top hat again. So, the Guardians, who'd untransformed while Dee had been making the crystal, all looked at each other, then at her. So, Will said, unsure of what to say. Guess I'd better get going, Dee said, looking up at the dark sky. It's pretty late, and I've got homework and reports and bodies to make and stuff. Yeah, we'd better get home too, Terani said. She looked at Will. You don't want your mom to ground you again, do you? Will shuddered at the thought. Definitely not. So, I guess this is goodbye, Cornelia said. Dee smirked. Definitely not, she said, repeating Will. I'll come back again. Whenever you want me to, in fact. Just think of me, and I'll pop by as soon as I can. You can do that, Irma said. Of course, Dee said, drawing herself up in an exaggerated pose. I'm the keeper of the dark heart. I can do anything. Well, except stay focused in history class, anyway. I swear, that class should be bottled into the world's strongest sleeping pill. It could cure all insomnia. The girls all laughed. Here, Haylin said, pumping her fist in the air in agreement. After a while, they all stopped laughing, and there was a moment of silence. So, Dee said, I guess I better get going. Haylin rushed forward and enfolded her in a hug. It was great hanging out with you, she said. Dee smiled. You too. Impulsively, she leaned forward and gave Haylin a quick on the lips. The Guardian blinked, blushing, as Dee smiled. Ham and cheese. You taste like ham and cheese. Flushed, the Guardian backed away as Dee materialized the dark heart into existence. Until we meet again, Dee said. In a swirl of cold, black mist, she was gone. Is it done yet? Cassidy asked. Her voice echoed throughout the chamber. In a minute, Harry said irritably, careful not to damage the part he was working on. Well, hurry it up. Cassidy whined. Harry sighed. He didn't need this. Bad enough he'd lost the Quidditch match just because of the Dementors. Bad enough he had lots of homework. He didn't need to endure this too. Trying not to let it get to him, Harry fitted the last piece into place, sighing in relief when it fitted perfectly. Finally, he'd been at it for hours. He hadn't used magic, either wand or dark keeper, to do this, as he was afraid of what the residue might do to the finished product. To be on the safe side, he'd done it all by hand, transporting, teleporting, transpositioning, body flickering, whatever out of Hogwarts to buy the tools and parts he needed. Thankfully, one of the old Dark Keepers had been a toy maker, the old kind who made things out of wood. Gep's knowledge had been recorded in the Dark Heart, allowing Harry access to it. He was fairly sure the Hogwarts library didn't have any books on carving, sewing or puppet making. Laying down the finished product on the worktable, he stepped back, admiring his work. The torches were a little dim, so he increased their flame a little with a mental command and a little Dark Keeper magic, increasing the light level so he could see it better. The Chamber of Secrets wasn't exactly lit to be a showroom. After he'd Kentucky fried the basilisk, he'd decided to claim the chamber as his own, since, hey, he was the only person who knew how to get down there. No one else knew how to do so. It took a Parselmouth to open the doors that led down here, after all, and so far, he and Moldy Voldy, wherever the old bastard was, were it. He'd decorated the room over time, using the Dark Heart to materialize items he'd seen in catalogs. It was where he kept the figurines and stuff he'd bought, since he very well couldn't explain their presence if he put them up in the dorm, and no way was he keeping them at Privet Drive. He even had a huge flat screen and entertainment system that worked, again courtesy of his Dark Keeper magic. Magic can't interfere with magic DVD players, speakers, etc. With the light level up, he was able to properly appreciate what he'd labored to make. It was a super deformed wooden figure, obviously female, made of wood. It was dressed up in a Guardian outfit, which Harry had copied off Cassidy's and sewn himself. There were almost as many points of articulation on the figure as there were in a human body. Even the eyelids opened and closed, and the wide glass eyes would rotate completely. And it was to be Cassidy's new body. He'd gotten the idea from reading Nagima. Evangeline's Ministra were puppets after all. Well, technically, Chachimaru Karakuri is a robot, and Chachimaru Zero is the only real puppet, but they're technically both puppets. Ahem. Anyway, Harry had gotten the idea of making Cassidy a puppet body, at least until he could manage to make her a flesh and blood body. While a flesh and blood body technically wasn't too hard, as he made those whenever he made astral drones, he needed to make a body that wouldn't fade away on Cassidy. And for that, he'd need to find out more. Hence, the temporary body while he stewed and thought of how to approach the problem. "Is it done now?" Cassidy asked. Harry sighed and reminded himself why he was doing this. "Yes, it's done. Now will you shut up?" He heard the pout in her voice. "You're mean, Harry." Making the body from scratch had taken a while, and Harry had decided to reveal his identity to Cassidy just to make things easier. He'd revealed everything, actually, deciding also to use her reaction to gauge how telling the WITCH girls would go. So now she knew his name was Harry, and that he was a wizard, and he went to wizard school, etc. She'd been very surprised to hear there was a magical underground community in her own world she didn't know about. All the Guardians had thought magic only existed outside of Earth. Still, her shock hadn't lasted long. Within days, she'd been back to pestering him about her body. Still, despite the pestering, Harry and Cassidy had managed to become very good friends. Grabbing Cassidy's crystal, Harry placed it around the puppet's neck. As a joke, he'd crafted a metal frame around it, making it look like the heart of Kandrakar. It had seemed appropriate. That done, Harry summoned the dark heart into being, clasping it in both hands. Concentrating, he wove his magic, drawing out Cassidy's essence, self, soul, whatever from the crystal, and trying to put it in the puppet. He tried to apply what he thought he'd been able to glean from Tridart and Ember. Nerissa had been able to create two physical beings out of just magic and building material. He was trying to bond Cassidy to a body. While it seemed different, it boiled down to the same thing, animating an inanimate object. Harry felt Cassidy settling into the puppet, and he allowed himself a sigh of relief. Quickly, he started locking her down into the puppet the same way he locked her into the crystal, then modifying the lock. Finally, he placed his hand on the puppets. The place he touched started to glow, and a shape like the heart of Kandrakar appeared, like the one tattooed on the side of the oracle's head, except this one was purest white, outlined by black lines. This one was flipped, however. The curve was on the other side. It was the symbol of the Dark Heart and by extension the Dark Keepers. It was called the Seal of Darkness. As soon as the symbol glowed, Harry let go. The seal glowed one last time before fading away. The puppet jerked, then sat up abruptly. Wooden eyelids opened, revealing suddenly vibrant glass eyes. "Welcome back, Cassidy," Harry said. The Guardian was back. It didn't take long for Cassidy to get used to her new body. Harry had done a very good job. Too good. Although her body was made of wood, Cassidy felt pain when she was scratched. It didn't go away until Harry agreed to heal her. Further scratches indicated Cassidy could heal on her own, as said scratches eventually disappeared. With Cassidy's new body, Harry was able to make a deal with his conscience, allowing him to take a break. He didn't need to get Cassidy a new human body right away, and even Cassidy admitted she wasn't in any hurry, quite satisfied with the body he'd made. This gave him an excuse to try out something he'd wanted to do for a while. "You sure about this?" Cassidy said, hanging off the top of his head. It seemed he wasn't the only one who'd gotten ideas from Negima. "Positive," Harry said. "The temporal warp I've set up will make it so that no matter how long we're out, we'll arrive only nanoseconds after we left. It'll be like we were never gone." "Fine," Cassidy said, rolling her glass eyes. "On your head be it." "It's always on my head," Harry retorted as he transformed into his Morpheus outfit. Materializing the Dark Heart, he said, "Hold on." Cassidy's hold on his head tightened fractionally. It would have to do. In a swirl of black mist, they were gone, off to explore the multiverse. Kandrakar was supposedly in the center of infinity, and hence the multiverse. As such, that was Harry and Cassidy's first stop. They didn't go into the fortress itself, appearing just outside it. "Okay, where to now?" Cassidy asked. "How about Metamor?" Harry suggested. "I've heard Meridian's a lot nicer now that the girls managed to get rid of the blonde drag queen in a dress." Cassidy laughed. "Interesting way of describing Phobos. Why, thank you, Harry said. Shall we? Let's. Ah, Harry yelled, running for dear life. Ah, Cassidy agreed, holding on for dear wooden life. Sharvaks. Nasty things. Native to Metamore, Sharvaks are fierce predators with very thick hides. Thankfully for the subjects of the Light of Meridian, Sharvaks live in remote regions where people seldom go. Where do you think Harry and Cassidy landed? Yup, you guessed it. It's tough being the boy who lived. Eventually, Harry remembered he had the dark heart hanging around his neck. How he missed it is anyone's guess. Fortunately, he remembered in time to get Cassidy and himself out of there before they got ripped to shreds. Unfortunately, they somehow managed to bring a few Sharvaks with them. Where are we? Cassidy asked. Beats me, Harry said, moving out of the way of a Sharvak's snapping jaws. But the energies remind me of the zone outside the fortress of Kandrakar. Then Harry blinked. That's weird. It feels like there are two Kandrakars. Cassidy looked at him funny, which is pretty hard to do with a puppet's face. How so? Harry frowned. I'm not sure. It almost feels like. Harry's eyes suddenly narrowed. Grasping the dark heart in both hands, he combined its power with his, sending out feelers in all directions. He felt searching, trying to make sense of what his sense had told him. Harry opened his eyes in shock. Throwing back his head, he laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Cassidy looked at him worriedly, wondering if he'd gotten unhinged. Eventually, his laughs blew themselves out. They're wrong, Harry wheezed. It's not at the center. Not even close. Huh, Cassidy said eloquently. Grinning, Harry began to explain. Cassidy rubbed her head, then remembered it was made of wood, and that massaging it would be a useless gesture. So you're telling me that Kandrakar is at the center of a multiverse, just not the multiverse. Exactly, Harry said. It's like the way the sun is in the center of the solar system, but not the galaxy. We're currently in a kind of space between multiverses. Cassidy looked around. So that means there are a lot of places Kandrakar has no authority over. Harry nodded again. An infinity of infinities minus the infinity around Kandrakar. Whoa, Cassidy said. That's a lot of places. Yeah, Harry agreed. Then he grinned. Wanna go exploring? The good news, Harry and Cassidy managed to use the dark heart to get to a universe that, by some weird standard that Harry really couldn't quantify, was really far from Kandrakar. The bad news, the Sharvaks came with them. The minute Harry realized this, Harry grabbed Cassidy and took to the air, out of the range of the Sharvaks' jaws. The reptilian creatures tried to get at them, jumping as high as their short legs and low centers of gravities would allow. Phew, Cassidy said. That was close. Harry, however, was looking concerned. I think we just made a horrible mistake. Besides you bringing them along with us. Cassidy said pointedly. If we let them run loose, what's to stop them from running towards the nearest town and killing everyone in their path? Harry said rhetorically. You're not saying what I think you're saying, Cassidy said. Can you still use your element? Harry said as he began charging up his ice in one hand, all the while slowly going lower. I think so, Cassidy said. Good. Raven Azar, also known as Harry Potter, son of the demon Trigon, the boy who lived, was walking through an isolated corner of the Scottish countryside as he thought of where he'd go that summer. After finishing his second year at Hogwarts, where nothing interesting had happened. Save his killing a basilisk the night of the sorting ceremony, and freeing a house elf named Dobby, Raven was off to see the world again. He was considering returning to Gotham City to check up on Pam and Harley when a powerful burst of magic made itself known to his senses. Raven frowned in the direction he'd felt the magic coming from. He could tell just from the intensity alone it wasn't any wand magic known to the wizarding community. No spell, not even the really powerful ones Dumbledore knew, could be that strong. In fact, there were very few spells Raven knew, and he knew a lot that could be felt that far and not leave a secondary trace, such as darkening or colored skies, pillars of light or darkness, etc. The only spells he could think of that could be that big and not leave visual evidence that can be seen for miles were. Raven's eyes widened at the realization. Interplanar portals, such as the one that took him from Azarath to Earth. That could take one from nearly anywhere else to nearly anywhere else. Raven nearly frowned as he considered. Deciding it would be best if he investigated, as in this day and age there was a very good chance it could be an army of what have you bent on slaughter and conquest, Raven took out his meditation mirror from his pocket and stuffed his backpack into it, drawing out his blue cloak. Wrapping the cloak around himself, Raven made sure to keep his face hooded and in shadow. At best, only his mouth would be seen. While he didn't consider himself some kind of superhero, Raven valued his relative anonymity among the rest of the non-wizarding world. He wasn't about to let anyone know who he was if he could help it, and he'd found out long ago wearing his cloak would help him reach that goal. Making sure his cloak was secure, Raven teleported towards where he had felt the energies, reappearing about 100 meters away, on the other side of a wooded hill. Taking to the skies, Raven flew over the flora and checked out the situation. His eyebrow rose slightly at what he saw, but he really couldn't and wouldn't bring himself to be surprised. It had been within the realm of possibility, after all. A being in black who positively reeked of some kind of magic Raven couldn't identify strange, but not surprising was floating around, blasting darkly hued beams of ice and energy at several large, reptilian creatures that were not of the earth. Well, not now, anyway. They might have fit in during the Cretaceous period. Several of the creatures were already down, looking like they'd been burned to a crisp, or encased in solid blocks of ice so cold, Raven could see them freezing the ground around them. Still, only a relative handful of the creatures were thus. They seemed to be very strong, managing to break out of ice. The one in black was blasting at them before it became thick enough to hold them. The one in black couldn't concentrate long enough to freeze them completely because the other creatures were constantly attacking him, making him lose focus as he tried to dodge their attacks and forcing him to concentrate on the closer threats. A movement caught Raven's eye, and his eyebrow rose slightly again. What looked like a little wooden doll dressed in shades of green and purple was running around trying not to be eaten, stomped on, or otherwise harmed by the reptiles, while throwing occasional streams of fire and blasts of orange energy at them. Raven assumed it was responsible for the ones that had been burnt. Sadly, it looked like the creatures were thick-skinned enough to survive her blasts, as the ones she hit roared and stumbled for only a short while before charging back again. For a moment, Raven hesitated, but decided it best to help as he watched the one in black nearly struck by a flailing tail. Swooping down, he concentrated, muttering his words of power. Azarath, Metrion, Zinthos. Harry barely dodged the Sharvak's tail, leaping over it, only to nearly get his leg ripped off by another Sharvak's jaws. This was getting ridiculous. He was the bearer of one of the most powerful magical sources of power in the known multiverse, darn it. He should not be having this much trouble dealing with a bunch of overgrown iguanas. The prickling up his spine was the only warning he had. He turned, in time to see a Sharvak launch itself at him at nearly point-blank range. Harry charged his arm, but didn't raise it, as his survival instinct prevented him from thrusting his arm towards the Sharvak's jaws. He heard Cassidy cry out as she saw Azarath, Metrion, Zinthos. The words were barely audible to Harry, and he didn't recognize them as any spell or incantation here. The Dark Heart knew, and the Dark Heart knew a lot, but the effect was immediate. A dark nimbus surrounded the Sharvak, and it hung suspended in midair, barely 3 inches from Harry. A rather delayed reaction came through, and Harry jumped back, blasting the Sharvak with ice at point-blank range. It froze its head completely, and the Sharvak's body started struggling as it was suddenly deprived of air. Harry suddenly had an epiphany. He grinned, realizing he had a way of beating these things. Concentrating his power, he sent out a burst of air, throwing the Sharvak's back a little and giving him some breathing room. A little help here, Cassidy yelled as she ran as fast as her little wooden legs could carry her. Harry suppressed a grin, but before he could do anything, another dark nimbus surrounded Cassidy, pulling her out of harm's way and sending her flying towards Harry. She slowed down at the last minute, dropping lightly at Harry's feet. "Thanks," Cassidy said, brushing off her clothes as best as she could with her little wooden fingers. "It wasn't me," Harry said. Cassidy blinked. "Then who? Do you need any help?" A voice literally from above said. Both Harry and Cassidy looked up as the Sharvak circled warily. A being in a long blue cloak, his face shadowed by its hood, floated above them, descending to land by their side. Harry blinked, but recovered quickly. He smiled in greeting, hoping his dark glamored eyes wouldn't frighten the person in the cloak. Somehow, he didn't think so. It would be very much appreciated. The cloaked figure nodded, settling down beside them, and standing back to back with them, facing the Sharvaks. The three of them formed a protective circle, keeping their backs protected. "What now, Fearless?" Cassidy said. "Choke them," Harry said. "Aim for their faces. Their jaws don't have the strength to crack my ice, and their front claws don't have enough leverage for it. If I can freeze their heads, they're dead." "Is that really necessary?" the cloaked figure said. "These things are called Sharvaks," Harry explained, tensing as the reptiles started approaching. "They're predators from a place called the Metamor, which we had the unfortunate luck of bringing along. They have to be killed, or else they'll probably rampage through the countryside eating anything in their paths, and I'm not sure if the local authorities have the power to stop them." "They do," the cloaked figure said, his hands glowing slightly. "But I see your point. No need for people to be hurt unnecessarily. And I doubt the Ministry of Magic will know how to deal with these things right away." Harry looked at him sharply when he mentioned the Ministry of Magic, but he decided this wasn't the time to ask. Filing it for later, he pointed at the two nearest Sharvaks and blasted their faces with ice, making sure to get their mouths and nostrils. The two began shaking their head violently, trying to free themselves, but to no avail. Harry switched targets, aiming for the next nearest. Beside him, Cassidy tried to use the force of her flames and beams to push the Sharvaks back, although this started enraging them. The doll-bodied guardian decided to change tactics, concentrating her fire on a single Sharvak and trying to incinerate it. It was slower, but it the most effective thing Cassidy could do. The cloaked figure raised his arms towards the Sharvaks. Azarath, Metrion, Zinthos. Dark bubbles of energy appeared around several Sharvaks' heads, and they started clawing at their heads as well, trying frantically to get back air. Their efforts were in vain, however. The black bubbles let their claws in, but kept air out, and they ended up clawing and cutting their heads, leaving tracks of blood that multiplied as they became more frantic from loss of air. It took the three of them some time to kill all the Sharvaks. In the end, however, the three of them were still standing, which was more than could be said for the Sharvaks, all of which were twitching corpses on the ground, many with their heads in blocks of ice, although a lot more were just dead there. A few other had even been incinerated, although there weren't a lot of those. There, Cass, the one in black said as he comforted the little wooden doll. "It's all right, you're safe now." "Biwa," the doll Cassidy bawled. "It was horrible. It had me in its mouth and everything. Oh, the horror. I'll never forget its breath for as long as I live." Raven gave a very small sigh, shaking his head from side to side fractionately. Cassidy had nearly been eaten, and all she could think about was the memory of its breath. Every time he thought he understood emotional beings, they managed to confuse him even more. Raven stood there as Cassidy continued bawling, and the one in black continued comforting her. Eventually, the doll quieted down, and the one in black turned towards Raven, a welcoming smile on his face. Dark purple eyes met voids of darkness as the other extended his hand. "Thanks for your help," the Dark One said as Raven shook his hand hesitantly, not wanting to seem rude. "You're welcome," Raven said. "So, you got a name, cutie," Cassidy said. The Dark One gave her a wry look. "My name is Raven," Raven introduced himself. "Raven Azar. Pleasure to meet you, Raven," the Dark One said. "This little doll here is Cassidy Cassidy Drake," the doll supplied. "Yo, Cassidy Drake," the Dark One nodded. "And I'm Harry Potter." Raven froze. "What? Harry Potter," the Dark One said easily. "No," Raven said. "You're not. I'm Harry Potter." So saying, Raven pulled back his hood, revealing his slightly grayish face. His scar was highly visible on his forehead. The Dark One stepped back in astonishment. "Whoa," he breathed. Cassidy blinked rapidly, looking at one face to the other. Shakily, the Dark One waved his hand, and Raven felt a burst of magic as glamours were removed. A boy about his height and age suddenly stood before him, instead of the older youth from before. His face looked at him in astonishment, green eyes he remembered from Lily Potter shining like emeralds on the other's face, James Potter's unruly black hair framing a face that wasn't the least bit gray. A lightning bolt-shaped scar stood prominently on his forehead. Raven was aware of Cassidy looking quickly between the two of them, blinking rapidly, before shaking her head in bewilderment. Okay, I'm confused. The one who claimed to be Harry Potter also looked surprised, and slightly uncomfortable. Raven was busily crushing his own discomfort. I think we need to talk, Harry Potter said. Raven nodded brusquely. I believe we should. Later, after sunset, the three sat around the fire Cassidy had conjured. It just floated there, burning in midair, not fueled by anything except magic. There was no danger of it burning anything, yet the heat it radiated was very comforting in the night's chill. Cassidy was sitting with a rather dazed look on her wooden face, which was pretty hard for a doll to pull off. She'd just had to sit through two angst-y life stories, and she really couldn't tell which one had it worse. The only thing that could probably top it is if, after his parents had been killed by an evil wizard, he'd been sent to live with a warm, supportive family who'd been killed right before his very eyes by someone he considered a brother. So, Harry at least, she assumed it was Harry, since he was wearing black said. No emotions, huh, that's got to be a rotten deal. Raven, still in his blue cloak, looked at him sideways. Being regarded as a horrible monster simply because you were chosen to bear a magical artifact when you were born without your consent does not seem so pleasant either. Harry smiled wryly. At least as I was able to negotiate that little problem away. They still don't really trust me, but I'm working on that. They lapsed into silence once more. I can't call you Harry Potter, Raven said. Harry chuckled. Yeah, it would be weird to call someone your own name, wouldn't it? Why don't you call me, he considered, stroking the dark heart, which still hung around his neck after he'd shown it to Raven. Keeper. After all, I am Keeper of the Dark Heart. Raven nodded. Very well, Keeper. Silence descended once more. Cassidy felt like sighing. They still had a long way to go. Raven woke up the next day lying on a strange bed. It took him a moment to remember exactly why he was on a bed that looked like it was made completely from leaves, wood, and grass, looking like it had grown into a bed from a seed. And technically it had. Last night, after eating a meager supper of fruits that the other Harry Keeper, Raven corrected himself had created, the other boy had used his magic to create a kind of plant house. Noticing that the other bed was empty, the giant leaf that Keeper had used as a blanket, Raven had preferred his cloak lying half on and half off. Unwrapping his cloak from himself and putting it on the way it was supposed to go, Raven stepped out of the organic shelter, into the misty dawn chill. Cassidy looked up from the wood fire she was tending. Mornin', Raven. Keeper went off to get some fish for breakfast. Said he felt a stream or something near here. In the meantime, he left you a couple for fruits and berries to munch on while you're waiting. Raven nodded, settling down next to her close to the fire for warmth and reaching for an apple. Do you prefer anything in particular? Raven asked, offering her first pick if she already hadn't taken anything. Cassidy shook her head. I don't need to eat, she said, sounding a little regretful, but not much, as if remembering a brand that they didn't make anymore. Dolls really don't have much in the way of digestive tracts. I see, Raven said, taking a bite of his chosen fruit. The skin wasn't very tough, and the inside was firm, but juicy. Raven had started on his second apple when Keeper finally appeared, carrying two fish that Raven could tell had already been cleaned and gutted. Breakfast is here, Keeper said, sticking the sticks he'd thrust the fish through into the ground next to the fire so they could cook. Raven felt a little magic coming from Cassidy as she increased the heat of the flames so that the fish would cook faster. For a while, the three just sat there, listening to the fish cook. Hey, Raven, Keeper suddenly said, causing the half-demon boy to look at him. Do you mind if Cassidy and I tag along with you for a while? We really don't need to be anywhere. That is, if you don't mind the company. I don't mind, Raven said. But why? Keeper shrugged. I don't know. I guess I'm curious about you. It's not every day you meet an alternate version of yourself. I admit, I am a little curious as to you as well, Raven said. Are you sure you won't mind? I am not exactly sociable. You're sociable enough for me, Keeper said, waving it off. Sure, Cassidy said. It'll be fun to get around again. Then it's settled. Keeper declared, grabbing a now-cooked fish and biting into it. His eyes bugged out. Ouch. Hot, hot, hot. Cassidy giggled as Raven quashed the urge to roll his eyes. This looked to be interesting. Harry Keeper, Cassidy corrected herself, screamed, Ed, then hissed in pain for a few seconds, snapping his dislocated leg, arm, elbow, fingers and ribs back into place by himself. After the past few days of this, Keeper could set his own bones back by himself. It was always accompanied by sounds that seemed appropriate for a horror movie. I'm all right, the Dark Keeper said after a little while, and Cassidy relaxed a little again. Granted, she didn't have muscles to tense anymore, but she could swear she'd felt herself stiffen. Although how wood could stiffen, she had no idea. They'd been at this for over a week and a half, ever since Raven had finally been convinced to let Keeper try and help him control his powers so he could learn to express a tad bit more emotion. Which involved getting him to feel emotions without his powers getting berserk, or at least, too berserk. So far, they had wincing safely controlled, although attempts at getting Raven to laugh at jokes still had painful consequences for Keeper. Cassidy would have said he was nuts if she hadn't known he was always like this. Although that could mean he was always nuts. Shaking her head to get back to the matter at hand, she watched as Keeper shakily got back to his feet. The boy was made of diamond. Nothing could scratch him. Heck, one time, he'd dislocated his neck and just popped it back on again. It was scary. Maybe you should rest, Raven said as Keeper came back, walking almost normally again. Normally as in he walked with extreme pain and was dragging his still twisted left foot, which he popped back into place with a grimace and a kick at a rock. Oh, this is nothing, Keeper said for like the 100th time. Come on, let's keep working on this. Knock knock. Raven sighed. Who's there? Cassidy moved a little farther back, and recalled how they ended up doing this. Absolutely no emotion, huh? Keeper said as they walked down some obscure path. Well, that's got to be tough, living like that. One manages, Raven said. Still, it can't be easy, Cassidy said. No, it is not, Raven confirmed. Have you ever tried having emotions while keeping your powers in check? Keeper asked. Raven looked at him. That is almost a contradiction of terms. Besides, there is no need. I choose to be like this. It is the only way. There is no need to try another course. Keeper shrugged. I guess you're right. I mean, it's not as if you promised anyone you'd try to feel emotions or anything, right? Raven was silent. Right. Silence. Cassidy looked at him. You didn't make any promises, did you? Silence. Keeper said, then thrust his fist into the sky. This looks like a job for the Dark Keeper. What job? Cassidy said. Silly her. Man, this chocolate is good. Keeper said as he and Raven walked down a street. Cassidy was being carried around inside Raven's backpack, which Keeper had magicked so that no one would notice the diminutive wooden guardian inside. I have got to see if this store is around on my world. A small smile played on Raven's lips. I thought you'd like it. I gave some to Hermione last Christmas. If her S were any indicator, I believe she also found it enjoyable. No one would have thought that it had taken them nearly a month to get Raven up to, smiling, level. Damn, I miss having a sense of taste. Cassidy whimpered from inside the bag. I could try giving you one, Keeper said, but you have a mouth made of wood, and I really don't think you'd want to be tasting toothpicks 24/7. No thanks. Weeks and weeks of work had finally allowed Raven to gain a higher level of control over his emotions' powers, although intense emotions still tended to mess up his control royally, as shown by the time Keeper had artificially kindled rage inside Raven and had nearly been crushed to a pulp by the resulting telekinetic backlash. Happiness at any level is still beyond anything Raven could control. The most Raven could drudge up were feelings of satisfaction and contentment. Still, now that he could feel, he conceded that it was infinitely better than nothing. So now, they were taking a break, with Raven showing Keeper around one of his favorite parts of Switzerland. Since both could teleport, travel had not been a problem. So far, they'd been to Paris, Madrid, Rome, Egypt, and through some misunderstanding, Madagascar. They'd now moved back up north, for no other reason except that they could and they wanted to. I don't see why you had to insist on helping me control my emotions, Raven said suddenly as if it were a topic they'd been discussing just now. Let's just say I have experience with promises to those who pass on, Keeper said dryly. A promise like that is the reason that Cass here is a little wooden girl. I appreciate your sensitivity, she said in the same tone. I'll make you a biological body, Keeper said in mild exasperation. But there's no rush, right? Nope, she confirmed. No rush. Good, Keeper breathed with an hint or at least a hope of finality. Because I still have to research a way to do it that doesn't hint of the dark arts. Or even vaguely related to it. Still, why? Raven persisted. He was good at that. Why help me in this manner? Keeper was silent for a moment, obviously trying to frame his response. I know how important it is to fulfill a promise. Especially someone's dying wish. It's like an insult to their memory if you don't. This woman, Azar, she obviously cared deeply about you. And I know it must have pained you not to be able to do as she asked. I didn't pain then, Raven said. Keeper chuckled. Sure you didn't, Ray. Sure you didn't. Ah, Keeper screamed. Ah, Cassidy agreed. The two stood frozen as they stared at the big dragon in front of them. Going to Romania was starting to look like a bad idea. Raven, however, tilted his head, a surprised look on his face, or at least as surprised as he ever got. Norbert. Keeper laughed as Cassidy ran past, waving her arms around widely, followed by Azar, who kept on pecking at her head, trying to pull off the red strands that made up her hair. Get it off me, get it off me, get it off me. Is your hair strawberry flavored, Cass? Keeper chortled out. This isn't funny, Potter. Raven wasn't laughing, but he was smiling. Hey, stop it, Keeper cried a few minutes later as Cassidy chased him around with fireballs. You think it's funny being chased around, do you? Cassidy cried. Let's see how you like it. Raven's sweat dropped. Who knew she had a temper? This is pointless, Raven said as he stood patiently, letting Keeper adjust his clothes. Keeper merely grinned, not looking up what he, currently she, was doing. Now, if you want to be able to understand and control your own emotions, you have to, oh, okay, I can't really think up any justification for this, but trust me, it'll be fun. You said that about going to Romania, Raven said sarcastically as Keeper made sure his bun was properly secured. I'm almost sorry we taught you sarcasm, Keeper said, moving a strand of blonde hair out of her eye, before grinning. Almost. And you look perfect. All you need now is that mask. Raven sighed, taking the mask Keeper offered him and putting it over his face. The eye holes, though narrow, were close enough to his eyes to afford him almost as wide a field of vision as he normally had, and breathing wasn't really a problem. Excellent, Keeper said, clasping her hands together against her cheek and tilting her head to one side. You make a perfect Haku. Raven, can you please get this pet of yours off of me? Cassidy complained from where she was sitting. Raven held out his arm. Here, Azar, he commanded. Azar gave one last pull of Cassidy's tiara before flitting off to Raven's arm. Cassidy grumbled as she settled the tiara back on her head. I swear, that bird has it in for me, she grumbled. Gee, you think? Keeper said as she tried to pull her skirt a little lower. Although the outfit she picked was conservative for her character, anyway the hem ran a little too high for her sensibilities. I still say that outfit looks pretty slutty, Cassidy said. Don't you think I know that? Keeper said, finally giving up the attempt. The skirt was as low as it would go. Heck, any more, and her underwear would be showing through a totally different place. What was it with Akamatsu? Come on up. Cassidy carefully clambered up Keeper's head and held on. The ex-guardian was wearing a black dress, with a tie and shawl-like piece. A maid's tiara stuck on her now green hair, and antenna-like projections stuck on her ears. Black mini bat wings stuck out her back, onto which a gigantic, kitchen knife-like sword was strapped on. Keeper was wearing a sleeveless, form-fitting black blouse with a sailor collar and black tie. A black mini skirt and mid-thigh-high black stockings completed the ensemble. Her hair was now knee-length and blonde, eyes blue. A pair of old lady spectacles rested on her nose. After one final check, Evangeline, Dark Evangel, a.k. McDowell, Chachezero and Haku walked into the anime convention. No one really noticed, although Keeper got a lot of compliments over her figure, and people wondered why Haku had a crow and were promptly told it was a raven. Cassidy looked from Raven to Keeper and back again. "Tell me again why you guys are doing this," she said. Raven tested his wand, making a few gestures and practiced a few minor spells. "Catharsis," he said. Keeper entwined his fingers and stretched them over his head, turning his head around a couple of times. "It's a guy thing. You wouldn't understand," he said as he threw his trench coat to one side. "Obviously," Cassidy said, sitting down wearily and swatting at Azar every so often to keep her from eating her hair. Keeper and Raven faced each other, and there was a small smile on both their faces. "Ready," Keeper said. "Ready," Raven confirmed, raising his wand in salute. Keeper did the same. Both looked at Cassidy expectantly. She sighed one last time. "Begin." Azarath, Metrion, Zinthos, Raikiri, and the battle was joined. Raven, Keeper, and Cassidy had many more adventures, misadventures and private moments and revelations that summer, but all good things have to end. Before they knew it, it was almost September. "It's been fun, Ray," Keeper said as he, Raven, and Cassidy stood on an empty field a few miles away from the outskirts of London. He held out his hand towards the other boy. The half-demon gave a small half-smile as he took it, shaking it lightly. "I'll miss you. Both of you." Cassidy smiled, sadly, and wished she could cry. She knew she wanted to. "We know," she said as she held up her arms to the taller figure. Bending down, Raven picked her up and gave her a hug. His eyes stung ever so slightly, but he restrained it. His control might not be as tough as it used to, and paradoxically, tougher than ever before, but he wasn't going to let himself cry, if only because it would blind him from seeing his friends. After a while, he let go, handing Cassidy off to Keeper, who strapped her onto his back with a cord such that she was looking over his shoulder. His smile had become bittersweet, he realized. All of their smiles had. "Will we ever see each other again?" Keeper got a thoughtful look in his eye. "Hold out your hand." Taking the proffered hand in his own, Keeper summoned the dark heart into existence. Holding it in the other, he closed his eyes, concentrating what he wanted, fusing the heart's power with his as he molded the magic. A coldness burned in Raven's palm, a cool, comforting chill, one that felt like the heart of winter and as comfortable as a hug. It didn't hurt, exactly, but it felt like it should. Keeper withdrew his hand, and Raven stared. Burn chilled, into his hand was a symbol shaped like the dark heart, drawn in white the shade of new fallen snow, outlined in black of a starless, moonless night. It was a small thing in the center of his palm, barely as long as his thumb. He flexed his fingers. There was no change in his dexterity. "That is called the Seal of Darkness. It stands for the dark heart and its keepers," Keeper said as Raven looked up from his inspection. "If you ever want to talk to us, just breathe on it and wish. We'll answer." "Can you?" Raven said. "It takes powerful magic to pierce the walls of reality. Even I wouldn't be able to follow you once you leave the area that surrounds the universes around this world." Keeper grinned. "That's what the dark heart is for, Mon Ami," he said, holding out the pendant. There was a semi-awkward silence. "Be seeing you, Raven Azar, also known as Harry Potter," Keeper said. "Take care, Harry Potter, Keeper of the Dark Heart," Raven replied. "May you be able to taste again someday, Cassidy, Guardian of Kandrakar." "May you fulfill your promise someday, Raven of Azarath," Cassidy said. In a swirl of black mist, they were gone, and Raven stood alone in the field. "Where are we?" Cassidy said. They were standing in what looked like a stockroom. A teenage boy suddenly appeared, wearing a bandana on his head, and carrying a small broom and cloth. "Hey, what are you doing here? Are you here to talk to Yuko-san about something?" Keeper said. Cassidy said. "Is that a fox on your shoulder?" The pipe fox spirit squinted. Raven looked up into the night sky, a serene smile on his face. Idly, he traced the outline of the Seal of Darkness in his right palm as he mused. "Just breathe on it and wish," Keeper had said. Harry Potter, or Ebony Riddle, or Cassandra Pruitt, depending on whom you asked, was sneaking round and not feeling in such a good mood. It wasn't because of her bizarre circumstances, she really didn't think too much of it anymore these days, that was troubling her, or the fact she was pretty much back to square one when it came to her friends. It had more to do with the fact that she was the only teenager left in 12 Grimmauld Place. Hermione and the other Weasley children had gone back to the burrow with Mrs. Weasley to pack it up and move a few things, which meant they'd be gone until tomorrow. The only ones left in the Order headquarters were herself, Black, and occasionally Snape. At that moment, the teenager was in the rather unusual position of wishing the potions master was there. She really wished she didn't have to sneak down to the kitchen, but it was the only way. As far as she knew, the only ones in the house were Black and herself, and she really didn't want to run into him. Since none of her allies in the Order were currently present, Tonks was supposed to be here, but she was running late. Ebony didn't really want to tempt fate by encountering the man she once thought of as a surrogate father. Seeing that the coast was clear, Ebony made her way towards the fridge. Looking over her shoulder as she opened it, she hoped there was something decent to eat, and not fruitless hope, since Mrs. Weasley and Molly, she reminded herself sternly, did the cooking around here. She was just about to reach for a little wrapped sandwich with her name on it, literally. It was in Aunt Molly's handwriting, when a cold voice behind her said, "Poisoning our food, are you?" She spun. At the door to the kitchen stood Sirius Black, the absolute last person she wanted to see right then, second only to Voldemort. She froze, as she realized the two of them were alone in the room, in a house that was practically deserted. If something unfortunate were to happen, there would be no one to stop him. She unfroze when she heard voices filtering down the stairs behind Black, breathed a sigh of relief when she recognized them as Dumbledore's and Lupin's. Before she could fire anything back at Black, the two aforementioned, plus Snape, who hadn't been talking, entered the kitchen, apparently planning to continue their discussion there. The two younger men stopped abruptly when they saw them in the same room, alone. Lupin's gaze automatically went to Ebony, as if checking to see if she was all right, while Snape glared at Black, who returned the expression in kind. It was during this tense standoff that someone appeared in a swirl of black mist from the ceiling and crashed to the floor with a thud and a loud, "Ouch!" Ebony blinked. Dumbledore blinked. Remus blinked. Snape and Black kept on glaring at each other. A small figure, looking much shorter than Ebony herself, was lying on the stone floor of the kitchen. The figure seemed dressed in all black, although it was hard to see for sure, since whoever it was face down on the ground. What looked like an extremely detailed wooden puppet, with red hair, and a green and purple outfit was strapped to the figure's back. Said figure groaned in pain. Ironically, Black exclaimed exactly what Ebony was thinking, albeit a little differently. "Death Eaters," Black said, pulling out his wand and pointing his finger at Ebony. "You betrayed us." At his, however, the figure jumped to its feet, a wand out in his. Ebony saw a hand. "Wah, Death Eaters, where?" he said, looking around frantically. Ebony stared. Dumbledore stared. Remus stared. Snape stared. Black stared, his jaw dropped as far as it would go, looking like he'd been punched. Ebony wasn't so sure she didn't feel the same way. Standing before them, dressed in a black shirt, cargo pants and Matrix-esque black coat, was a 13-year-old Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Keeper of the Dark Heart. By Shadow Crystal Mage. Chapter 9, Dark Keeper meets Dark Heiress. Disclaimer: I do not own Harry Potter, which belongs to J.K. Rowling, or WITCH, which belongs, I think, to Disney and some European lady. This is based on the comic book version of WITCH, not the cartoon version or the kiddie book version. I ask any relatives reading this to never bring it up in my presence, or I will cut you off from my will. Ebony and her world belongs to the Lady Ju Miku, which I am writing in with her kind permission. A warm round of applause all around. You'd think the first thing Harry would notice would be the aura of dark magic in the air emanating from very close by. And yes, he was peripherally aware of it, but that wasn't it. The silence currently reigning was an overload of information. Just as Haylin saw visions and certain memories when she heard certain sounds, Harry did the opposite. He saw something's history from the very beginning in silences. And the history of this place was overwhelming. One concept, however, stuck to him. Black. This was the ancestral home of the Blacks. There was a noise, barely audible, but it broke the silence, dissolving his visions. When he came back to himself, the first thing he saw was his face. Black. He swore, rage and fury filling him suddenly at the features. He forgot he was in another world not his own, forgot who he was, or that he even had the dark heart. It saved a life. Reducto. He cast, but the spell was suddenly diverted to the side by someone else. A disarming spell hit him, sending his wand flying and knocking him back into a wall. He took a step away from it, his back aching where Cassidy had come between him and the wall. He felt Cassidy drop off his back a split second before he was tackled to the ground by someone. They fell in a tangle, struggling against each other, two children in a playground scuffle. "Hey, get off him," he heard Cassidy say, and he wondered why she wasn't using her fire magic. "Hold it, you," a familiar voice said. "Ebony, get away, quickly. We have you covered." One last shove, and sudden Harry wasn't wrestling with an enraged octopus anymore. He immediately got to his feet, pushing off in the opposite direction, and found himself facing Professors Dumbledore and Snape, both pointing their wands at him, Snape holding his wand in his other hand. Behind them, Lupin was standing protectively in front of a girl with bright red hair. "Merlin's beard," Dumbledore breathed. "Potter," Snape said, in a strange voice that somehow managed to combine awe, fear, disbelief, surprise, incredulity, hate and a host of others. "Professor, watch out behind you, it's Sirius Black," Harry said, pointing behind them past Lupin and the girl. Indeed, the man was standing right behind them, staring at him and wearing what Harry could only describe as a shell-shocked expression on his face, and no one seemed to care. Well, the redhead did. She noticeably shied away from him as he stepped around Lupin, still staring at Harry. Harry instantly decided that whoever this girl was, he liked her. Dumbledore, however, still didn't seem to care. Instead, he gave himself a slight shake of the head, before gazing at Harry with an intensity Harry had never seen before. "Who are you?" Harry blinked. "Professor, Sirius Black is right behind you." "I am aware of that," Dumbledore interrupted, the first time Harry could ever recall such a thing happening. "And I repeat, who are you?" Harry glanced at Black, but he wasn't making any moves. "Ah, what the heck? My name is Harry Potter," he said, "and I'm from another universe." Ebony couldn't help but stare in astonishment as she listened to what the boy who said his name was Harry Potter had to say. Other universes. A place called Kandrakar. A powerful artifact called the Dark Heart. Just when she thought life couldn't get any more messed up. They had since gotten seated around the table, and even a blind man could see that the boy kept as far away from Black as possible, literally growling at him when he got too close. He kept an eye on Black all through his story, as if afraid the man would suddenly jump at him and cut his throat. "Impossible," Snape had immediately declared after he had finished explaining, and the old face of dislike he used to wear when Ebony was still in her Harry guise had finally made its reappearance. The boy shrugged, managing to somehow keep an eye on Black and glare at Snape at the same time. "You're the Legilimens," he said dryly. "Try getting into my head. If you do, you'll only find proof I'm telling the truth. If you don't, how can a third-year witch, considering an hour's up and I'm still like this, means I'm not someone disguised with polyjuice potion keep a master?" The sarcasm was plainly obvious, "like you out unless I'm as powerful as I claim the Dark Heart makes me." Ebony noticed he was pointedly maintaining eye contact with Snape, who looked away first. "If you are who you say you are," Lupin said, "then what are you doing here?" The boy shrugged. "I was bored and wanted to try out getting around to other universes with the Dark Heart. It was either that or I would have gone hunting for escaped convicts from Azkaban," he said, glancing pointedly at Black for the 6th time. "And how is it you came to be here?" Dumbledore asked. "Here specifically? I have no idea," the boy said. "I just asked to be somewhere else, and I was. What's with the 3rd degree, anyway?" The creepy wooden doll puppet that had accompanied the boy said. "Harry, aren't these the people from your school?" "Nearly," the boy said dryly, directing an icy glare at Black. "He's the mass murderer I was telling you about that's out to kill me, or a version of him, at least, and her." He nodded politely to Ebony at this point, acknowledging her with a smile, her I don't know, much to my regret. The mouth that had twisted with such scorn at Black molded itself into a smile, and the eyes that had been so cold were suddenly warm, and all of it directed at her. There was a soft intake of breath next to her from Lupin and a bit farther down from Black. Snape's eye twitched. The boy gave the three of them a dry and, in Black's case, dry ice look. "You're all going to pull up comments about how I look like my father, aren't you?" "You do," the doll said. "I'll show you a picture sometime," the boy said. "So," Dumbledore said, "you say you are Harry Potter from another universe, in possession of a powerful magical object called the Dark Heart, which gives you nearly infinite magical power and a host of wondrous abilities, and that you left your world out of boredom." The boy nodded. "Sounds about right. What year are you?" The boy raised an eyebrow at the abrupt question. Third year. I actually left sometime around mid-January of that year." "Why do you ask?" "Well," Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers together, "if what you say is true, then you are technically in a version of your future. It is about a year and a half after that time here." The boy blinked. "I'm in an alternate version of the future." "Creepy," the doll said. "I'm fairly sure this violates some kind of ministry laws," he muttered. "One may not travel to the future, or something. Plus it opens up so many avenues for paradox. Or at least messing up the space-time continuum. Or messing up something, at least. I'll have to ask Hermione. She's the one with the time turner." Dumbledore frowned. "I thought you were in third year." The boy smirked. "That trinket of hers puts off enough power to warp the space-time continuum, which is exactly its purpose. I'd have to be dead not to feel it." "All right, now it's my turn to Q&A," he said abruptly. "Where exactly am I, because it sure isn't Hogwarts. No room in the castle feels this evil, not even the Chamber of Secrets, and this is just a kitchen." Ebony, who'd been silent, till then, finally spoke up. "Feel evil? What do you mean? This room doesn't feel strange or anything." "Maybe it's you," Black muttered under his breath just loudly enough to be heard. Ebony felt her clench strangely, as if it were unsure she should be sad or angry. She tried to settle for angry and didn't quite properly get there. Lupin and Snape rounded on the man, the former growling softly, the latter looking like he was planning where to put his cursor a right hook. Dumbledore said his name warningly, expression, tone and manner very disapproving. The boy raised an eyebrow, then turned to Ebony. "Wanna be friends? Anyone he'll be mad at is friend material in my book," he said warmly, lips twisted in sardonic look obviously meant for Black. "She's the absolute last person you'd want to be your friend," Black said before Ebony could respond to the odd proposal. "She's an evil spawn who—" "Shut up," the boy said lazily, and Black was suddenly mute, and looking flapping his mouth open and close like a goldfish. "Better. You don't know how much I want to kill you, so don't aggravate me," he said, voice as cold and icy as winter's heart, pure burning acid, tone as sharp as a razor. It was hate held in check but obviously intense. Snape's eyebrows threatened to cross his hairline. Lupin and Dumbledore were staring at the boy, who was directing a look at Black that should have drawn, quartered, flayed, filleted, castrated and incinerated him. The little wooden doll looked at her companion worriedly. Keeper I mean, Harry, calm down. You're scaring me." The boy took a deep breath and visibly got hold of himself. I'm cool," he said, breathing in and out to try to calm himself. Black was still flapping his mouth like a goldfish. At a gesture from Dumbledore, Lupin took out his wand and waved it at Black, muttering finite incantatem. Nothing happened. "What did you do to him?" Snape said, sounding strangely approving. "I made him shut up," the boy said, an almost nasty, self-satisfied smile on his face. "Can you please lift whatever it was you did, Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore said. It was the first time anyone besides the doll Cassidy, Ebony recalled belatedly, had acknowledged his claims. He sighed, and waved his hand half-heartedly. "Yes sir," he said. Black frowned at him. "You didn't need to do that." "Don't tempt me to do it again," was the testy answer. "What did I do?" Black said. "Betrayed my parents to Voldemort, for starters," the dark-haired boy retorted. "Well, the local version of me's parents, but it still amounts to the same thing to me." Black blinked, obviously confused, but Ebony had made the connection. She remembered how angry she'd been at Black when she'd thought he'd betrayed her parents, her mother and James. She corrected herself sadly to Voldemort, before she'd learned Pettigrew was their secret keeper. This boy, this Harry, obviously didn't know about the rat yet. After all, it was still January in his world. He still had yet to win the Quidditch Cup. There was an uncomfortable silence. "So, where are we anyway?" the doll Cassidy said a little too loudly. "You were in the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, an organization dedicated to killing Slytherin's heir," Black said, before anyone else could say anything. Even as Ebony winced at the description, a part of her wondered at Black's strange behavior. It was almost as if he'd been trying to impress the Alter Harry and get on his good side. No such luck, apparently. Alter Harry raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, right. And Hermione's homoal and in a lesbian relationship with Ginny." Ebony blushed at the vivid image, and next to her, Lupin did the same. "It is no joke, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "This is the headquarters of our organization. I suggest you fire your realtor," Alter Harry replied. "The sheer evil I'm picking in this place would do Moldy Voldy proud." They all blinked. "Moldy Voldy," Dumbledore repeated, amused. "Fear of a name increases the fear of the thing itself," Alter Harry said solemnly. His lips twitched slightly. "A wise man once told me that. It's very hard to be afraid of mold." Ebony couldn't help herself. She chuckled. He smiled at her. "Glad you like it. So, how did Tommy R's opposers end up in this dump?" "This is the Black family ancestral home, isn't it? I let them use it," Black said. "Ah, I've been wondering what you're doing here," Alter Harry said. "So, who'd you betray and murder to get in?" "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said warningly. "Look, you have to understand, I didn't," Black began, but Dumbledore interrupted him. "Sirius, I believe it is best if we do not tell Mr. Potter anything about his future," the headmaster said. As he stated, it might cause some kind of paradox in his world. "But Dumbledore," Black said. "Tough luck, Black," Alter Harry said cheerily. "Still, Mr. Potter, I am not sure not telling you certain things would not be beneficial," Dumbledore continued. "There are some things you might want to know to help you. As the one who survived Voldemort's curse, got to the Philosopher's Stone, and killed the basilisk still alive?" Alter Harry asked. "Yes," Dumbledore said simply. "Then I'll be fine. The local me got through it, I will too," he said. "So, I'm in the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, an anti-Voldy group. Next question, what's your name?" The latter was directed at Ebony, who started of the sudden attention. She blushed. "My name's Hara, Aben, I mean Cassandra." "Haru Ebonum Cassandra," he said, amused. Strangely flustered, she turned towards Dumbledore pleadingly for help. Black, however, decided to open his big mouth. "She's Slytherin's heir," the man said, somehow expectant. Ebony flushed, glaring at the man, who was looking pretty smug. Alter Harry blinked. "Funny, you don't look like Voldemort," he said, peering at her closely. "Even under that disguise, you can see through it," Ebony said in surprise. "If I put my mind to it." "Interesting," he muttered. "A bit overkill to cover up pale skin and heterochromia. Nice hair. Is the disguise hard to take off?" "She's Voldemort's daughter," Black yelled. "I doubt anyone would sleep with the guy, much less carry his child," Alter Harry retorted. "She's the Dark Heiress," Black raved. "She's a monster, born from a monster, and she's going to become like him one day." Shut up," Alter Harry said tersely, and Black was flapping his mouth like a goldfish again. "He really doesn't like you, does he? Now I really want to be your friend. So which is it, Ebony or Cassandra?" She stared at him. "Don't you care about what he said?" "Should I?" he said. Ebony looked in askance, then turned to Dumbledore. The headmaster sighed, suddenly looking older. "Mr. Potter, there is something you should know. An explanation later. So you're the daughter of Lily Potter, who's been raised as Harry Potter for the last 14 years, as a guy, and you're one of the most feared persons in the wizarding world, second only to the moldy sperm donor since a week after you were born, for absolutely no reason other than genetics." The Alter Harry said, face strangely blank, the first words he'd said since Dumbledore started explaining. Yes," Ebony said, slightly confused at the way he'd summed up the situation. People dislike you for the fact that you're someone's kid, and are afraid you'll turn out like him, no other reason. He continued. Yes. What house are you in? Gryffindor, although the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. I know, I was there. Have you ever wanted to take over the world? No. Ever betrayed anyone? No. Have you ever killed anyone in cold blood? No, she said. The alter Harry nodded, before breaking out into a wide smile. Friend, he said, extending his hand, somehow managing to grab hold of Ebony's and shaking it. Black's jaw dropped. Well, let's get the formal introductions out of the way, shall we? The dark-haired boy said. I'm Harry Potter, Gryffindor 3rd year, dimensional traveler and keeper of the dark heart. This is Cassidy Drake, my sidekick. A pleasure to meet you. Sidekick. The now formally introduced Cassidy exclaimed. Now just wait a cotton pickin' minute. May I have the honor as to your name, milady? Alter Harry said smoothly. Confused as heck, Ebony felt herself blushing for some reason. I am not your sidekick, Cassidy declared. Alter Harry rolled his eyes, looking down at the little wooden girl in the next chair, a wry twist in his lips. Well, you're certainly not my lovely assistant. One of Cassidy's glass eyes twitched. Die Potter, she declared, and a blast of fire roared towards his head. Ebony and the other adults drew back, alarmed, as the black-haired boy fell off his chair, the fireball flying over him and luckily exploding harmlessly on a thick pan hanging on the ceiling. Laughing, he flipped to his feet, and was summarily chased around the room by an enraged doll with flaming hands who would sometimes throw fire at him. Oh my, Dumbledore said as they watched the two running around the room, the boy laughing like a child half his age. Harry, if you please. Alter Harry screeched to a stop, and was instantly hit by a fireball to the head, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ebony gasped in shock, and similar reactions were forthcoming from the others. Black, still mute, had his mouth hanging open, which wasn't much of a change from before. Cassidy stopped running, placing her hands on her hips. Now we're even, she said in a huff. Much to their surprise, the alter Harry groaned, rubbing the back of his head as he got to his knees. Crazy pyromaniac can't take a joke, he muttered. Shakily, he got back to his feet. Sorry if I scared you or anything, but I'm all right. You're not hurt, Lupin said. From this little firecracker? Of course not. I'm tougher than that, he said, grinning sardonically. I'm the guy who had a basilisk's fang shoved into his arm, and had to regrow the bones in same place because some idiot managed to vanish them away, after all. Now that's pain. When they still stared at him, he shrugged. It's all in the dark heart, he said casually, turning towards Ebony. I believe you were about to tell me your name. At Dumbledore's nod, she smiled, taking up from where they'd left off. My name is Ebony. Ebony Layla. Riddle, she said, stumbling over the last name. Suddenly, he was right in front of her, taking her hand in his and in the back of it. A pleasure to meet you, Mistress Ebony, he said, smiling. To the side, they could hear Black gagging on his tongue. The next words just leapt out of her mouth. The pleasure's all mine, Harry. Where did that come from? That night, there was an emergency meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. Many were curious as to why they were having this meeting, since last they heard, nothing had happened that warranted it. Many tried to ask Lupin what was going on, since he seemed to know something, but all he would do was smile and shake his head. Occasionally, he would spontaneously giggle, earning him stares. Some backed away from him, concerned for his mental health and their own safety. A literally crazy werewolf wasn't something you wanted to have to worry about. Finally, Dumbledore cleared his throat, causing people to hush up and look at him. Ahem. Now, I know you are all curious as to why I have summoned you here. An unusual occurrence happened this afternoon, and it is still not known whether this will affect us or not. 2 visitors arrived who will be staying here at headquarters. Now, that in itself is unusual, but the identity of one of the visitors is the primary reason. Since he will be staying, it is likely you'll encounter him, and if so, it is better you are forewarned, as his presence is supposed to be kept secret from non-order members, with the sole exception of Ebony, and because his appearance may be quite a shock. At this, Lupin started giggling again, and stuffed a fist in his mouth in an effort to control it. Dumbledore's lips twitched, and anyone who knew him would know he was fighting back a grin. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Professor." Ebony's voice called through, and the tension went up slightly as the pro and anti groups were reminded to each other's existence. "You called." "Yes, Ebony," Dumbledore said, pitching his voice higher. "Please, send him in." The door opened, and people turned to see who it was. A person wearing all black entered, causing several cries of surprise and shock, as well as making some people in the case of Tonks fall off their seat. The boy at the door raised an eyebrow, mouth twisted in amusement. Dumbledore could tell he was enjoying this. "You wanted to see me, Professor," he said sweetly. Dumbledore smiled, gesturing him forward. He entered the room the rest of the way, pulling Ebony in by one hand and being followed, many were surprised to see, by a little wooden doll. The party of 3 moved to stand next to Dumbledore, Ebony reluctantly, the others confidently. Dumbledore coughed, forcing down the urge to break down into giggles the way Lupin was. Indeed, the werewolf was currently an incoherent mess, pounding the table quietly with his fist, shoulders convulsing with mirth. "Ahem. May I introduce our visitors, Ms. Cassidy Drake." "Yo," the doll said. "And Mr. Harry Potter." Harry waved lazily. "Hello." There was mass staring all around, which lasted quite a while before people started shaking themselves out of their stupors. People kept glancing at Harry out of the corner of his eye. Dumbledore smiled. "As Molly and Arthur are not here, can you all please refrain from telling them? I think it would be best that we explain the situation to them." "And as to the situation," Dumbledore coughed again, "Mr. Potter and Miss Drake claim to be from another universe, different from our own. They apparently came here by the use of a powerful magical artifact that Mr. Potter controls, which has no equivalent in our world." "Magical artifact?" Professor McGonagall said. Holding a hand up in front of his, Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. Darkness seemed to congeal around him, and waves of cold began to emanate from his location as, with a burst of darkness, a pendant appeared to hang around his neck. Grasping the pendant, Harry gently took the cord off from around his neck. Opening his palm, he held it up high so everyone could see. "Behold, the dark heart," he said. Everyone stared at the crystal, which was pulsing from the inside. "What does it do?" McGonagall pressed, her businesslike attitude coming to the fore. "It's a power source of nigh-infinite dark energy," Harry said, leaning back to sit, crossing his legs in front of him. "I received it when I was born, but it didn't manifest until I was about 10. It gives me an absurdly high level of regeneration, effectively rendering me immortal, as well as the powers of flight, shape-changing, control over the elements of earth, fire, water, air, lightning, ice, light, darkness, etc. All these are just applications of the power, however. Theoretically, I can use the dark heart to do anything. Several times I've been tempted to send Bins on into the afterlife. His lectures are more powerful than Draft of Living Death." "Anything," Moody said, and there was a hubbub of speculation at the meaning of the word. "It can do anything," he'd said. "Only the Dark Keeper, that's me, can use it, however," Harry continued. "No one can take it from me, and anyone who tries, dies, either by my own hand or the Dark Heart's. In my world, the Dark Keepers are feared because it is misconstrued that because we use something called the Dark Heart, we are automatically evil. In reality, it all depends on the Keeper. There were some who could be considered evil, but a lot were normal people. To my knowledge, I'm the first Dark Keeper who's a wizard. And my knowledge goes a long way. Muggles have used this Dark Heart," Snape said. "Almost exclusively before me," Harry said. Black made sound in his throat, waving his arms around frantically. Lupin looked at Black, then turned to Harry. "You haven't lifted it yet." Harry shrugged. If he can't say anything nice, he shouldn't say anything at all. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore chided. Harry sighed, shrugging, and waved his hand. "Behave," he warned Black with a growl. Black hummed a couple of times, testing his throat. "If it's that powerful, then we can defeat Voldemort easily." "Backstabbing your boss already," Harry said dryly. "Even if I wanted to, which I do, like you wouldn't believe, I won't. Although I could know, I can kill him with one shot despite his defenses. Horcruxes. That won't solve your problems." "What do you mean?" Tonks said. Voldemort is our problem. There was a murmur of assent. Harry sighed, shaking his head sadly. Ah, the idealism of youth, he said sagely, causing much eyebrow raising. You don't really get it, do you? The bastard is just a manifestation of the problem. Haven't any of you ever bothered to wonder why he became so powerful in the first place? It wasn't because he imperioused a lot of people. It was because people wanted to follow him. And when a large enough portion of high society want to follow a total sicko, a sadistic, genocidal eugenicist, you ought to know you have a big problem. Harry inspected his nails. Killing Moldavort is just a delaying tactic. Unless you address the problems in society that would cause a large number of people to follow him, it's just a matter of time before there are more of them, and less of you, and people like you are branded as evil. There was silence. Harry uncrossed his legs. If there are no further questions, I'll be leaving. Come on, Bonnie, he said, grabbing Ebony's hand and pulling her towards the door, followed by Cassidy. Once there, he paused. Oh, and any of you who badmouth Ebony just because of who she was unfortunate enough to have as her sperm donor will know why the Dark Keepers are the most feared people in the multiverse. I know ways to torture without killing that would make even the Dork Lord run screaming like a banshee. Just so you know. With that, they were gone. Moody blinked. Is it just me, he said slowly, or was he just floating on air the entire time he was talking? Dumbledore chuckled. Yes, he was. One of those applications he spoke of. He could simply have used a levitation spell to make us think that, McGonagall said, frowning, a look that was mirrored by others around the table. Harry's words had struck a chord, it seemed. And speaking of which, the door opened, and Harry stuck his head inside the room. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, but can Snape give me back my wand? Professor Snape, Harry, someone aid from outside the door. Harry blinked and looked over his shoulder in surprise, then shrugged. Can Professor Snape give me my wand back, please? Dumbledore looked at Snape, who took a wand out of his robes, looking reluctant to stand up and return it, seemingly expecting Harry to come in for it. He looked about to tell Harry to come and get it himself. Harry took the decision out of his hands. Whistling, he made a beckoning gesture. The wand floated from Snape's hand and flew towards its owner. Grabbing it out of midair, Harry twirled it between his fingers. Thank you, he said cheekily, and ducked out again. Well, there's goes the levitation spell idea, Lupin said, trying and failing to smother a grin. Dumbledore chuckled again for a moment, before turning serious. I cannot stress how important it is that his presence, and indeed, his existence, be kept an absolute secret. The children, especially, must not know. Is that understood? There was a murmur of assent that rose and fell like a wave. I will discuss arrangements with Mr. Potter for while he is staying here, Dumbledore continued. His abilities will probably help in any subterfuge required. Also, I must ask you not to tell him anything regarding the events of the last year and a half. He is only halfway through his third year, and as such, those events haven't happened to him yet. He does not want foreknowledge of his future, and as much as it pains me, I must agree. Is that understood? Another murmur. The Order would need time to process this. Harry, Ebony and Cassidy all sat at the head of the stairs leading to the kitchen, gazing at the dark heart, which was showing what was happening at the Order meeting. They could hear every word, see every nuance, which was weird considering they were looking at it through something the size of a large marble. Looks like the meeting's breaking up, Harry said, sighing. As much as he didn't want to know what had happened, he had an overwhelming need to hear what they were talking about. He was crazy that way. Ebony looked at the boy next to her as he dropped the dark heart to hang around his neck like a pendant. She really wasn't sure what to make of the boy. Most of the day had been spent touring the house, at his suggestion, and he had frequently needed to save them, or more precisely, her from the things in the house that seemed to have developed homicidal tendencies, like the clock that fired bolts, or the trunk that tried to eat them. When they'd finally stopped doing that, they'd talked about Quidditch, the weather, and generally a lot of nothing. Not one mention of Voldemort or anything related to him. The most he came to asking about her was when he asked if he could remove her disguise with his powers for a moment so he could see what she really looked like. She'd also been slightly weirded out by the casual violence he and Cassidy had occasionally exchanged, such as when he had made joking comments which Cassidy had responded to with fireballs. Nevertheless, it was obvious the two were friends, somehow reminding her of Ron and Hermione even if they acted nothing like them. Okay, maybe a little. As Order members started trooping up quietly, the three of them stood to the side, waiting for an opportunity to go downstairs and talk to Dumbledore. Everyone glanced at them as they passed, some curiously, others as if to reaffirm what they'd seen a few minutes ago. Still, few said a word, and if they did, it was usually very quiet and quickly hushed up. Harry and Cassidy were wondering why everyone was so quiet. Harry was very tempted to ask who had died, but considering what he'd heard about Ebony that afternoon, it might not be in good taste when Tonks came up the stairs, made a good show of trying to be quiet, and promptly tripped on a troll's leg umbrella stand. There was an immediate loud clatter. "I'm sorry," Tonks instantly said, trying to right the stand, but the damage was done. A loud, ear-splitting, unearthly screech rose, quickly going up beyond the tolerable decibel range. The moth-eaten curtains in the hall that Ebony hadn't shown him opened, revealing a portrait of a woman who was screaming her head off, a woman that reminded Harry of what Nerissa had wrinkled into when he'd taken the heart from her, only this one seemed to be drying up as well as getting wrinkly, since her skin had stretched out over her visible features. All in all, pretty ugly. To make matters worse for their eardrums, the screaming was waking up all the other portraits in the hall, all of which started screaming as well. It reminded Harry of a rock concert Irma and the others had once gone to, where the noise was actually enough to cause clothes to vibrate substantially and you actually felt your bones shaking. Some were trying to close the curtains, but to no avail. What's going on here?" he asked Ebony telepathically, since he was pretty sure any words he said would just make matter worse. "It's the portrait of Black's mother," Ebony said, her ears covered. Harry heard her words in his mind. "I forgot to tell you. It does that, whenever it hears a noise in the hall." "How did I hear you say that?" "Telepathy. I'll explain later. Why don't they get rid of it? And of the other portraits, for that matter?" "Permanent sticking charm," Ebony answered. "Ah, well, maybe I can do something." Harry started moving towards the stairs, where Dumbledore was just emerging. Cassidy followed close behind. Tapping Dumbledore on the shoulder, Harry wrote some words in the air as he had seen the memory of Riddle do. "Do you mind if I got rid of this racket?" Dumbledore glanced around the hall, which was a confused mess, since no one dared leave the house for fear that the open door would attract attention, but no one could seem to shut the portrait up either. "If you please," Dumbledore wrote back. "Is it all right to destroy the portraits?" Dumbledore looked over his shoulder at Black, who shrugged carelessly, and who Harry was pointedly ignoring. "By all means." Grinning widely, Harry wrote his thanks, and telepathically told Cassidy to start herding people away from the portraits and into other rooms or up the stairs. When the entrance hall was empty except for Harry and the screaming portraits, he was able to make out some of what the portrait was screaming, which was basically racist purist eugenicist propaganda. Conscious of all the people watching him, Harry summoned a certain book from storage in the Dark Heart, opened it to a certain page, and started reading the spell he planned to do. Ebony, meanwhile, blinked when she saw the book, and looked down at Cassidy, who was huddled around her legs in the stairwell she was in with Dumbledore, Lupin, Moody, and Black. "Is that a comic book he's reading?" "Actually, he calls it a manga, but yes," Cassidy replied. Harry suddenly started to speak. Strangely, his words could be heard clearly over the screaming, and they caused Dumbledore to blink in confusion. "Lic lac lilac lilac. Tashumbulian dia kanoyo moi que crystalline bashlia." "What is it, Professor?" Ebony asked. "What's he saying?" "It's in Greek," Dumbledore said. "Ancient Greek. It sounds like some kind of spell." "Spell," Lupin said. Dumbledore nodded. "His words are, 'Upon our pact, do my bidding, O Queen of Ice. Come forth from the never-ending darkness, the eternal glacier, bring death to all that hast life.'" By the end of the first sentence, Dumbledore was saying all this robotically. Cold had started to descend upon the room, and nowhere was this more evident than on the walls. Icicles already 3 feet long hung from frames in the ceiling. Beneath the portrait of Black's mother, a bundle of icicles thrusting in all directions had flowered. The voices of the portraits had slowed their screaming at the cold, and some sounded very shaky. Black's mother had started ing. "You, mutant, monster freak, what have you done? Blood traitor, FFFILTTH, P-Prod-Duct-OF." Finally, the portrait couldn't continue, shaking from the intense cold. All around the hall, portraits were shutting up, no longer able to articulate. Harry chuckled darkly, a chuckle that sent chills down spines that had nothing to do with the cold, although everyone felt like they were outside in the dead of winter. "The spell I cast creates near absolute zero temperatures. It is the cold of the void of space. You better get used to it. Fill th thy half-bee breed," the portrait managed to choke out. Harry smirked. "At first, I was just going to keep all of you in deep freeze, but since you made me mad, you chose your opponent poorly, woman. For, lo, I am the cursed one, the keeper of the dark heart. Look upon my magics, ye mighty, and despair." "Crazy much, Harry," Cassidy muttered. "Versailles Zois ton Ison. You were the place of eternal rest, the frozen world," Dumbledore translated, and at these words, the cold rose to new heights. With one final gurgling screech, Black's mother was encased in a pillar of solid ice. The other portraits, long silenced, suffered the same fate. Silence descended in the house, as Harry stretched then relaxed, sighing. "Is it just me, or is it cold in here?" he quipped. "Merlin's beard," many said. Others used more colorful comments. "Despair indeed," Dumbledore muttered. "Hold it, I'm not done," Harry said as everyone made to leave where they were hiding. "And don't touch the ice. You'll probably lose the limb you touch with." At this, everyone shrank back. Turning around, Harry raised a hand towards the portraits on his left. "Soul Killer." An intensely loud sound shot forth from his hand, flying towards the group of portraits. They shook for a nanosecond, then shattered into thousands of pieces, each fragment glinting like a diamond, a dagger in midair, before beginning their inexorable journeys as dictated by gravity and classical physics. Each shard shot outward, and all the Order members were quick to duck back under cover as the shards flew at high velocity, bouncing off the other ice pillars but sticking into the walls, floor and ceiling like knives. A black shield enfolded Harry at the last moment, protecting him from harm. Grinning, he turned to the portraits on his left, raising both hands palm out. Zenkakyokua. A wave of air shot out, and cuts suddenly began to appear on the ice, as if sliced by invisible blades. The cuts grew in number, before the portraits were also reduced to so many shards. The wall was now bare and highly damaged. "Shouldn't we do something?" Lupin said. Dumbledore shrugged. "Sirius said he could destroy the portraits, and to be honest, I never liked those things anyway." Harry turned and pointed at the portraits to the left of Mrs. Black. Ultima. There was a green burst of magic, followed by what looked like a contained nuclear explosion. "This kid is going all out over some portraits," Moody said, looking impressed at the spells being used nonetheless. Portraits to the right. Dead scream. A ball of energy that completely annihilated its targets. It was lucky the wall survived. Finally, only Mrs. Black's portrait remained. People started to venture out as Harry seemed to have stopped. He was breathing hard, a contented look on his face, a serene smile on his lips. "Ah, nothing like a little cathartic destruction to take a load off your mind." Dumbledore eyed all the frozen shards sticking everywhere, careful not to step on any. "Was that really necessary?" Harry waved his hand, and all the shards glowed for a moment, before melting, then quickly bursting into white-hot flames, dying in an instant without so much as a mark on the ground. "No, but it was fun. I haven't destroyed anything in a while." "What about Nerissa?" Cassidy said. "That was different," Harry said cheerily, although his face darkened slightly. "I killed her, I didn't destroy her." Conscious of the stares being sent his way, Harry said, a little defensively, she was an insane, wannabe Dark Lord who had delusions of grandeur involving ruling the multiverse. "I stopped her. Permanently." When people still kept on looking at him, Harry glared. "What? You people act like you've never had to kill before." There were embarrassed murmurs, and people looked away. "So, what are you going to do with this?" Cassidy said, pointing at Mrs. Black's portrait. Harry grinned. I have a couple of special things in mind for it. Stand back, I don't think it'll be safe to stand next to me, Harry said, moving back until he hit the far wall opposite the portrait. At these words, people moved back nervously, not wanting to be caught by any of the things they'd seen used a while ago. Harry cupped his hands together, closing his eyes. Void of darkness, freezing nothingness, free thyself from heaven's bonds. A lot of eyebrows rose at those words. Magic began to crackle between Harry's hands, and they closed, as if he were holding a sword. Become one with my body, one with my power, and together, let us walk the path of destruction. Bursting, magic shot out from between Harry's hands, a black magic that formed into a large, trowel-like blade. The edges crackled, incoherent but obviously there, shifting as if a permanent form were beyond its capacity. Ragna blade. Grinning like a loon, Harry took a step towards the portrait, raising the blade over his head. Limit break, Clim hazard. You're insane, you know that, Potter. Cassidy said. Harry just smiled, sipping his pumpkin juice serenely. Just getting the kinks out of the system. It was fun. You consider it fun to destroy things. Ebony's voice was dry enough to be a minor desert. Harry smirked. Look me in the eye and tell me you don't enjoy using spells that leave a big mess. Ebony tried to glare at him and messed it up when she cracked a smile. The three of them were in the now vacated kitchen of the Black House. Harry and Ebony had managed to scrounge up some things to eat, since both had missed lunch what with touring the house and all. Cassidy looked mournfully at the food they had prepared for a meager dinner. You're wishing you have taste buds again, aren't you? Harry said. I promised I'd work on it. I know. And not that I'm complaining, having a body is better than none at all. It's just that I miss chocolate, Cassidy mourned. Before any other conversation could take place, Lupin, Dumbledore, Tonks and Moody all came down the stairs. Dig in, Harry said, sitting down next to Ebony and thankful that Black hadn't come down with them. It was the most we could do. The adults raised their eyebrows. On the table was a roast chicken, mashed potatoes, 3 different kinds of baked pasta, and a big pitcher of pumpkin juice. Harry shrugged. Well, there wasn't a lot to scrounge up, so I made a few things. Pig, Cassidy muttered. With practice ease, Harry pushed her off the table with his pinky. She was up in an instant, fire in her eyes and hands. You started it, Harry said, and she glared at him, although the flames died down. Nervously, the 4 adults sat down to eat, Lupin sitting next to Ebony, Tonks beside him, and the other 3 sat opposite them. Cassidy sat on the edge of the table looking mournful. So, how's the weather lately? Harry said as he cut some meat for himself. All the others paused. I'm just trying to start a conversation, nothing serious. Harry said defensively. Interesting magic you used up there, Moody commented, sniffing the food suspiciously before deciding it wasn't poisoned. I've never heard of those spells before. That's because they weren't spells per se, just the dark art's power in use. The only reason they looked like that was because I wanted them to, Harry said. Wanted them to, Ebony repeated. Well, unlike the magic we use with wands, the dark art has no pre-established list of spells. You basically have to mentally shape the magic for everything. The words I said were just focuses for how I wanted the magic to come out. That's not how we did it, Cassidy said. No offense, but you Guardians really don't put a lot of thought into how you use your magic, do you? You girls basically either throw elements around or make wishes and hope you have the power to back them up, which you usually do, so no problem, Harry said. Guardians, Dumbledore said. They're a group in our home universe cluster. They basically serve Kandrakar, and in the past they used to hunt and kill Dark Keepers or tried to, anyway. They usually die trying, unless one of them has the nerve to go for a suicide attack. Thankfully hopefully that's thing of the past, now. Why would they want to kill you? Tonks said. Like I said, they thought we were evil, Harry said, then blinked, looking at her and Moody. I'm sorry, but I just realized I have no idea who you two are. The pink-haired woman grinned. You can call me Tonks, and that, she said, pointing at her horribly scarred friend, is Alistair Moody. The disfigured man nodded in acknowledgement. Upstairs you mentioned something about killing someone, boy, Moody said. What's that about? She was a rogue guardian who tried to take over the multiverse. I stopped her because I promised someone I would, Harry said, then took a drink, plainly not intending to add anything more. That's actually why I asked if Ebony has ever killed anyone in cold blood. Because I know I did. Twice. You've killed twice, Lupin said, shocked. Quirrell and Nerissa. And if I ever get a hold of Black on my world, it'll be 3, he answered, his mouth twisting into an unconscious smile, one that unnerved the people at the table, even Moody. Quirrell was an accident, really, but I was the one who put him out of his misery when Voldemort left him by putting a stake through his heart. Do we have to talk about this? Cassidy said in disgust. I'm not eating and I'm still sick. Harry blinked, blushing in embarrassment. Sorry. It won't happen again. There was an uncomfortable silence. Suddenly, Black came down the stairs and stopped, sensing the mood. Did I miss something? He said as he sat down next to Dumbledore, and far too close to Harry for his comfort. The boy was very tempted to give him a frozen foot. No one answered his question. Finally, Dumbledore said, we need to talk about what we'll tell the children when they come back tomorrow. Ron and Hermione are coming here, Harry said in surprise. Isn't that sort of dangerous? I mean, this is the headquarters of a group opposed to Moldywarts. Isn't he going to attack or something? There were some snorts at the new name. No, Dumbledore said, hoping the mashed potatoes hadn't gone down his lungs. This building is perfectly safe, as long as it is kept secret, and we have countermeasures for that. If you say so, Harry said, lapsing into thought. A cover story. I supposed we could just say I'm a friend of Cassandra's. Ebony told me her cover story, and it would be easy to mix the two together and add a little believability. We tell them I'm a friend of Cassandra's who's also homeschooled and here visiting her friend because when summer ends I won't be going to Hogwarts. That way, they don't connect me to anything regarding the school. There's still the matter of your looks, boy, Moody said. At this, Harry and Cassidy shared a grin. Let me worry about that. Try as they might, no one could get a word out of him about what he meant, until finally they just gave up and made plans in case his amounted to putting on a fake beard and mustache. By the way, since I assume I can't just go on over to the Leaky Cauldron for a room, where am I sleeping? Harry asked as he and Lupin helped Tonks put the plates in the sink to be washed. Lupin frowned, panicked a moment when a plate nearly fell from Tonks' grasp, then frowned again. I suppose you can use someone's room, although I don't know what their owners will say to that, since we really don't have one prepared. Harry frowned in thought. Hey, Ebony, can I bunk in your room? Ebony said. Well, with your permission, anyway. I'll just sleep on the floor. Done it before. I really don't think, Lupin said. Is this going to be one of those, it's indecent, protests, because I can tell you right now, I'm only 13, and hence, too young to be thinking of doing any of the things you're afraid is going to happen, Harry said. Besides, Cassidy'll be there to chaperone if you're nervous. Despite her size, she's older than she looks. Helplessly, Lupin looked to Dumbledore, who shrugged, his eyes twinkling on overdrive. And that was how Harry and Cassidy ended up sleeping in Ebony's room. Nice place you got here, Harry said as they entered Ebony's room. He took in the sparsely furnished room and blinked when he noted its current occupant. Hey, Hedwig. The White Owl blinked in confusion, looking between Harry and Ebony, who'd just come in. She gave a hoot, ruffling her feathers looking agitated. I guess she's a bit confused, Ebony said. She's only just gotten used to me being a girl and all. I'll handle this, Harry said. Hi, I'm Harry. I know I look like someone you know, but I'm not. I'm actually from another universe. Cassidy blinked in confusion. Just what was Harry doing? Was he actually talking to the bird? Harry, Cassidy ventures. Oh, is that so? Said Hedwig. Well, that explains it. Ebony and Cassidy's jaw dropped, the latter's almost coming off her face and falling to the ground. Wah, they chorused. Harry grinned. Oh, didn't I tell you? One of my powers is to communicate with animals and inanimate objects. Very useful if you need information and there weren't any witnesses. My power also boosts their intelligence a little and allows them to talk back. Deciding to ignore this new quirk of her alternate version, Ebony shook her head, looking bemused. Cassidy, however, looked suspicious. Wait a minute. Does this mean you could also talk to Azar? Harry just grinned and didn't say anything. Grumbling, Cassidy plopped herself on the bed as Harry looked around the nooks and crannies of the room. Ebony opened her cupboard and was about to pull out some sleeping clothes when she stopped and blushed slightly. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment? I need to, Harry blushed as well. Sure. Take your time. By the way, where's the... When Ebony gave him directions to the bathroom, Harry grabbed Cassidy and they hustled out of the room. After Ebony had gotten changed, she let Harry and Cassidy back inside. The boy immediately plopped down on the floor, looking at the ceiling and humming to himself. Cassidy kept a wary eye on Hedwig, before burying herself in a book that Harry must have given her. Why do you do that? Ebony said as she started brushing her hair in preparation for her nightly occlumency exercise. Do what? Harry said as he looked at her upside down, grateful she wasn't wearing a nightgown to sleep. He raised an eyebrow at the brush. Hum all the time. You've been doing it all day. When you're not talking, you're humming. It's really quiet so it's hard to catch on to, but I've noticed, she said as moved the brush through her hair with relaxed, don't really have to think about it, kind of movements. Harry hummed as he thought of how to phrase his answer. It's a way to stay sane. You see, not all my powers are what you might call user-friendly. Oh, one of my powers is that I sort of see visions when exposed to silence. It's sort of the opposite of what a guardian named Haylin can do. She sees certain visions or memories when she hears certain sounds. When I'm in a silent environment, I see things, and it's not always pleasant. The visions I've been getting in this house have been really disturbing. Any sound keeps things from being silent, and a little noise keeps the visions away. I can't even sleep without my music box, since the visions would keep me from falling asleep, Harry said, a touch of bitterness in his voice. The power is on 24/7, and I can't turn it off. But sound offers a little reprieve, so I hum. Oh, Ebony said, pausing in her brushing, before she remembered herself and started again. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Oh, it's nothing. I've gotten used to it. Now it's just annoying, Harry said. Okay, my turn. Why are you brushing your hair? I don't think you're that far gone into being a girl to be so vain. The joking tone in his voice made her smile. It's an exercise someone taught me. It helps me clear my mind so I can practice occlumency. Occlumency. It's the branch of magic dealing with defense of the mind, although accomplished users can use it to resist the effects of truth potions like Veritaserum. I don't really need occlumency then. My telepathy means I can just throw someone out of my mind if I don't want them there. I do it to Snape back home all the time. The brush paused again. About that. Yet another of my dark heart gifted abilities. It's like the classic Muggle concept of telepathy. I can read minds, not like the way Legilimens do, but actually reading like a book, although it's hard to look without a table of contents. A smile. Don't worry, I'm not a voyeur, though. I don't just casually dig through minds. What I did with you a while ago was basically just talking without sound. Although sometimes, when a person is especially agitated, I can pick things up because they're basically shouting out their thoughts. It's a real headache, that. I could imagine, Ebony said, although she couldn't really. Still, she had a gist of what he meant. What are the two of you talking about? Cassidy said abruptly. Ebony blinked at the doll, wondering what she meant. Harry, however, frowned, propping himself up on his elbow. Did we just slip into using Parseltongue? He said. Ebony frowned as well, realizing belatedly that their conversation had slipped into the S language somewhere along the line without either knowing it. I guess we did. Cassidy said. Parseltongue. It's the language of SS, Harry explained. Cassidy shook her head. Just when I think I know you. Harry said, lying back down. Bending his knee, he lay his other leg on top of it, hands behind his head like he was lying down on a grassy meadow looking at the sky. You live, you learn. Ebony looked at him lying down like that. Isn't that uncomfortable? Not really. Ebony woke up to the strains of the little music box Harry had set the night before. It was playing a tune she didn't recognize, although it was very relaxing. She could see why her alternate had chosen it. Said alternate was still sprawled out on the floor, tangled in his blanket, lying down on the sleeping bag he'd conjured up. Cassidy was a collapsed pile of wood lying to one side, the book she'd been reading, a comic book similar to the one Harry had read the spell from last night, she saw off to one side. Yawning, Ebony stretched, working out the kinks sleeping had produced. The sound caused Harry to stir. He opened one eye, before closing it again and stretching himself, rubbing the back of his neck. "Mornin'," Ebony smiled. "Good morning. I hope I didn't wake you." Harry shook his head, smiling sleepily in a reassuring manner. "Don't worry about it. I'm a light sleeper, although sometimes I also sleep like the dead, usually in History of Magic class just before Hermione wakes me up." Ebony laughed at that. She'd had a lot of experience with that herself. Yawning, Harry sat up, scratching his very ruffled hair, which was in a worse state than it usually was. "I'll go downstairs and make breakfast, okay?" "You don't have to do that," Ebony protested. Harry waved her off. "It's nothing. Besides, it's the least I can do." Not waiting for her protests, Harry got up and vanished away the sleeping bag and blanket he'd made, along with the music box, before padding out of the room with a yawn, leaving a note on Cassidy saying where'd gone. Shrugging, Ebony started to get dressed. Later, when Ebony walked into the kitchen, she found Harry looking like he'd taken a bath. His hair was as neat as it was willing to go, and he looked refreshed, wearing a plain black shirt and pants. The kitchen table was stacked high with toast, bacon, sausages, eggs, and lots of other breakfast staples, in quantities fit for Mrs. Weasley on a rampage. All in all, it would have been a tranquil scene if Cassidy wasn't chasing Harry around with a frying pan. A large frying pan. "Ouch," Harry said when it finally connected with his head. "Crazy trigger-happy pyromaniac," Cassidy sniffed, muttering things under her breath. Ebony would have been sweat-dropping if she knew how. I don't think I want to know." "Thank you for not asking," Harry said as he rubbed his head, waving his hand and sending the pan back to its hook. Whatever it was had apparently been forgiven with the frying pan, since Cassidy started acting cheerfully again, and Harry certainly didn't say anything about it, causing Ebony to believe this was a usual occurrence for them. Shrugging, she sat down and began eating. They were shortly joined by Lupin, who greeted them with a tired smile and looked slightly amazed at the amount of food that had been produced. He ate with them and the four of them chatted genially about little bits of nothing for a while. The appearance of Black while they were explaining the rules of Quidditch to Cassidy caused a momentary hitch, but thankfully Dumbledore was right behind him, so things recovered. Black looked like he wanted to sit with Harry, but he was sitting at the end of the bench next to Ebony, so it was no go. He sat a little away from them, looking at Harry out of the corner of his eye as they went back to talking about Quidditch. The altar Potter deliberately ignored him, although his pointed refusal to look in his general direction was a dead giveaway he knew he was there. Ebony looked uncomfortable as well, but Black wasn't even looking at her. His eyes were only on Harry. Everyone looked up when they heard the door opening. The adults frowned at each other. "Is anyone supposed to be coming in this morning?" Lupin said. Dumbledore shook his head, frowning slightly, but before any of the adults could go check who it was, Harry spoke. "It's Mrs. Weasley," he said, his head tilted to one side, eyes narrowed and slightly blank and glazed, a look of concentration on his face. "She's alone." Before anyone could ask him how he knew, a distinctive tread echoed down the stairwell, one the locals knew belonged to the Weasley matron. They heard her say as she opened the kitchen door, "Remus, is Ebony up?" "Aye." Her words were cut off as she noticed the boy in the room. There was a gurgling sound in her throat, and her eyes rolled up as she fainted. Harry seemed to vanish from his seat and reappeared next to Mrs. Weasley, his hand outstretched. She stopped in mid-fall, her head lolling to the side, legs bent, arms hanging lifelessly at her sides. Harry shook his head, tisking. A wave of his hand and she was upright, another wave and she was lying in midair. "I should have realized something like that would happen." He floated Mrs. Weasley towards the table, whose residents were already getting up, worried for the woman's condition. "She'll be fine. Fainted when she saw me, that's all." Dumbledore shook his head, an amused smile on his face, the usual twinkles dancing. I dare say that would have been quite a shock. A while and a wand wave later, Mrs. Weasley fluttered her eyes open, staring around in confusion at the concerned faces looking down on her. What happened? I seem to remember dreaming about seeing Harry. I'm afraid something happened yesterday, Molly, Dumbledore said as he helped her up from the bench she was lying on uncomfortably. You see, yesterday, we had a visitor to headquarters. At this, the mother frowned. She didn't see what the connection was. Oh, who? Me, a voice behind her said. Mrs. Weasley turned and almost fainted again as a green-eyed ghost from the past smiled at her. Harry, she said in astonishment, before noticing Ebony sitting beside him, a barely repressed, amused smile on her face. Wah, Harry here is our visitor, Molly, Dumbledore explained, managing to more or less maintain his composure while Lupin started degenerating into helpless giggles again. He arrived yesterday sometime at noon, and will be staying with us for a while. He is from another universe, much different from our own, and has traveled here by means of a magical artifact called. All other explanation was cut of as Mrs. Weasley suddenly rose, rushed around the table, and enfolded Harry in a fierce hug, who was barely able to let out a squawk of surprise. The older woman was sobbing uncontrollably, saying things about how he should never leave them and what not. Some time later, they managed to pry him off her, and after getting her to listen to the explanation, Mrs. Weasley was feeling slightly silly and embarrassed. I'm sorry about hugging you like that, she said as she wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Harry smiled, waving it off. No problem. I didn't really mind. Mrs. Weasley took a deep breath, before smiling widely. Well, it's nice to have someone else here. The more the merrier, I say. By the way, Molly, what are you doing here so early? Lupin asked. We weren't expecting you until some time after lunch. Oh, we finished ahead of schedule, Mrs. Weasley said. I came ahead to get some food ready, although it seems I didn't need to. This while eyeing the massive amount of food, while Harry shrugged. Bill and Charlie are bringing the other children back in. Suddenly, the door opened again, and the sound of many feet could be heard. Must be them, Harry commented, looking in the direction of the sounds. Lupin, Dumbledore and Ebony looked at each other in shock. Harry, we need to disguise you, now, Dumbledore said as he drew out his wand. Disguise? Why? Mrs. Weasley said. We can't let the children know about him, Lupin said, quickly explaining. Harry, however, just waved them off, smiling, that smile that said quite clearly, I know something you don't know. Don't worry about that disguise. I'll take care of it. They all looked at him like he was crazy. Harry, we haven't got time. Harry Potter, what are you talking about? Harry, I do not doubt your skills, but you are not yet disguised in. Footsteps coming down the stairs caused the adults to look that way, in time to see the door open and Hermione, followed by most of the Weasley children, trooped in. Mrs. Weasley, have you seen Cassandra? There you are. And who's your friend? Nearly everyone not a new arrival blinked, then turned to where she was looking at. Harry was gone. In his place was a girl with long, straight, midnight black hair that came past her chin. Muted green corneas shone from wide, innocent eyes on a childlike face. The girl wore tight black pants, black boots, a black spaghetti strap, a leather jacket with a smiley face button on the lapel, a silver ankh pendant and a top hat. Cassidy had mysteriously disappeared. The girl clasped her hands before her, looking wide-eyed. Oh, you must be Hermione. I recognize you from Cassandra Chan's descriptions. Oh, it's so nice to finally meet you, she said, striding over to Hermione and clasping her hands in her own. Hermione blinked in surprise at the girl, a blink that was mirrored by nearly everyone else. Who are you? The girl suddenly gasped, letting go of Hermione's hands and turning to cast a pouting look at Ebony, hands on her hips. You didn't tell them about me. Oh, Cassandra Chan, I'm hurt. Sorry, Ebony said, not really sure what she was saying sorry for. The girl, HMPHED. Well, you should be. But I'll forgive you this time, she said, suddenly smiling brightly. Striding over to Ebony, her steps were too forceful to be called a walk. The girl glomped onto her arm, rubbing her cheek against it happily, her top hat nearly sliding off her head but somehow staying in place. I guess I might as well introduce myself. I'm Dee Dee Vandam, Cassandra Chan's girlfriend. Dee Dee waved it off. Oh, that's all right. People think that all the time. And even if it were true, what's so bad about it? So what if Cassandra Chan and I have decided to look for love in each other in this cruel world of heartless, insensitive boys, competition against Vila, and the ever-rising threat of male homos, she said, trailing off as she looked into the distance, her eyes seeing something she alone could glimpse. By now, Ron had gone redder, and there were many bemused and, in Mrs. Weasley's case, scandalized looks. Dee Dee, Cassandra said. Dee Dee Chan, Dee Dee, corrected her, snapping abruptly out for her reverie and grinning up at the other girl. Dee Dee Chan, would you please let go of my arm? It's starting to go numb, Ebony said. Dee Dee immediately went wide-eyed, hastily letting go and clasping her hands in front of her mouth. Anyone else would have thought it was from shock and dramatic theatrics, but from her angle, Ebony could see she did it to cover up a smile. Oh, great, another person whose gender she was getting confused about. As if getting dizzy with her own wasn't enough, was enjoying this. Of course I am, his voice in her head said. This is one of the few times I get to act really silly. Can you blame me? Verbally, however, he said, oh. Cassandra Chan, I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Do you need a cast? You stay right there and I'll call Street Mungos. Dee Dee, I'm fine, Ebony said, wondering when they'd get out of the Twilight Zone. Are you sure? I mean, you know you're delicate. You haven't been eating too much again, have you? You know how that makes you sick. One time, she made the mistake of eating more than 4 strips of bacon, 3 sausages and 3 slices of toast plus I think a couple of other things she wasn't supposed to when her dad and I weren't looking, and she ended up being sick all morning, she told the waiting audience, then turned back towards Ebony, who had never had that problem in her life. I hope you haven't been sneaking stuff from the table again. You know how hard I work to try and keep you healthy. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have made all this food, but I wanted to make a good impression on your friends and I can't do that if you puke all over the place. Say you haven't been eating what you weren't supposed to, but look guilty saying it, Harry told her. Ebony was tempted to raise her eyebrow, wondering where the lecture on her delicacy and non-existent eating habits disorder was leading up to, but decided to stop trying to figure out what was running around her alter ego's head. She was already beginning to doubt her sanity. And where the heck was Cassidy? She looked down, shuffled her feet, pouted, tried to look as, I'm guilty of something, but trying to deny it without being too obvious as possible, and making it seem believable. I haven't been eating anything I'm not supposed to, she said, sounding so innocent any judge would have found her guilty on that alone. Dee Dee frowned, crossing her arms in front of her and tapping her foot. Cassandra Chan, she said threateningly, actually making Ebony guilty even though she didn't know what she was feeling guilty for, then feeling silly all over again when she remembered she really wasn't guilty of anything. Bow your head, and say you've been eating what you're not supposed to, then say, Harry coached. As he kept talking, Ebony was hard-pressed to suppress a grin. So that's what he was leading up to. Keeping her face guilty and then making it look repentant, Ebony bowed her head at the accusation. Okay, so I haven't been sticking to my diet like I should, but it's only because I didn't want to offend Aunt Molly when she asked me to eat. I really have been trying to the diet the healer told me to, really, but, Ebony trailed off, shuffling her feet and hard-pressed to suppress a smile. She really shouldn't be happy like this, really. After all, Mrs. Weasley was only trying to look after her by feeding her, but the way she was making her eat, she'd start looking like Dudley. Dee Dee appeared mollified for a moment, then immediately rounded on Mrs. Weasley, surprising the watching audience, who were wondering how the little soap opera would continue. I'm sorry about this, but I think you should know, Cassandra Chan has a rare condition that keeps her from eating too much. It makes her stomach really sensitive, and she gets really sick if she eats too much. It doesn't become apparent right away, but after a few hours, it's not pretty. She hasn't been stuffing herself with food before I got here, was she? She has a bad habit of doing that whenever her dad and I aren't watching. Quote, the Weasley children and Hermione immediately started looking guilty, remembering all those mornings when Mrs. Weasley would stuff Cassandra like a turkey and they'd just giggle at her. Mrs. Weasley, naturally, was looking confused, and Ebony felt a faint stab of guilt at what they were doing. Black and Dumbledore were both staring at Dee Dee's performance, the former looking strangely proud, the latter very much amused, although hiding it in his beard. Lupin was slightly insensible, giggling quietly but helplessly and pounding the table with his fist every so often. When the children looked at Lupin worriedly, Dumbledore made a show of examining him. Oh dear, it seems his wand accidentally went off with a combination cheering charm and giggling hex. Well, best he ride it out. Are you all right, Remus? Lupin nodded, smiling and giggling, before going back to pounding his fist on the table. Anyway, who are the rest of you? Dee Dee said abruptly, her earlier lecturing mode gone, to be replaced with intense energy and enthusiasm. You guys must be the cousins Cassandra Chan told me about. I'm afraid I don't have your names. Care to educate me as to them? Fred and George immediately launched themselves forward, each taking one of Dee Dee's hands. Such an ugly word, educate, the one Ebony knew to be Fred said. Very foul language for one as beautiful as yourself, George said. But we'll forgive you, just this once. This ugly and unsightly person is my lesser brother, Gred. And this dim-witted and unenlightened being is the accident, Forge. By now, Dee Dee was giggling, although as merely an actor because of genuine amusement, it was hard to tell. My, such charming gentlemen, Dee Dee said airily, fluttering her eyelashes at them. I'm honored by such loving attention, but I'm afraid the effort is all for naught. For I have eyes only for another. Both, Gred and Forge, drew back, holding their hands in front of their hearts as if receiving mortal wounds. Dang, shot down again. Why are all the good ones always taken? I guess you're out of the running, little brother. Tough luck, mate. Ron blushed even more as Bill and Charlie introduced themselves, ducking his head and muttering something that sounded like Lon Measley, when his turn came up, not looking at Dee Dee at all. Ebony could feel another Ron crush budding and felt sorry for the boy. He had no idea he didn't have a snowball's chance. Ginny smirked at Ron, before turning towards Dee Dee. Hi, I'm Ginny. Ignore the weirdos, please, they're aberrations, I assure you. Really, I think they're cute. Definitely not my type, but cute in a funny monkey sort of way, Dee Dee said, shaking hands with Ginny. So, who is your type? Fred said, appearing so suddenly at Dee Dee's elbow you'd think he'd apparated there. Yes, we'd like to know who our competition is, George said, popping up in much the same way from behind Ginny. Oh, this is going to be fun, Ebony heard Harry's voice say in her head, before a dreamy look suddenly appeared on Dee Dee's face, and she clasped her hands before her as she looked to the sky, stars and hearts in her eyes. Ebony almost expected floating red hearts, confetti and flowers to waft around her, such was the vibe she was putting out. Oh, he's the absolute best. Dee Dee said dreamily, yearningly, causing people to back away a little at the sheer sweetness she was giving off, fearing for their teeth, gums and blood sugar level. He's a total babe, the coolest, hottest guy around. Oh, those eyes, those lips, that hair. Oh, and that scar. Ah. Her shriek caused the glass to rattle slightly and made people stick fingers in their ears for fear of hearing loss as she unabashedly gushed. Ebony, meanwhile, was having suspicions that wanted to make her grin in a bemused, this can't be happening, manner. Scar. Please don't tell me he was talking about. Oh, Harry, marry me, Harry. I'll bear you as many children as you want. The gushing continued. Yup, he was, Ebony thought. It was all she could do to keep from dissolving into insensate laughter and go over the deep end like Lupin, who was suddenly laughing his head off. Harry Potter, Keeper of the Dark Heart. By Shadow Crystal Mage. Chapter 10, Dee Dee in the Black House. Disclaimer, I do not own Harry Potter, which belongs to J.K. Rowling, or Witch, which belongs, I think, to Disney and some European lady. This is based on the comic book version of Witch, not the cartoon version or the kiddie book version. I ask any relatives reading this to never bring it up in my presence or I will cut you off from my will. Ebony Chan and Her World were written and created by the talented lady demoness Ju Miku. Title changed per her request X3. I'm just writing in it. Gore warning. Not for the faint of heart. You have been warned. Dee Dee's high decibel exclamations seemed to knock Mrs. Weasley out of the funk she'd sunk into some time during the introductions, and she shook her head, latching on to something she was used to. All right, get washed up, children. You wouldn't want the food Dee Dee went to so much trouble to prepare go to waste, do you? With the addition of the Weasley children and Hermione, breakfast became a much livelier affair. Much of it was spent on Dee Dee's recitation on the virtues and innate hotness and coolness of Harry Potter, to which Ebony didn't know whether to react with amusement or embarrassment. While she no longer had that form, it was slightly disturbing to hear that the body you once considered your own had a tight little rump, a comment which elicited giggles from Ginny and Hermione and embarrassed confusion from Mrs. Weasley. During a break from the Harry litany when Dee Dee went to get some more pumpkin juice manually instead of by magic, claiming she was more used to it since she seldom used magic at home, Ebony, at Harry's coaching, whispered to the other kids at the table, "Sorry about her, but I sort of forgot to keep her away from that subject. I'm telling you now, do not get her started on the subject of Harry. She's been crushing over her, Harry Coy, for the last 5 years, and it doesn't look like she's going to stop anytime soon. Got it pretty bad, huh?" Hermione said just as quietly, not wanting to offend her friend, by letting her know they were talking about her. "Let's just say she has a shrine of him in her closet and bathroom," Ebony said dryly. To Harry, she said, "A shrine. Hey, it's possible," he said. "Keep telling them what I told you." Wanting to roll her eyes and only managing to succeed not to with great effort, Ebony continued with the fabrication, thankful that none of the adults were interrupting. "She's got every picture of him there's ever been. I think she's been trying to get pictures of him, but so far she hasn't been successful. I doubt he'll ever stand a chance if they ever meet in real life. She already has the wedding planned out and what they'll name their kids. She'll have to join the club at Hogwarts," Fred said dryly before taking a bite from his toast. "And they're supposedly pretty tough on newcomers," George added as he speared a bit of sausage. Ebony blinked. "Club?" she asked, not sure what they were talking about. The Weasley children and Hermione, still attending school, exchanged looks, as if wondering what they should tell her, then glanced at the adults and Bill and Charlie, who were talking in hushed tones about something or other. "Well, you'll be going to Hogwarts, so you'll find out about it eventually, but if you ever run into Harry Potter, you have to promise not speak a word about it to him," Ginny whispered. "I promise," Ebony said, meaning it. After all, it would be kind of hard to run into herself. And Dee Dee technically wasn't Harry Potter at the moment. "Intriguing," she heard Harry say, and guessed he was listening in on them somehow. She hoped he remembered he was only supposed to be getting pumpkin juice, not going out into the fields to grow the pumpkins for them. As if on cue, Dee Dee breezed in, placed the refilled pitcher of pumpkin juice on the table, said, "Be right back," and was gone again. "Okay," Hermione said. "The club is this group of girls and some boys who all have a crush on Harry. They're like his groupies, ing the ground he walks on and supposedly doing things like worshipping a poster of him while them, not him, complete with candles and stuff, although no one knows for sure, since they're very close-mouthed about their activities. There are some in the school who suspect their existence, but no one's telling Harry because, well, they want to keep it secret." "If it's a secret, how do you know about them?" Ebony said, not knowing what to be shocked over first, the existence of a cult who had worshipped her when she was Harry, the fact there were boys in the cult, or the facts her best friends knew. At the moment, she was holding the reaction off due to confusion. Myrtle," Ginny said. "They supposedly used her bathroom for one of their worship sessions once, and she's been telling anyone who'd listen, which aren't a lot, so it's still mostly a secret." "Oh man, I have to find out if those guys exist in my world," Harry said. Ebony didn't have long to feel disturbed, since Dee Dee came back a few seconds later with a few bottles of butterbeer she said she'd found at the back, although Ebony knew she had made them since there hadn't been any butterbeer when they'd gone foraging for food a while ago. Dee went back to praising Harry as if nothing had happened, eventually bringing the adults back into their conversation. Lupin and Black were both hard-pressed to hold back smiles, sitting casually together and being more friendly if unknowingly to each other than they had been in a long time. Mrs. Weasley was swinging back and forth between being scandalized and amused at some of the things Dee was saying, and Bill, Charlie and Dumbledore were just plain amused. At one point, Ebony could feel Mrs. Weasley's gaze upon her, prompting her to eat, but just then, Dee interrupted her tirade and pointed at her just as she lifted her hand up for some bacon. "Ooh, no. None of that. You've had quite enough breakfast for one morning, Cassandra-chan. Heck, I've already let you indulge more than is proper. So stop it right there, Cassandra-chan. I know you want to get a little more rounded, but your health comes before your vanity." "And you say," Harry prompted. Ebony bowed her head like a child who'd been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. "Yes, Dee," she said, in tones that made it sound like she'd said much the same many times before. "What was that?" Ebony caught herself. "No, must not laugh." "Yes, Dee-chan." Dee nodded solemnly at the correct addition of her title. "And don't you forget it. Your dad would have my head on a stick if anything happened to you." There was a silence that was uncomfortable on the other children's part, and filled with struggle on Harry and Ebony's part as they struggled not to laugh. Finally, Hermione said, "What does that mean? You keep adding Chan to each other's name." Again, Harry's voice came on in Ebony's head. "Well, it's supposed to be a Japanese endearment between friends, or at least, that's what Miss Anime Fanatic says, but I'm not really sure we're using it the right way. She started insisting on it after she came back from a 2-week vacation in Japan when she was 5. 14 days, and she acts like she knows Japanese. A girl can learn a lot in 2 weeks. Dee protested. Ebony smirked at her. "According to your mom, you stayed in the hotel room and watched anime the whole time. So, a girl can learn a lot from anime." At this point, the discussion lost sense. Eventually, food was finished being consumed, dishes were put away, and the Weasley children were going upstairs to their rooms. Dee had offered to wash the dishes, but Mrs. Weasley would hear none of it, saying she'd already done enough in preparing the food. Black excused himself to go upstairs and feed Buckbeak, and Dumbledore left for some Save the World Against Voldemort matter or other. Ebony and Dee Harry trailed behind the rear of the children as they made their way out of the kitchen. "Hey," Ron said as they reached the entrance hall, "what happened to all the portraits?" The two at the rear merely exchanged smiles and said nothing. They left the others and headed to Ebony's room on the first floor, neither saying a word. When they finally got there, they closed the door, locked it, then started to laugh. They laughed, and they laughed, and they laughed. "That was rich," Ebony finally managed to say some time later as she lay panting on her bed, wiping a tear out of the corner of her eye, trying to regain her breath. "Why, thank you," Harry said, still in girl form, lying on the floor and also doing her best to get oxygen back in her lungs. Her top hat had fallen off some time ago and was lying rolled half under the bed, near Harry's head. Still snickering, Harry waved her hand and Cassidy suddenly reappeared, laughing hard, and a twitching bundle of wood on the floor. I've been wondering where you've been," Ebony drawled as she turned over on her bed so she was lying on her stomach, looking over the edge at the two. "I just made her invisible and silent," Harry said, snapping her fingers and suddenly lying on a thick mattress on the floor that had grown in about half a second, like a plant. "Wouldn't do to have her there, after all. I really couldn't think of any kind of cover story where she'd be explained away, so I erased her from the script. A pity, really. She might have been able to provide comic relief." The two looked at each other and started laughing all over again. And so, as the days went by, Dee was integrated into the day-to-day business of those who lived in the house. Because of Dee's claims of Cassandra's medical condition, Mrs. Weasley had to stop force-feeding Ebony, something the girl was eternally grateful for. Mrs. Weasley assumed that this was a real condition stemming from her hairy days that she'd been too embarrassed to tell her about, for fear of offending her. Close enough. Harry was also able to finagle being allowed to sleep in Ebony's room, despite Mrs. Weasley's protests cut off when Harry explained it the same way he'd explained it to Lupin, and another cot was moved in. The room took on an unusual, almost schizophrenic appearance. On one side was Ebony's stuff, which was plain and a tad bit messy in a lived-in sort of way. On the other side was a solid wall of Harry pictures. Dee, Harry had completely plastered her side of the room with Harry pictures, arguing that a fangirl must have her objects of worship, just in case any of the other children popped by, which they did now that there were more people inhabiting the room, although it was usually to invite them to leave said room, since Dee tended to monologue about Harry when in the presence of the pictures. The first time it happened, even Hermione was torn between falling asleep in boredom and going red with embarrassment. Cassidy remained invisible most of the time, although she and Tonks seemed to have developed an unlikely friendship, and would chat together whenever they could get away from those who didn't know about the situation. Harry and Ebony grew closer, right under the other children's noses. Since the script Harry had cooked up involved Dee and Cassandra to be practically friends from birth, they acted the parts, with the result that they really did become close friends. Harry, this Harry, was unlike anyone Ebony had ever met. He was, strange as it may seem, quite different from herself. He was outgoing, occasionally blunt, with a strange sense of humor that she nevertheless found funny. For some bizarre reason, he reminded her a bit of Malfoy, the way he tended to smirk. The time she'd suggested it, he'd just laughed and said he was a lot better looking than the idiot. She didn't know if she'd have reacted like that if someone had compared her to Malfoy back during third year. It was more likely she'd have taken it as a supreme insult. But the strangest thing about him, in Ebony's perception, anyway, was that he accepted her. Period. No ifs, ands, strings or genetics attached. It was a daunting realization for Ebony. All her life, people had never really accepted her. Oh, she'd been taken in, but there was always some kind of preconception attached. Ron hadn't initially seen her. He'd been awed by being in the same train compartment as the legendary Harry Potter, and been loaded down by all the preconceived notions that his view of her had contained. So had Hermione, with the twist that she'd seen her as a subject from a book she'd read and was having the chance to study firsthand. The whole of Hogwarts had seen her with a variation of this view in one way or another. Snape had been a prime example. And now that Ebony thought of it, she wasn't really sure if living with her, seeing her every day back when she was still Harry, had done anything to change their view of her. Ginny had still been crushing on the great Harry Potter for the past few years, even though he'd saved her from the basilisk, although that incident might have enhanced the heroic image, compounding the problem in that particular case. Strangely, the people she suspected of being least affected by any preconceptions regarding her were the twins, Fred and George. Even Mrs. Weasley had some kind of image of him, even especially serious. Perhaps Dumbledore didn't, but she really couldn't be sure. There was always something. Harry, however, between the two of them, they were just themselves. True equals. He accepted her wholly, never assumed anything about her, took her as she was, as she saw herself to be, as she wanted herself to be, no questions or conditions asked. There were no pasts or preconceptions between them, no being either the boy who lived or the heir 0F Slytherin. He treated her in a way she had never really been treated, normal. And to Ebony, normal was priceless. He was also a tad overprotective. Just how overprotective was demonstrated during an order meeting they'd been asked to attend. When Snape finished his report on Voldemort's recent activities, Ebony turned around and knocked on the dark barrier Harry had set up around himself. He put it up every time they talked about Voldemort's current activities, saying he didn't want to know what was going to happen in his future. When asked why he didn't care so much about knowing Voldemort would eventually come back, he shrugged and said, "Because I knew he eventually would." Just that. No explanation. The barrier was soundproof, keyed so that only her knock could be heard through it. Why he insisted on it being her knock, she had no idea. He looked up from his manga something entitled "Oh, My Goddess," at her knock, and waved the barrier away. Done talking about the bastard. After a few days around him, they'd grown used to his many appellations for Voldemort. Some had tried using some themselves, but couldn't quite get the nerve, although more had started calling him Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded. Now, Ebony, due to Voldemort's, shall we say, enthusiasm, to find you, it is becoming clear to me that more measures will have to be taken to ensure your safety. Ebony nodded as Harry listened placidly. That had been the espoused reason for their attendance at this meeting. Actually, Ebony was the only one whose presence was necessary, but Harry had made it his business to know anything that affected her safety. He was starting to remind her of how Sirius had acted during fourth year. She wouldn't be surprised to know he'd planted some kind of tracking spell on her person without her knowing. He was certainly capable of it. Before Dumbledore could continue, however, Black said, "What's the point?" At this, Dumbledore frowned at him, while Lupin, Snape and Mrs. Weasley glared at the animagus, as if he'd said something against Ebony again. Next to her, Ebony could feel the temperature of the area around Harry dropping, as it was wont to do when the Dark Heart's powers were accessed unconsciously, something she'd learned from previous similar encounters with Black. "What do you mean, Sirius?" Dumbledore said, sounding patient. Black gestured towards Harry. "Look, he said it himself, he could kill Voldemort with one shot. So let's have him do it." Harry glared at Black. "If you'd listened for longer, you'd also remember I said I wouldn't. Get that through your skull." This was not the first time Black had brought this up. Dumbledore sighed. "Sirius, we have discussed this before. You can do it, Harry," Black said, seemingly ignoring what the two had said. Ebony wondered if he'd been drinking fire whiskey again. "I know you can. Think about what happened to James and Lily, you can finally kill the one who killed them. And when Voldemort's gone, there'll be no one to protect the spot." He was cut off as Harry bound to his feet, the dark heart suddenly appearing around his neck, pulsing darkly, beating like it was agitated. He glowed darkly, a Stygian nimbus surrounding his form, and the table suddenly shattered in two. People scrambled back, not liking where this was going. Harry's face was twisted in rage, his jaw set, gritting his teeth. "For the sake of the women present, I'll be polite," he said icily. "Take that back." Black seemed to realize he'd said too much, but either he was too proud to back down, or this was something he'd wanted to say for a long time. "What? It's true. With Voldemort dead, there'll be no reason to keep her alive as bait." "Bait," Harry said silkily, and the temperature in the room literally dropped. "Is that all she is to you? Bait?" Ebony felt that ache in her heart again as she was torn between anger and despair. "You have no right to pass judgment on her. Who are you to talk? You're the one who killed my parents. You were their secret keeper. And you sold them to Voldemort. If there's anyone I should kill, it should be you." "Harry, I don't know what that little spawn's been telling you," Black said, panicked, as if realizing finally his life was in mortal danger, but it was the wrong thing to say. Growling, Harry's eyes glowed for an instant, and Black was thrown back by a dark force and sent flying across the room, slamming into the far wall and getting the wind knocked out of him. Before everyone's eyes, Harry began to change as he strode towards Black. His form shifted, growing taller, more mature, looking like a 16-year-old. His skin went pale, his black coat flowing behind him like an ill winter wind, eyes that were emerald green were now purest black, as if the sockets led into the void of nothingness between stars. He held out his right arm to his side, and frost began to billow from it, a thin layer of ice forming, growing thicker as he walked. His forearm became encompassed in a solid block of ice, which rippled, shooting outward down the length of his arm and worming a giant icicle. Light glinted off the needle-like point. Time seemed to slow around the Order members as they finally started reacting, but it was like they were moving in jello. They could only watch as what seemed like death incarnate stalked slowly and purposefully towards Black. Reaching down, Harry made a grasping gesture around Black's neck. Raising his arm as if hoisting something, Black was lifted into the air. He stiffened as he came level with those blank, merciless eyes, shaking like a leaf in a gale. "Do you have any idea what kind of hell Ebony's been through?" Harry hissed. "Do you?" "I have. I've lived it for the past 13 years. At least I've had the Dark Heart to take me away when it became unbearable. She had nothing. And now you want to build on top of that. I don't know what my father saw in you, because there's no way garbage like you would have ever become my friend. Harry stopped as Ebony's hand fell on his shoulder, before flinching away as if burned. Her hand felt like she'd put it in the lake in the middle of winter. How did he become that cold? Harry, don't, she said, reluctant to touch him again. Don't hurt him, please. It's not worth it. With a growl, Harry dropped Black to the ground, the icicle on his arm dissolving into nothing. Without another word, he stalked off, his form changing from that of death to Dee, leaving a silent kitchen in his wake. As usual, Dumbledore was the first to speak, and what he said made everyone wonder about his marbles. "Oh my," he said. "I suppose we'll have to ask Mr. Potter to fix the table." Ebony found Harry lying down on the cot they'd moved into her room, still in his Dee form. Cassidy was already asleep at her usual pillow. "How'd the meeting go?" Harry said glumly, staring up at the ceiling. Ebony tried to crack a smile. "We didn't get far. Dumbledore wants to ask you to fix the table." Harry snapped her fingers. "Done." There was silence as Ebony sat down and started combing her hair in preparation for occlumency practice. "I'm sorry," Harry said abruptly. "I guess I embarrassed you." Ebony paused in her brushing for a moment, before continuing. "You didn't embarrass me." He had it coming. "And I suppose it would have happened eventually. I really have to do something about that guy," Harry mused out loud. Ebony stiffened. Harry noticed the sudden silence. "Not like that," she said. "Just something to change his attitude. At least get him off your back. I won't be around forever, and I have a feeling a guy like you wouldn't really like being defended by a 13-year-old kid." Ebony raised an eyebrow. "Guy," she repeated. "Or girl, however way you want to play it," Harry said. "I'm surprised you don't get confused sometimes. I mean, from what you've told me, it hasn't really been that long since you thought you were a natural-born male of the species." "You mean back when I was still Harry Potter?" Ebony said, a touch of bitterness in her voice. Harry gave her a strange look. "What are you talking about? You are Harry Potter." "No, I'm not. I'm Ebony Layla Riddle," she retorted, the bitterness increasing. "Ebony Layla Evans," Harry corrected. "Depends on whose name you want to keep, your mother or your father's." Ebony blinked. She'd never considered it that way. "As for the other, whatever gave you that idea?" Harry said, turning over on her side to face her. Ebony sent her an incredulous look. "Isn't it obvious?" she said, gesturing towards her body. Harry gestured at her own body in reply. "So, what difference does it make if you're male or female? You're still Harry Potter where it counts." Ebony frowned, not sure what to make of that statement. Harry shrugged. "Well, I'm not really up to arguing the point. Maybe some other time." Waving her hand, Harry made her music box appear as she settled down on the cot to sleep, leaving Ebony with a lot to think about. Like we said, a tad overprotective. Not all of what happened was like that. Nope, not all. Harry and Ebony grew closer as time passed, mainly because they knew the truth about each other. Ebony had warned Harry about Ron's potential, definitely their crush, to which Harry had smirked, saying, "That's my line." "Huh, dummy. He has a crush on you too." The idea of a guy of Ron, of all people, having a crush on her was disturbing and not a little icky. After Harry stopped laughing at the look on her face, he appeased her, saying that the information, false as it was of them being cousins, had apparently discouraged him from that line of thinking, although he sometimes fantasized about it. When she asked how Harry knew this, the Keeper of the Dark Heart just smiled mysteriously, saying, "There are no secrets from a telepath." Then he shattered the aura of mystique by grinning and added, "Besides, sometimes I hear him angsting and thinking some definitely uncousinly thoughts." Yup, very disturbing. The two of them helped out in the cleaning of the Black House, which was interesting, to say the least. Not only did it contain a large amount of cursed items, homicidal furniture and creepy portraits, a lot of Wizarding World pests had decided to make their homes here. Harry, Dee and ex-Harry Ebony Cassandra found this very annoying, wishing there were normal pests, like cat-sized rats and swarms of mosquitoes. The latter was even more annoyed since, because there were witnesses, he couldn't unload her stress with the Dark Heart. He'd been wondering whether he could create or summon something like an eidolon. Still, there were times he was able to convince the resident adults to let them do things, like the time with the boggart, although that didn't quite turn out as planned. Tonks, Lupin, Moody, Ebony, Cassidy, and Harry stood in the drawing room of the Black House in the middle of the night, all eyeing the writing desk in the corner, which was trembling every so often. "Tell me what that thing is again," Cassidy asked Tonks, whose head she was holding onto. "It's a boggart," Tonks said, her manner showing she was used to the position of the wooden doll. "It's a dark creature that's a shapeshifter. It turns into the thing you fear most." "That's it," Cassidy said. "No soul-ing, flesh-rending, brain-melting." No," Tonks said. She'd clearly never considered that part of the boggart's abilities. "Then why are we bothering with it? I mean, it's not dangerous, or anything. It's a pest, and it tends to be unpleasant for those exposed to it," Harry said, waving his wand and muttering ridiculous under his breath. "Besides, it's more interesting than spraying evil fairies." Ebony gave him a look, amused at his description of doxies. "So what'll it turn into when it sees you?" Cassidy asked her traveling companion. Harry shrugged. "I have no idea." Ebony and Lupin blinked, exchanging glances. "You don't," they chorused. "I wasn't allowed to fight the boggart during our Dada class earlier this year," Harry explained. "So, no, I have no idea. They turn into dementors when they see me," Ebony said. Harry gave her a sideways look. "That would mean you're afraid of fear." I envy you. At least you know what you're afraid of. I don't have a clue." "That's why you're doing this," Lupin said, surprised. "You want to know what you're afraid of?" Harry shrugged. "Partly. I'm also bored as heck." Lupin looked at Moody in astonishment. The old man only shrugged, although a small smile wrinkled his face. "We're just supposed to back him up while he does this. And we would have gotten rid of the boggart anyway. Molly would have. Best the boy knows what he's afraid of sooner instead of later." Lupin sighed at the setback, but he wasn't giving up. "At least have some chocolate ready in case it does become a dementor," he said. Harry materialized the dark heart, pulling an elegant white box out of it. "Done," he said, setting the box on a table at the opposite side of the room. Tonks examined the box curiously. "What brand is this? I don't recognize it." "It's from a little shop somewhere in Switzerland," Harry said. "A friend introduced me to it." "Your friend has good taste," Dumbledore said as he strode into the room, looking at the box in passing. "I particularly enjoy this brand of Muggle sweets." Harry chuckled as he turned to look at the headmaster, who they hadn't been expecting. "And here I was thinking you only liked sherbet. What are you doing here, headmaster?" Lupin asked as the old man positioned himself with the others as far away from the writing desk as possible. The headmaster smiled. "After Mr. Potter's interesting presentation on the first floor a few days ago, I thought I would watch and see what sort of magics he would use in this instance as well, if any." "He'd better keep it quiet," Cassidy said, glaring at her traveling companion. They all fell silent as Harry raised his hand and made an opening gesture, causing the cabinet door to unlock and swing open slowly. Everyone held their breath. Cassidy got bored and started counting the number of SS in the room's decor. At first, there was nothing. Then, a ghostly white hand stretched out of the small opening and grasped the edge, hauling itself out, its back turned to the. It wore black, darker than night, deeper than pitch. For a moment, Ebony thought it was a dementor after all. Then it turned to face them, and a pair of horribly familiar green eyes, on a death-white face contorted into an insane, evil grin regarded them. The boggart Harry turned its death mask towards them. "What's the matter? Can't deal with what you really are?" Harry raised his eyebrow. "I don't look like Michael Jackson," he said contemptuously. The boggart didn't answer. Still grinning, it grasped something around its neck, and Ebony's breath caught. She could clearly recognize the dark heart. Harry frowned as he raised his hand to his own, grasping the comforting presence of the pendant that rested there. "Nice try," he said, "but I know it's still with." Grinning, the boggart made a grasping gesture as if pulling something out of thin air, and suddenly, Ron was there, in the same pair of pajamas he'd worn as he went to sleep earlier that evening. Ron's sleepy eyes went wide as he saw Harry, but before he could articulate something, the boggart reached for his neck from behind, stroking it almost tenderly. Before ripping it apart in an explosion of blood. Tonks and Cassidy let out an involuntary scream as Ebony called out Ron's name. Ron gurgled, and blood started dripping down his mouth. He jerked as an icicle attached to the boggart's arm pierced his. "I never did like the jealous little weasel," the boggart said airily. Its smile grew bigger. "I think I'll kill them all." Grasping the dark heart around its neck, which pulsed darkly, the boggart made a waving gesture, and the twins and Percy suddenly appeared, dropping to the floor before them. The three barely had time to look around before they were all impaled by icicles that flowered out of the ground. The boggart's laughter echoed through the room as the blood flowed from their heads. Tonks promptly turned around and threw up, and Ebony followed soon after. Cassidy had to scramble quickly after she fell off Tonks' head to avoid getting coated with projectile vomit. Lupin was deathly pale, almost as much as the boggart. His wand fell from his limp fingers as he looked about to faint. Only Dumbledore and Moody looked calm, although both looked fairly disgusted as well. Harry had a death grip on the dark heart, shaking his head slowly as he watched in morbid fascination. "No," he whispered weakly as the boggart grinned at him. "What's the matter?" The boggart repeated, and Harry recognized it was speaking Parseltongue. "Afraid of the truth. This is what you really are. After all, what else could become of the keeper of the dark heart?" "No," Harry said, somehow weaker than before. "I'm not like this." "Oh, but you are," the boggart said. "You have so much power. What else is the result?" Waving his hand again, Hermione fell out of thin air, and was instantly knocked awake as a result. Blearily, she looked around, her eyes widening as she saw Harry before her. "Harry, Cassandra, what's going?" She was interrupted as the boggart suddenly pulled her upright, pressing her against itself. "Sue beautiful, isn't she?" The boggart drew out, caressing her cheek, before dragging its hand down her. Hermione whimpered, suddenly unable to speak. The boggart chuckled darkly. "I don't whether to kill her, or take her." It turned its insane grin towards Harry. "Why not both?" Ripping off Hermione's top, it turned her towards itself, and ate her hungrily, ignoring her cries and protests. Its hand grasped lower, and suddenly there was a cry of pain as. "Stop it!" Harry cried. Thrusting out his hand, the one not wrapped around the dark heart like his life depended on it, he let out a wordless cry, followed immediately by an enormous ball of fire that flew relentlessly towards the boggart. Grinning, the boggart tossed Hermione directly into the fire's path. Hermione barely managed to scream, "Harry, no," before she was completely incinerated. "Hermione!" Harry and Ebony cried. "Oh, pity. I wanted to have more fun. But you killed her. You!" It screamed, condemning. The boggart chuckled. Grinning maniacally, it began to stride confidently towards Harry. "I am your future. There is no escaping me. You will fall to the darkness within you, brought out by the darkness you are so fond of using. I will come forth, and you will take your place by my side." Lord Voldemort said as he loomed over Harry. Harry took an involuntary step back. Tripping over nothing, he fell to the ground, scrambling futilely to get away from the vision before him. "No," he said as if it were a prayer, one he did not believe would be heard. Raising his arm in front of his face, he tried to block his view of the atrocity before him, his knees curling up to his. "Leave him alone," a voice screamed. The boggart turned, and was immediately met with fireballs to the face. A stream of fire struck it and pushed it back as it screamed in pain. Ebony shook her head, trying to clear it of the nightmare she'd seen so recently as Cassidy screamed at her to do something. Grasping her wand, she ran past the flame the little doll made as she headed for Harry, who was curled up on the floor, repeating the word, "No," over and over again. Grabbing his arm, she tried to pull him up, tried to get him away, even as the boggart turned its gaze towards her. Ebony swore the cold came even as she met its eyes. Its face was enfolded by its coat as the boggart transformed into a Dementor. Ebony felt the screams beginning to echo in her mind as its effect began to take root. She tried to hold it back, and found herself slightly more successful than she used to be, not knowing it was a slight effect of her nightly occlumency practice. Raising her wand, she spoke the words that have often held her in good stead. Expecto Patronum. Prongs leapt out in a burst of silver from a shapeless cloud, charging the boggart Dementor and forcing it back. Harry, come on, she yelled as the shapeshifter was forced back by a combination of the Patronus and fire. Slowly, Harry began to drag himself in the direction she was tugging him, moving like a robot. Ridiculous, Lupin yelled, waving his wand at the boggart. The spell seemed to have little power behind it, however, as the boggart Dementor was only pushed back slightly, and a sound that sounded hauntingly like chuckling could be heard beneath its cowl. Hermione, Ron, Harry muttered. It wasn't real, Harry. Ebony said, looking up briefly to see that Dumbledore, Moody and Tonks had joined the fray. None seemed to be doing much to the boggart, she saw, although she supposed seeing those things tends to put a damper on one's ability to think of funny or happy thoughts. Not real, Harry whispered, looking at her, the first reaction he'd had. No, Ebony said. It was all the boggart's illusions. Illusion, Harry repeated, closing his eyes. For a moment, Ebony panicked. Then the dark heart glowed, long and steady. Harry's eyes snapped open, glowing with a dark inner light. Boggart, he yelled. A distant part of Ebony's mind was glad Harry had cast those soundproofing barriers before they did this. Harry disappeared in a swirl of black mist, only to reappear again, upright and mad as blazes. Leave him to me, he yelled. Startled, the combatants needed no urging to pull back from the boggart. Seeing who was approaching it, the boggart changed back to the twisted parody of Harry it had started the evening as. Harry didn't give it a chance to speak this time. You are not me, he said firmly. You're a nightmare I dream in my darkest hell, one I'll never bring to life. And now, you die. No fear, boggart. Waving his arm expansively, Harry drew a dark cage around the boggart, who grit and gnashed its teeth, screaming things at him in Parseltongue, things that chilled Ebony's blood as she listened to them. Harry, however, was completely expressionless. No fear and die, he said simply, holding out his palm and closing his hand. The boggart's pseudo-eyes bugged out, seeing something only it could glimpse, and suddenly, it started screaming like a tortured soul from the deepest abyss, screaming and screaming in obvious fear. Its form shifted, becoming amorphous, turning upon itself uncertainly as it raised arms that dissolved into tentacles, then wisps of smoke, trying to ward off its own imaginary horrors. When it was over and gone, Harry just stood there, staring at the spot where he'd destroyed the boggart, the same spot where Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Hermione had died, at the unstained carpet. Slowly, he turned to face the others. You know, he said tonelessly, I think I would have preferred the Dementor. With those words, his eyes rolled up the back of his head and he collapsed into Ebony's arms. Ebony stumbled as she caught the Keeper of the Dark Heart, staring out at the spot as well. What was that thing, Professor? She asked Dumbledore, who stood beside her. What was he afraid of? The headmaster bowed his head forward, throwing his face in shadow. He suddenly seemed older, somehow. His darkness, Dumbledore said. That is what he fears. His darkness within. He fears turning to evil. Ebony, remembering what she had seen, shuddered. Harry was quiet the following night after the incident as they got ready for bed. Quiet for her, anyway. She was still humming. Ebony, she said as Ebony got ready to pull up her blankets. Cassidy, sitting next to her and stroking her knee in an attempt to comfort her, looked up at her, worry evident on the doll's face, even though the wood was immobile. Yes, Harry, she said. Can I sleep next to you tonight? She said timidly. I don't want to be alone in the dark. Ebony pursed her lips. Sure, she said after a short hesitation, scooting a little closer to the wall and pulling the blanket open. Smiling gratefully, Harry moved over to her bed, Cassidy grasping her clothes and moving on with her. When she looked questioningly at her, she just gave him a look. Harry looked at Ebony, who shrugged, and that was that. After she set up the music box, Harry lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, Cassidy curled up between her and Ebony in a token nod to her duty as chaperone. Finally, Harry sighed. I'm sorry you all had to see that, she said quietly. Ebony swallowed. She'd had nightmares the night before, and for once, they weren't about Voldemort or Cedric. At least now you know what you're afraid of, she replied, just as softly. Harry sighed. I don't get why I'm like this. It was all an illusion, I know that. The dark heart contains memories of worse things. So why does it haunt me so much? Maybe it's because it's got your face on it, Cassidy said, snuggling close. I know that would be enough to haunt me. Harry sighed, unconsciously stroking Cassidy's hair. Probably, she said. The three said nothing more, letting the soft music fill the room. Harry eventually got back to normal after a couple days. The other kids didn't suspect a thing. Why should they? They spent most of their energy blocking out the Harry rants, as they called them, so they really weren't able to spare much to pay attention to the fact Dee had been more subdued. It was a tribute to Harry's ability to act, supplemented by generations of Dark Keeper's memories, that no one noticed a thing. Even the adults who'd been present were surprised to see Harry acting completely normal the following day, as if nothing had happened. Only Ebony and Cassidy knew the truth, and they weren't talking. The incident had caused one minor difference in the workings of the household, however. Since that first night, Harry, Ebony and Cassidy had taken to sleeping together. All three had begun having nightmares. They were usually indistinct, shadow forms where blood and ice seemed to stand out, followed by familiar screams. Cassidy sometimes dreamt of the time Nerissa betrayed her. Ebony kept returning to the graveyard. And Harry, whatever it was, Harry always woke up whimpering in fear. In some ways, that was worse than screams. And she just wouldn't shut up. Harry said, eliciting an amused sound from Ebony that was somewhere between a chuckle and a giggle. Cassidy was shaking with mirth, trying to hold it in, as she had a tendency to laugh very loudly. She kept bugging Will and Cornelia what it was like, and was it any better than Inga Boy, and what each other tasted like. So I ed her. Ebony moved to low laughter as Cassidy let loose. Oh, I wish I could have seen that, Ebony said, knuckling a tear from her eye. I don't, Harry said, blushing as she tried to keep from squirming. Damn, two similar bodily responses. It was embarrassing enough as it was. Cassidy snickered. Harry and Hei Lin, sitting in a tree, she began to sing. Dee Chan and Hei Lin, Ebony corrected, grinning. Harry buried her face in her hands, but she was grinning as she did so. You guys are evil, you know that. Okay, Cass and I are done, so it's your turn. First, out with it. Pass, Ebony said, looking somehow pleased and embarrassed. You've got to be kidding me, Harry exclaimed. 2 years older than me, and you're still a virgin. Ebony blushed deeper. Do you have to put it like that? She exclaimed right back. Cassidy shook her head remorsefully. Never been ed, never been touched, old maid in the making. Hey, I'm not an old maid, I'm just a late bloomer. Ebony protested. And besides, I have been ed. Mrs. Weasley, and that peck on the cheek Hermione gave you in first year before you went up against Squirrel Quirrell don't count, Harry said. Dang, Ebony swore. Harry shook her head. I can't believe you've never been ed yet. Okay, that settles it. Tomorrow, we're going out and finding you a nice boy or girl to. Here, Cassidy yelled. You guys, Ebony said in protest. The two degenerated into laughter, showing they didn't mean it. Ebony was glad for that. She really didn't want to think of what these two were capable of. When they weren't fighting, they were a force to be reckoned with. A melancholy mood suddenly enfolded her, and she sighed heavily. Besides, she said quietly, in such a marked contrast to her previous tones that the other two fell silent. Who would want to the heir of Slytherin, anyway? Harry casually reached over and flicked her ear. Ow, Ebony said. She rubbed the offended appendage. What was that for? You're being silly again, Harry said, as if stating a fact. 1. You're not someone's heir if you refuse what you're inheriting. 2. It's not like you have, heir of Slytherin, tattooed on your forehead, this with an unconscious rub on her own forehead. 3. Anyone who swings that way takes one look at the real you, and they won't care about anything else but trying to you. Here, Cassidy repeated, nodding along. Ebony's blush was even worse this time around. Wah, oh, come on, don't tell me you don't think your real form isn't hot, Harry said, smirking that Malfoy-esque smirk at her. I might be 13, but I know what I like. Disturbing as that is to hear, coming from someone your age, Cassidy muttered. At Ebony's skeptical look, Harry rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll prove it to you. Her form shifted, and suddenly, Ebony was looking at a face she hadn't seen in the mirror for quite a while. An emerald green eye matched with a red eye with a slitted pupil stared back at her. Her true form stood before her, looking exactly as it had that time a few days ago when Harry had asked if he could see it. Well, that wasn't exactly true. She couldn't remember having a smoky grin, or that look in her eye, or that husky voice, even as those lips began to edge closer to her own. Shaking her head, she raised a hand. "All right, you've proven your point, now stop it," she said, slightly more forcefully than she'd intended. Grinning, Harry did no such thing. Instead, she lay back on the pillows. "You see, you were overcome by your own form's innate hotness," she said, managing to say it with a straight face. "Those poor sods out there won't stand a chance." "That's your opinion," Ebony said, still flushed. "Yes, it is, and thus, I place a high level of regard on it," Harry said airily. Ebony snorted. "I still think no one is going to want to someone like me." "I'd someone like you," Harry said casually. Ebony took a moment to register those words, her head jerking towards her when they finally made it to her brain. "You know, it was for things like this that they put me in this room," Cassidy mused out loud. She stayed where she was, however. "Yeah, right," Ebony said, noting what Cassidy said but directing her words towards Harry. Harry grinned. "Would you like me to prove it?" Harry slowly crept closer, crawling on hands and knees, a predatory look in her eye. Startled, Ebony drew back, pulling her blanket up to her as if that would help. Closer and closer Harry came, until finally, Ebony shut her eyes. A chaste fell on her cheek, barely there, then was gone. Hesitantly, Ebony opened her eyes, recoiling as she saw the look of pure lust smoldering in Harry's eyes. A look that lasted all of 0.2 seconds before she burst out laughing, almost falling out of the bed. "Oh, the look on your face was priceless." Harry managed to cough out, laughing all over again. Cassidy wasn't much better, barely coherent, probably glad for once she didn't need to breath. Ebony tried to growl. "Dursley," she said. Harry stuck her tongue out at her. Ebony responded in kind. The two of them soon progressed to making funny faces at each other, before falling over the bed laughing again. "Okay, enough of that," Cassidy said, trying to sound authoritative, although she'd been laughing herself. "Get to sleep. You've got a lot of cleaning to do tomorrow." Still snickering, the two huddled together, Cassidy curled up in the hollow between them as Harry changed back to her Dee form. "Goodnight, Cass." "Goodnight, sis," Harry said, closing her eyes and resting her head halfway between the pillow and the crook of Ebony's neck and shoulder, one arm wrapped around Ebony's waist. Ebony blinked at that, looking down the top of her companion's head, whose hair she was absently stroking. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.